tangible, and a projection is non-tangible.
Well, it's a projection in the 3D world. So if you want to call it, it appears to be 2D, right? I'll give you that. But no, it's 3D. It's still 3D. That projection is still 3D in the 3D world.
What's the depth?
I would say it's 2D in a 3D world. I like.
Do you have a perfectly flat screen?
No, the surface of the screen.
It's not the screen.
It's projected on a screen, so the surface of the screen is two-dimensional. It has an area. There's no depth to the.
You hear that? A surface?
I wouldn't agree with that. I would say the screen is three-dimensional, but the projection being casted upon it is a two-dimensional representation.
But I'm talking about the surface. The only place in the screen.
Yeah, I know, but you can never invoke a tangible surface without agreeing that it's three-dimensional.
Exactly.
Okay. Well then, hold on. How I was talking. How deep is the projection? What's the depth? What's the depth of the projection?
Well, the projection depth is non-determinable because it's non-3D. It's only a two-dimensional projection.
Oh. But Essie said that it's three-dimensional projection. So Essie, what is the depth?
He says it's a 2D projection in a 3D world. Therefore, it's 3D.
So Essie, it is a 2D projection?
No, it's 3D.
Oh,
there's nothing that you can show me here in this world and tell me that it's 2D. Everything, and I repeat again, everything is 3D.
Except the projection.
I'll back him up. I'll stand with him.
True. What he's saying is true.
What about a hologram?
Look, hold on.
No, there's still
he just said it. If you want to debunk what he just said, just show him the 2D thing. That's it.
A hologram.
Show me a 2D object. Show me a 2D object, and you win. It's simple.
I can take my wall. I can take my wall and I can project a square from a projector to the wall that is 1 meter by 1 meter. There is no depth to the projection.
Whoa, there's no depth that you can make out. What? There is depth. Yeah, that's wrong.
Oh, there is depth?
Just because you can't see it doesn't mean the depth doesn't exist.
How do you measure it?
It would have to be physical. It would have to be physical to have depth, and a projection's not physical, just as a hologram.
It's not physical? Wait a minute, what?
Not physical.
You mean it's not solid?
What are you...
You mean it's not solid?
Oh my,
it's not tangible.
Yeah, tangible.
Now that's a good word, tangible.
I say it is tangible.
So think about that. Think about that projector screen, right? So think about the projector screen. You can feel the projector screen, but the image that is projected upon it. Hold on. So the image projected upon it. What depth can you feel as that image changes on the screen?
When you put your finger in front of the screen, you see the depth of the freaking image. Even if you have the 2D screen, it's not going to be perfectly 2D. The screen has depth, therefore the image will have depth. I mean, it's ridiculous.
No, the image doesn't have depth.
Anything you put in front of the screen will turn into the screen. So, like if you stuck your hand in front of the screen, that projection would be casted upon your hand as well. So the projection itself is non-three-dimensional.
No, it's only 2D because it's on the surface. Surface is not two-dimensional.
If you impede the flatness, you're gonna now have a movie playing in 3 dimensions. Instead of your perfectly close to perfect 2 dimensions, it'll be way more obvious 3 dimensions.
Done. All surfaces are 2 dimensional.
That's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem right there. Okay, hand me a part of that surface of that screen that's 2D. Just go ahead and hand it to me.
I can't because it's 2-dimensional surface.
That's where you are.
No, you said the surface of it. You said the surface of it was 2D. Okay, cool statement. Yeah. Hand me the surface of that screen.
Right,
I don't agree with that.
You said that the projection is 3D. Hand me the projection. You can't.
You can see it.
I can hand you
the surface too.
Yeah, I can hand you the projection.
If you
curve right there, it's physical.
Put it in your pocket and give it to me.
Yeah, no problem. No, you'll be able to see it as good. Oh God! All surfaces are 2D, but I can't hand it to him, which means it's not 2D. It's 3D.
Only in your minds. I keep telling you that it's only in your minds. This 2D, 1D. It doesn't exist. A point and a line do not exist. They're geographical terms.
Yeah, we understand.
That's it. geometrical terms, excuse me.
Yeah. Sure, but
just a concept you use to say
2D. Surface and solids, they are all just geometrical concepts.
Yeah. Keep saying it.
You're giving them a little room with the in your mind phrase. They're gonna hit us with the you see everything in 2D in your mind again shit. But we know you can't think that you're just stuck inside what, like, how could you see depth without assuming it's depth? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. How can your concept?
Your analogy on a wall is perfect. Being stuck on a wall and trying, like, that was perfect. Exactly.
Yeah,
I got a quick question, dude. I can show you an image.
Yeah.
I can show you an image, right? And you remember what that image looks like, and then I remove the image. So only thing you're left with is the memory of that image. Is that memory of that image 3-dimensional or 2-dimensional?
Yeah, it's 3D information. You're just
3D. It'll be 3D. Otherwise,
in your
next
brain
time you see it, you wouldn't be able to recognize it.
I mean, I like what he's doing. Like, he's saying we're going to paint a photo in our mind, and the photo could be like the snapshot. Like, dude, that's cool. But what I'm saying, our brain can never, ever think that it's a 2D realm. It just can't.
Exactly.
2D is just a concept to describe these things, like what you guys are saying.
Why can you not see a whole sphere at once?
But 2D is not actually, in real life, is not actually a thing.
Yeah, like a point, right? How can you have something that doesn't have length or breadth, right? That's a point. That's the first thing in geometry, right? Then we have the line.
Yeah.
But I mean, that just fucks up your geometry.
You couldn't even explain to me in your mind a line. Like, what would you see if you were to see a line? You couldn't explain that. Like, you couldn't even see a line.
Describe a circle.
I think
Give me the description of a circle.
But Jeremy, don't go there. Jeremy, don't go there, because all you've said about the sextant is that you have a horizontal line. So please don't go there.
I was talking about what you would see when you. What did you say?
Right, you could not see a line until it had that third dimension. It would be invisible in our realm.
Yeah, you couldn't see it.
Exactly.
You couldn't even explain it in your mind.
But we use the word line as a word. That's so dumb, man. They try and take these semantic games to an extent that you don't even have anything to do with the conversation.
Yeah, I agree. There are no lines, so a horizontal line with a sextant, it's just nonsense.
Dude, you live in more fantasy than I've ever even imagined if you say that.
Jeremy said that there are no lines. So
it should be a joke.
Whatever.
Explain to him what a line is.
Yeah, congratulations.
No, we said the concept of the line. A 1D thing, that doesn't exist, right? That's what we're talking about. But you can draw a line in reality.
You can draw a line. You can have a line of string.
But the line isn't. Yeah. But the line isn't 2-dimensional. It's 3-dimensional then. If you have a string.
Oh my God. Yeah, of course.
In reality, yes.
But the concept of a line, you can think of it as 2D all you want. It's invisible. Fine. That's just a concept. That's our whole point. That's why when you say the 2D surface isn't a 2D surface, it's just your concept, the way you're explaining it. You can't hand me a 2D surface.
You can represent a line in reality. You can't have one, though, is what I was saying. Like, we could pull a string or draw a line on a paper or something that could represent a line, sure, but that's not. The lines don't exist, actually.
Yeah, the best representation.
I got to remember that when we're talking about the sextants next time.
Yeah, they make a horizontal line with it. When they make a horizontal line with a sextant.
Now you can make a line.
I mean, what do you think allows somebody to see, like, with a microscope? Like, when you're looking micro versus macro, what you're distinguishing is the space between two objects. The further you get away, everything converges into one. The closer you get, or the more you zoom in, you see space between said objects. Right.
It's perspective.
That's magnification.
Well, it has to do with perspective, angular perspective. It has to do with determining things within a finite sense based on your perception.
Yeah, you're decreasing or increasing the distance that object appears from you with a magnifying glass or a scope or whatever. That's all it is, a magnifying glass.
just distance.
So when you put on
3D closer to you.
So when you put on 3D glasses, what you're doing is you're adding space between the objects that you're viewing, and that creates dimensionality, which renders things conceptually in your mind as seeing a tangible 3D movie. But in all actuality, it's a projection on the wall. The only thing that gives you this illusion is that space and depth between objects.
I want to see an electron under a microscope. I want to.
That's actually right. Right.
We got 30,000 frames a second. We got the power to zoom as much as we want. We can make the biggest lens, compound lenses. We should be able to see the atom under a microscope by now. Let's do
it. Nope. You're asking too much of science, bro.
I'm asking too much of science. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Just believe it, please.
I mean, they talk about they know how many times, like, some shit will fucking vibrate and shit like that. Like, zoom in and show me the vibration at the atomic level. Show me, like, it's coming soon. Y'all think I'm kidding around? Like, I may be, asking for too much, but they went from whatever they had 10 years ago to now they have, tens of thousands of frames a second. Soon it's going to be 100,000 frames a second, 500,000. I mean, they're going to be able to see this stuff.
I hope so, bro. Because all we're asking for is some proof of these fantastic claims like space-time, dark matter. I hope so. I hope that they can show us something.
I mean, y'all really, when he's talking about zooming in a microscope, I mean, it is interesting, like how when we first did it to the germ level or the microorganism level, because, it's like a whole new world. So you better believe they're going to keep going into deeper and deeper worlds, right? Like, come on.
You think they're ever going to show you dark matter or dark energy?
That's some Star Trek shit right there. That's some bullshit. To me, that's just, why wouldn't it just be material? It's got to be just a material,
They say the most expensive substance right now is 1 gram of dark matter. I think it's $2 trillion or something.
I thought it was antimatter.
Is it anti? Yeah.
I think it might be antimatter.
Okay. Is that the market price or is that the production cost?
Dude, there's no...
It fluctuates on the market.
It's not possible, bro. What they're telling you is they're full of shit.
Exactly, bro. They're full of that.
I mean, we all remember you could say unicorn. You could say unicorn poop's more expensive than that. It's just you saying things.
Remember when we were all taught that whenever the antimatter touches the matter, it all ceases to exist or something? It annihilates itself, or?
Yep, yeah, that's it. Exactly that.
I mean, this was the old cartoon representation, at least. You know what I mean? And so it's
if antimatter comes in contact with matter, you have some kind of fucking explosion or not. So the question is, when I go to buy this, what are you going to have it in? What's the container going to be?
Or doesn't it have to touch like its equal and opposite part of like a matching type of matter to touch? But maybe not. I don't know.
You guys just reminded me of the white hole, right?
Oh, we love the white holes.
The black hole's sister. Yeah.
It's like a what's that thing called? A pseudosphere. You got your sphere, your pseudosphere, your black holes, your white holes, your matter, your antimatter.
Well, they figured since one takes all matter in and doesn't let it out, they figured they'll make one that doesn't let matter in, but lets matter out. But now you ask if matter doesn't go in, how could it come out? It's like they can't even get their bullshit down properly, right? Like,
Right. It's like something that just got to a point where it spews everything else away, but not itself. But like,
if they didn't,
but think of it: a region in space that doesn't allow anything in, right? That's one statement. And then in the next breath, but allow stuff out.
Well,
where's the stuff coming from? Okay, there's so many questions with this. Where's the stuff coming from? If nothing can get in it, where's the stuff coming out of it even come from?
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to straw man them. I mean, I don't know if they said it.
Hold on, there's mad questions with this, bro. Second of all, if gravity's real and this thing's got so much mass in it that shit's just constantly spewing out of it, must have a ton of mass. Why is shit not being attracted to it? It should be the opposite.
Yeah, that's another good point. Yeah.
My bad. Go ahead, Don.
Well, magnets, how do they work? I can imagine like, you know how you have the dust on the surface of the water and then you drop the soap in it and it pushes all the dust away. So, I mean, I don't know if they claim that it's bringing stuff. I could see it's something that constantly pushes stuff away, but
there's constant soap dust coming out.
Yeah, it's like it won't let it get in. But then, yeah, how did it get there? You know what I mean? Like, why this could just be
Don.
The black hole could be the white hole, and we couldn't see it, right? Because nothing would.
Listen, imagination, Don. Imagination is the most important thing, right? Einstein told us this. More important than anything else, imagination.
Bro, I don't know if you've seen the new Kids in the Hall, but they be straight roasting some science shit. The new Kids in the Hall, it'd be a fucking.
You said New Kids on the Block? I haven't heard them since the what? Late 80s, early 90s?
Kids in the Hall, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's it. That was a
funny I thought
movie.
You said New Kids on the Block.
Yeah, Kids in the Hall, Brain Candy. That was a good movie.
What about have y'all seen that Michael Myers one, the Pentaveret? It's like they're exposing the Illuminati. If you guys haven't seen this, it's good on Netflix. It's like a 5 or 6 episode miniseries, I think. And it's basically like the Illuminati and all that. They got Alex Jones in it. They got conspiracy theorists in it, and the Illuminati. And it's basically though the Illuminati is saying that they're nice guys. They're good. They're trying to help the world. You know.
I mean, you could make a case for that. Let's say Earth is really flat, but they're playing like it's a globe. They could be doing it for our own benefit. Like, what if the Tower of Babel thing was real and they don't want us going near the dome or something? Or God will fuck us all up. So they're like, yo, we got to keep these people away from the dome. We'll take control of space, Antarctica, all this shit. We'll fake it. You know what I mean? They might be doing it for our own good.
Absolutely.
And when you see the old maps, they're amazing, right? What they have down there in Antarctica. The representation that they have, like strange animals and shit like that.
Oh,
let's face it. If you told people right now we're in a dome, people would be flocking to the dome, trying to get a piece of it, crack through it. What's on the other side? You know what I'm saying? We'd be bum rushing the dome.
Yep. They got to keep the dome safe. You know. Are there Antarctic insects?
Yeah,
I never been there, so I don't know, man.
I think they claim to have these little tiny bugs that like hole up in the ice or something. I'm not sure.
They were talking about eating them insects yesterday. I wonder if they could survive on insects in Antarctica.
Well, there's extremophiles that can hang in any crazier conditions in Antarctica, I think.
I mean, if you can have mice on rocket ships in space, I wouldn't see why not.
Yeah, we seen a gopher or some shit on Mars and the duck. Something was flying through the air. So, I mean, if this shit can survive on Mars, bro, you're good.
Yo, ice in space. What would happen? What's supposed to happen when they put water outside of the ISS? Is it supposed to turn into ice? Or is it supposed to vapor? What is it?
I don't know if it's facing the sun or not.
Ooh.
So what are they saying? They're putting gas out and it's turning into ice?
Dude, I be forgetting. Yo, that's some sick shit. Because remember, they be, like you said, facing the sun. Because they make it seem like up there, really, you really get burnt with the atmosphere not protecting you. You really get burnt really bad up there. But everything's reflecting, right? That's why they don't melt.
Dude, if that was true on the Apollo 11 missions, there was times where the dudes had their visors. Okay, there's two different visors that came with the NASA thing, just a clear one, and then there was this like gold foil one that was supposed to reflect the shit.
Yeah.
Right. So, but there was a lot of times on the moon missions where they weren't rocking that shit, bro. They were straight rocking the just a clear one. They would have got burnt. They would have got roasted in that shit. Roasted, bro. Cooked like a turkey.
Did you see the guy playing with the sand on Mars with the fucking rubber glove?
No, what?
I don't know. Some
He had
video I saw.
control?
He had like a normal rubber fucking doctor's glove on, dude, playing with fucking sand on Mars and shit.
I don't know. From the rover?
I'll see if I can find it. Hold on.
I mean, there's no humans on Mars. Not that they don't even claim that. You're saying the rover did
I
it?
misheard that too.
Yeah. And where the fuck did the rover get a rubber glove from? Why would we even send a rubber glove? This has a whole string of questions within itself. Was it Matt Damon's glove when he was growing the potatoes?
Why would you get roasted if you lifted your visor, Jeremy?
Why do you think they put the gold visor on there, Blue?
Because that sunlight's very bright, but how bright is it? Do you know?
How bright is the sunlight? I don't.
Yeah.
On the moon, I wouldn't know. No.
It's actually about less than 30% brighter than what it is here on Earth.
It does cause the surface of the moon. It does cause the surface of the moon to heat up to what? 212 degrees.
I don't know the exact number. It's something like that.
Yeah, pretty hot. So what happens if the sun hits your face without no protection in between, without the reflection?
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Ow,
I mean,
that hurts.
Yeah, the visors were made for when they were facing the sun. They only raised their visors when they were looking in a different direction.
Well, I don't know if you've watched as many hours in the moon footage as I have.
All right, so
since about 1969, I bet I have.
I posted it in general text chat. Fast forward to I think it's like a minute and a half or a minute and 59 seconds.
You know, when they talk about pressure and how willy-nilly they are on the ISS, just floating around without suits. Have you guys ever seen, and shout out Rakia for this one, he sent me a video of this actor, and they send him up in a U-2 spy plane, 70,000 feet. I would suggest, and I would highly suggest both sides of the argument to watch this video, just to see what it takes for a human being just to go to 70,000 feet. That's about twice as high as a transport jet airliner. Rakia, if you're there, bro, you know what? I think I have the video. Hold on. You guys are going to blow your mind.
Did anybody watch the little clip I posted?
Which clip, bro?
General text chat. It's titled "No Way." It shows a guy supposedly playing with sand on Mars. I didn't know they had a guy on Mars, but I don't know. It could be fucking bullshit. That's why I'm wondering what you guys think.
You're talking about the movie The Martian, Taislum.
Oh, that's a clip from a movie?
I don't know. I'm just saying. So now they got people over there? Nah, I don't think so.
Wasn't Elon Musk saying he wanted to die on Mars or something?
Yeah.
So I just posted the video. Okay, I highly recommend it on both sides. And all you pressure guys that think you know stuff about pressure, I've been telling you for years and years that you guys have no clue. Just have a look. Blue, talking to you too, bro. Have a look at this video. What it takes to go 70,000 feet.
Would
blow your mind.
Do you think that there's a point of contention to where it would expose some hidden physics?
Honestly, I don't know what's going on up there, but I know what pressure does to a body, and I know that it's not a thing to be messed with, man. I'm telling you.
Well, I'll be glad to give it a watch, SC. But, you know, on several occasions back, especially back in the late 90s, they brought in U-2 and SR-71 pilots to the EAA fly-in Oshkosh. And I've had an opportunity to listen to those guys and talk to them. So I'll watch your video and then I'll comment.
Yeah, you're gonna freak, Blue. Like highly professionals. I don't think it gets better than that, man. Like
I doubt I'll freak, SC. I've listened to these guys live and in person, talked to them, shook their hands. Okay. I don't think I'll freak. Let me see.
No, not freak about the personalities. You're gonna freak about the technique, what it takes to train somebody, the oxygen they have to breathe, so on and so forth. You'll see if you watch the video, watch it and we'll have a discussion on it. And you'll see what I mean, bro. Did you know, for example, that before they go in that suit, that they have to breathe pure oxygen? Did you know that? I didn't know that. Be honest with you, I'm not trying to play the guy that knows shit, right? But I'm just saying there's so many things that are involved in this pressure stuff that you got to see the video. I mean, then we'll talk about it.
What's the opposite of pressure? Like internal pressure, like something acting externally, putting pressure internally. It would be expansion, right? It would be the opposite of that. Would be the inverse would be internal pressure pushing outward, right? And the human body isn't designed for that, let alone the geometry of what they created with their spaceships and space shuttles. Like, it's capable of withstanding external forces acting upon it quite well because of its design. But you take that same design in the inverse of conditions, and it would be ripped apart.
Yeah, like, we're so fragile, bro. If you go twice the height of a jet airliner without compression, your blood would start to boil instantly. That's 60,000 feet. Your blood would start to boil. You would die.
Yeah, well, not only that, but the function of your body wouldn't operate properly because it's required to have that internal or external force upon it. You know, that's the conditions we were designed to be within. And you invert that, and yeah, dude, you're gonna look like fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger on Total Recall when he goes to Mars.
Yeah, I was shocked. I thought I knew shit about pressure, right? But the procedure that they have to go through, like, for example, he has to breathe oxygen in a treadmill, pure oxygen, in a treadmill for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. They're jogging. Then they go, they keep the oxygen thing on them. It's like a portable unit, right? Then when they put the suit on, the part that they have to put, the upper body part, the guy, when they take off the pure oxygen, he has to hold his breath. Because if he breathes the regular oxygen, they can get the bends, like what divers get. So he has to hold his breath.
Nitrogen
they put on the top
buildup.
part, then they put the helmet on. Like it's beyond belief, man.
It would seem a little
it.
bit more efficient if they designed it kind of like they did in the movie Abyss, where they're breathing amniotic fluid, the same stuff that like you're supposedly is in your lungs when you're in your mother's womb.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's pink fluid. They had to breathe it in and first and then go and then like take it in and put the helmet on. Pink liquid. The liquid oxygen.
I heard they were testing, or at least the Russians were testing with that a couple of years ago, and they supposedly put a dog in that shit, and it was like survived or something.
What is amniotic fluid? What is that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I guess, an oxygenated fluid or something. I have no idea, man.
It's called amniated. A-M-N-I. Amniated. I don't know. I just find that weird. Those two phrases together for the liquid that you breathe out of your mom's. That's weird. But go ahead. I just wonder what it is. You know what I mean? Like actually what that liquid is.
When a baby is in the mother's womb, they say that I guess it breathes that fluid.
No, I want to know what that fluid is. Can I have some right now and like drink some to breathe it?
Good question.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, what's that material and why can't we use it for other stuff? Like what?
I have no clue. I just saw a thing on it. I have no clue.
Right. But how come the government's the only one that can use it? Like, okay, our guys want to go down in the water. Okay, let's use amniotic fluid. Like, huh? It's weird to me. And if it's liquid oxygen, then what does that really even mean? If oxygen is a gas and liquid's not a, like,
just think fish. You have your answer.
Yeah, exactly. Just the property. It might be a saline solution with like a certain amount of salt in it that you can breathe.
I'll look it up. Hold on.
Yeah, something. Yeah, it's got to be something weird. I remember the movie. I watched the movie where the dude took it and went down into the ocean. I remember that. I watched that movie when I was younger. And I was thinking, what is that pink fluid? And if you can breathe it in, then you could probably do it all the time anywhere in the water, not just to the bottom depth. Like the world's longest diver.
Google says that. It says this fluid serves as a cushion for the growing fetus, but also serves to facilitate the exchange of nutrients, water, and biochemical products between mother and fetus. Let's see. Let's see if it's breathable. Can adults actually breathe amniotic fluid? This is from Reddit, so who fucking knows? Somebody's posted, no, you can't. It's primarily water. To aid in development of the lungs. No oxygen is actually absorbed through the lungs in this way. The oxygen comes from gas exchange to the placenta and through an umbilical cord.
Gas exchange. To the placenta.
But that's freaky, right? Though you gotta admit, either way, if it comes through the umbilical cord or through the breathing, you gotta admit, we grow in liquid. We grow in liquid.
Right, and
there's a thing called liquid. There's a thing called liquid breathing, which is a form of respiration in which normally air-breathing organisms breathe an oxygen-enriched liquid such as perfluorocarbon rather than being air. It's capable of holding large amounts of oxygen and CO2. Gas exchange can occur. Oh shit! It says
the placenta is the thing they take out when you you're born. They take that thing out, right? The other thing, they take that out, don't they?
I think that's what we're encapsulated in, right? That part.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
It's the part we eat off of. Like they take that and rush it out of the room. Have you ever seen that? I've had 4 kids.
It says here, liquid breathing has also been proposed for use in deep diving and space travel. Despite some recent advances in liquid ventilation, a standard mode of application has not yet been established.
Maybe that's why they're breathing liquid and having liquid problems up there. Maybe it's amniotic fluid. But they take the placenta or whatever that is and they rush it out of the room and they use it. They don't throw that away. What do they do with all those? What do they do with that super phenomenal thing that supposedly feeds us when we're inside something and not getting any air? Pretty weird, right? Like we start from a liquid in our mom and an umbilical cord, so we get the energy in a liquid, and we're in a liquid. Pretty weird. Like a frog, so you come out and breathe air. We're just like baby tadpoles. We're amphibious.
We went down. We went into the water. We started off up in the air, the other way pressure, which is in a way similar, but like in reverse.
Right, which would mean that the body's functions, the organs and stuff wouldn't function as normal because it has to have that external pressure acting upon it to have certain functions.
Yeah, think about it. Water is the demarcation point. That's where we're meant to be. Anywhere we go under the water, we have problems, and when we start going up from the water, we have problems with pressure. So we're like a fragile little creature, right? We're designed to live in a certain area upon whatever this is that we live upon.
Pretty much.
That's why when you talk to ballers about the Tor system, they say, "Oh, come on, SC. It's only from 0 to 1. Come on, you don't know the difference?" Yeah, I think it's you guys that don't know the difference.
Amniotic. It sounds like it has something to do with nitrogen. Like AM, night, neo. Yeah. Neo. Hey, Neo. AM, Neo. Otic sac. Amniotic sac. That's weird. It's just so weird, the words. Umbilical cord, right? So if you get the energy from the fluid, what do you need an umbilical cord for if it's giving you energy? Something not going on right.
That's why it's called the miracle of life. Nobody has a clue.
Well, I'm just saying, like the umbilical cord thing makes sense.
Well,
yeah,
that was funny
makes
yesterday,
sense.
D-Monk, when you called that biblical cord fucking jumper cable.
Yeah, that's what it is, buddy.
This shit was fun.
I mean, it's no different. It's a jumper cable to give you your first jump start. That's what it is. I mean, you got to pay attention to simple things, but things are simply what it is. It's the starting cord that gave you your energy from your mama. The jumper cable.
Think of the transition between fluid to air. When the baby first comes out, lungs filled with fluid, right? Filled with fluid. And then that first exhaustion of the fluid, and then the first breath.
It's a big one. First, they're like almost black, and they go, rah. And then they gain their color, and they'll come out black almost like they're charcoal, like a, I don't know, it's weird. And then you look, and then like a couple seconds they start gaining their color.
They're really that dark, really?
Yeah.
I don't know. My kid wasn't black, bro. Sorry.
My oldest.
My kids came out gray, dude.
Well, she came out like black in color, like almost purple. You know what I mean? Like no breath. Like she was so like.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and then she took her first breath, and then she was like got all her color back. I was like, okay. Yeah, I don't actually mean their color. I mean like just the coloring they are when they come out. Like if you hold your breath, you like a certain tint of red. Or...
I hope Blue's watching the video. He's deafened. I'm really interested in his take.
Well, they say everything's nitrogen that we're in right now, 73%. Isn't that weird? So, like, actually, like I told you, you're breathing oxygen.
You got a really bad connection, bro.
Yeah, see, how'd you like in the video where they were going up in altitude? They'd show like, okay, you're at 30,000 feet, you're at 40,000 feet, you're at 50,000 feet, you're at 60,000 feet, you're at 66,000 feet, 600. You're at 70,000. Like they had to put that 66.6 in there. And then right after that, they mentioned the curvature of the Earth, which you can't see in a picture, like which you can't see when you're looking behind him. And then they post a globe cartoon on the screen. Amazing, bro.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
So you guys heard about Don's circle of light thing?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
So what if this whole 2D versus 3D perspective ties in with that?
Oh, don't start that again, bro. There's no such thing as 2D, bro. Come on.
I understand 2D is a concept, but that's how our mind works is conceptually. Like we conceptualize in order to determine and distinguish fiction from fact. And that's how our brain works, and that's why Jeremy was telling you we can be duped. Our eyes can trick us. It's the brain that has to determine the final outcome of what it is we're perceiving.
I can agree with that.
Yeah. So what if what we're saying is accurate in the sense that we perceive things face on for what they are, meaning we can't see the sides or back sides of whatever it is if it's not facing us, right? And with that being said, what if this whole circle of light thing, creating this illusion of a spherical thing only being two-dimensional is just kind of playing into the illusion?
I don't know. I can't buy into the 2D stuff. I'm sorry, bro. If you're asking me, I just can't do it.
All right. Well, let's invert it this way. Let's assume we see in 3D. What would it mean to see in 2D?
It would mean you would have to suspend reality and go into fantasy.
Or optical illusion.
Well, yeah, like we couldn't create an optical illusion to agree the difference, to distinguish the difference, right? Like have an image that would be what we could agree on being 2D versus an image being 3D, and then make the comparison. Because I mean, you do realize we have movies that are in 3D, right? Which would only imply that the original format of the movie would be 2D.
It's like I said earlier, I'm sitting here, I'm holding a glass, right? I can see my thumb in front of the glass. I look through the glass, I see the palm of my hand. Is that 2D or 3D?
You're talking transparency. We haven't gotten there yet.
No, but somebody said earlier you can't see your house in 3D because you can't see the back of it. But if I'm looking through a glass, can I see the back of the glass?
Yeah, but again, like you're talking about something that's transparent. Like that's no different than saying I'm looking through the window of the front of my house and I'm seeing my backyard. Like no one's gonna disagree with that. That's not the point of contention here. Like again, like I ask you, what's the difference between a 3D movie versus a regular movie?
I think what they do is they set the glasses up so that you have an image that comes in the foreground and an image that comes in the background. That gives you more of a 3D look, because most of the time our eyes can pan up, down, left, and right, but can't go from foreground to background very easily. The foreground to background gives you that.
You broke up a little bit there. I don't know if you were finished, but
it's for the foreground.
Either way,
yeah.
Yeah, I got that. But either way, like we could all agree that a 3D movie doesn't make it reality because it's 3D, right? Like we're still seeing this projection that appears to be realistic, or at least more realistic because of the whole way it's like you described foreground from background, but in the same sense, it isn't really tangible. It's only being perceived as such. And this is why I say there is a difference between 2D movies and 3D movies, in the same sense as, you know, how the eye works, seeing two-dimensionally for what's in front of it. The only way you can actually determine that something is three-dimensional, without just assuming that the light being casted and the shadows created gives it its 3D appearance, is the fact that you have legs to walk and gain another vantage of perspective to decode it, having more. There's more surface there than meets the eye, giving it the extra depth and volume needed to distinguish 3D from 2D.
It's hard to go from foreground to background, and that's why vision is so 2D, because it's just easier to pan left, right, up, and down. But foreground to background is a real pickle. You can't really do that without splitting the image.
Right. So I don't know if you just got here, but I was asking if everyone's seen Don's circle of light discussion about how light, you know, works on a surface like that. Have you heard him talking about that at all?
No, I don't think so. Like we see in a 360 circle of light or something like that.
Yeah, if you can see. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, if you can see if you can turn around in 360 degrees, right, and you see pretty much the same distance, and that might not be the case by a little bit here or there, but if you can relatively see in the same distance all around you in that circle, you're seeing a circle. So if you come up off of circle, it appears to be curved. Like once you elevate, if you're looking head on with a circle, if you're right on the surface and you're looking at a circle, it's going to look flat, like a straight line essentially.
That does make sense.
But then when you raise up off it, it would start to appear to curve.
So you're saying that there's a circular aspect?
I've never done it to scale. Me and Brandon did it a long time ago. We never did it to scale, though. We would just make a circle and then raise up off it. I'd love to see it done to scale as far as like what we see on Earth. Like when we raise up, you got your horizon at 3 miles if you're 6 foot, but then when you raise up, that circle expands, and now you see a wider circle. We never did that part of it. We never took it that far to scale it, but I'd love to see it scaled.
So you're saying that there's a circular aspect to vision where, we're seeing in some sort of flat circle that could be misinterpreted maybe as a sphere or something like that?
That you would get curved. You would get curved if Earth is flat.
Well, and hold on. You would get an appearance of curve. Let's be hyper specific.
Yeah, if Earth is flat and you can see in a circle of vision around you, you would as you come up off the surface, you would start to appear to see apparent curve, not actual curve.
Well, the main difference is the horizon would tend to accompany you as you rise up more and more. On a real circle, it would drop immediately.
I think Don was pointing out a perpendicular perspective rather than like such an acute angle. Like he was talking about, like if you could get high up above the surface and look down, the light would give this spherical.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. So
a circle on a flat surface would appear to curve as you come up off it. Yeah, appear to curve. You got to make sure you put that in there. Yeah, not actual.
Exactly.
That's very important. That part. Yeah.
And that's why he's saying it's the new black swan, because it's about physical versus apparent.
I think this even leads to a sound.
You keep cutting short, Lemon.
Can't stand this push to talk. Maybe that's why you see that fake curvature in Soundly's picture from Pontchartrain. It appears to curve downward because of this circle of, flat circle of vision. Partially because you're so low to the ground with all those refractive effects.
I would say
that's real curve. We're on tiny Earth, tiny ball Earth.
Yeah, and I would say due to the atmosphere, not the circle of light.
There's obviously a lot of stuff going on. Especially the farther we look, the more stuff happens. Right.
Well,
maybe the circle of light has some play in it. Yeah, I'm not saying no right offhand.
But we're so low to the ground. If we're 6 feet off the ground, we're going to have a nice even circle up to 6 feet. But as we know visually, as you go further and further in the distance, more and more stuff is crammed, especially from the top down into our visual field. From the bottom up, it bottoms out at 6 feet. So this could be simulated by the eye trying to see further than this even, symmetrical 6 foot zone by stuff appearing to quote unquote curve downward with, the right refractive, conditions, because more and more stuff is being crammed top down into our visual field. And the eye may represent this over, Lake Pontchartrain or something like that as a deceptive curve downward if you're, close enough to the ground. It's like the bottom half of your vision from the ground up is only showing you 6 feet of information. But from the top down, after a certain distance, it starts from the top down as being 6 feet of information, then 12 feet of information, 24 feet of information, a mile of information. This uneven pairing may be interpreted by the eye as a curve downward.
Good video. Thanks for digging that up.
The closest I could give is yet again, life is short. But I don't think he goes into a curve downward. He just talks about the distance from bottom up versus top down, and stuff like that. These are, I guess, new principles we're getting into, how the eye represents stuff. But if you're talking about people who blue that reproduce the effect that you see with Soundly, there was some.
You cut yourself off, Len.
But you could simulate the effect, Mr. Blue, by stacking a bunch of dominoes and just kind of shifting them over to the left a little bit. And then when you get closer to the table, you get a deceptive curve downward. So based off of being able to reproduce the effect, perhaps Lake Pontchartrain is similar with a slight curve to the left. I think Lake Pontchartrain does have a little shift over to the left or the right that could be giving us, fake swamp gas curvature.
That was a good video, Essay. Thanks for bringing, digging that one up. Haven't seen that one before.
What'd you think, Blue?
That's an amazing piece of technology.
Yep. You see the oxygen part?
Yeah.
Kind of makes you really think about pressure, huh?
It's pretty sensible. Actually, they don't want to maintain the cabin pressure at 14.7, so you get away from
that. You hear the different
breathing pure oxygen.
What do you guys looking
at?
Rakia found this cool picture of a U-2 spy plane, and this actor, they took him up to 70,000 feet. I posted it in live stream text.
Yeah, I've seen the real thing and talked to the real pilots a couple of times at Oshkosh. One year there was a UT driver and an SR-71 driver. They didn't fly the SR-71 in there. But one year they did bring a U-2. Now, that's not the original U-2. That thing's been highly modified since the original was built by Kelly Johnson back in the 50s. But it's quite a bit bigger.
Yeah, they took, I believe it was another plane, the fuselage, cut off the wings, and started off like that, expanding the wings. Yeah, that's a remarkable piece of technology for sure.
Yeah, I think the fuselage is similar to an F-104.
Yeah, I think that was the one. Yeah.
I remember the UT guy one year. I remember this. I'll always remember this because it was funny as hell. He said, people ask me what it's like to fly the U-2. And I tell them this: put on a pair of coveralls, wet your pants, put a fishbowl on your head, and sit in a dark closet for about 8 hours. That's what it's like.
Yeah. See the part where they, well, it's too gross, forget about it. But you know what I'm talking about when you have to relieve yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do what you got to do.
And then you have Jeff Bezos and the boys just laughing it up, dancing around, having a great old time, huh? Yeah. At 60 miles.
Huh?
Just a little food for thought there.
What's 60 miles?
Well, they went up to 61 or 2. One of them, I forget which one. Was it Bezos? I think it was Bezos.
Yeah.
And the other ones went to 50, and they were arguing who actually went into space. They had an argument about that.
Yeah, it's about the Kármán line. It gets interpreted different ways.
Yeah, 50 for the U.S. Air Force and 60 for everybody else.
Well, know about that. You're talking about miles. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's probably right in miles.
Yeah, the headquarters is here in Montreal, believe it or not. The rulers of that.
They got 3D movies up there in Montreal?
Sorry?
Do they ever play 3D movies at the theaters over there by you?
Yep.
So that's a thing, right?
Yep.
What do you think the difference is between that 3D versus the regular version?
That's a very good question. I was thinking about it when somebody brought it up.
The depth is exaggerated because if you look at it without the glasses, it looks distorted.
Yeah, but why would they have a 3D movie to begin with, like versus just a regular movie? Like it has to do with how the eye works, right? Creating those effects gives it that depth and that volume and that separation between the object
It
on the
exaggerates
screen.
the depth so we can more make it out because our eyes don't make out depth as good as like distance, judging distance away from you. We don't do that well as humans because our eyes don't see the depth as well. So it has to be exaggerated and you have to put on special glasses to see it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we have a fairly good idea of average sizes of certain things that we've experienced, right? And with that, we can render the distance.
Okay, let me give you an example, a real world example, okay? I'm sitting here in my truck. The closest telephone to me, they're round poles, right? I can see the roundness, right? Reality is I can go up and touch and feel them and measure them. I know they're round. The one further away, I don't see it as much as a round object. It starts to flatten out, starts to become 2D appearing. The one way down the street, I can't tell if it's a circle or not, but I know it is.
Right. So, and with that, you can make a guesstimation as to how far away something is.
No, but our eyes can't see that depth perception, especially in distance. When we get closer to it, it's better and better. So we can focus better, so we can see things more clear. The intelligent designer thought it'd be more practical to make us see things clearer, closer to us, because that's when we would be in more need of it. Stay out of danger, survival. And the distant objects, we don't need to know the depth as much or be able to perceive the depth as much, but we can, in reality, perceive it and go up to it and measure it and do all that. Yeah.
Well, now, I'm not going to disagree with that. I mean,
yeah, well, that's what we're talking about.
But the whole point. Well, what I'm talking about is how our eyes work, 2D versus 3D, and that's why I brought up the point between a regular movie versus a 3D movie. And there's two different types of movie formats that you can watch it in due to the fact that the eye perceives it one way. And that's why I asked, like, then if you're going to stand on the hill where we see 3D, then what does it mean? Regular movie versus 3D movie?
I just explained it to you in a real world application. I'm sitting here in my truck looking at poles. The closer one I'm seeing in 3D.
Yep.
The one further away, I'm still seeing in 3D. Hang on. I just can't make out the depth of that 3D as good as I can of the one closer.
You have two eyes and they see a slightly different image. And you can check that by covering one eye and then covering the other eye and switching back and forth. And you will see that the image jumps left to right if you do that. And so your brain interprets the difference in image, interprets it as distance. Things further away will have less of a difference.
That depends on distance too, and what you're looking at. The two eyes gives you a better peripheral vision, and it helps you focus, and it does create that 3D image. If both eyes are working perfectly together, you have 20/20 vision, let's say, or better vision than someone who only has one eye.
Rocky, it's 20 degree coming into focus. You got one eye and another eye, seeing like the little side version of what the other eye sees. That's how you have the depth perception. The white is saying 20 and 20. Yep.
And they're coming in at the center, like at the bridge of your nose. That's why if you focus, you can see the bridge of your nose, just like in the movie The Jerk, when he put that grabbing thing in front of the eyes, and the eyes were attracted to it, and people became cross-eyed. You can't have anything right there in front of you because your eyes are focused perfectly outwards and then bringing everything into the center where your brain is interpreting it. But depth perception is a trouble.
Through electrical continuity that it's interpreting it. Here's another question. If our eyes have a rounded thing and they're so super round, wouldn't they have trouble seeing flat stuff? Wouldn't it warp the flat stuff?
I think our eyes are around to help us focus.
Right, but there's a flat part in there too that nobody's paying attention to. That's what I want to pay attention to.
And you can squint, like when you squint, you can change your focal length. I hope I'm saying that right, but squinting changes your view. I think it's focal length.
It's just the lens, I think, and if the lens doesn't distort flat things into round things, it's okay. And even if it makes it curved, I think your brain will probably fix it.
Yeah, I mean, technically the eye perceives things inverted, and it's the brain that recodes it right side up. And that's how you get like vertigo situations. But
So what do you think
again,
about the flat parts in the eye? There's flat parts in there too. What do you think about that?
Yeah, the point I was trying to make
really know,
is
like, I just want to say who's dissected the eye to know exactly the inner layers of it and like watch them, be taken apart.
well, I think I've dissected an eyeball once in school. I think it was a cow eye.
Yeah, I've done a fish eye. Cow eye? That'd be cool.
I heard you dissect male brown eyes.
You're so goofy. No, I don't do that.
But the whole point is that the human eye perceives things for face value of what is in front of it, which would be considered a two-dimensional representation. That's my whole point of contention.
I want to know about the cones and rods too. What do those have to play if our eyeball is just a round thing? Don't we supposed to have cones and rods in it?
Yeah, I think it has to do with color and light. Like the cones is the light and the rods is the color, if I'm not mistaken.
So a pyramid.
Supposedly there's like 7 parts to the human eye, but recently they discovered an 8th part prior to the cornea or in between it. Something
The
rather.
flatnea. Probably called a flat layer to the eye.
Yo, yo, yo. So many of you here know it's talking.
What's up, Nate? Yo, you think we see in 3D? Do you think we see in 3D or no?
What do you mean seeing 3D?
When we see something, do we see it in 3D or do we just see a 2D, like a not 3D image of it?
Doesn't 3D have to be around the object, Jeremy? I mean, like to be like back, like in space to see a ball. Like, is that 3D or is that 2D? You're only seeing one side of everything. Can you see? I mean, what's that mean? Is that a definition for like how many other sides you can see of it, and that's it? Like, if you only see one half of something that has depth, then what? I mean, that should answer this.
But what do you mean? Do we see in 3D?
Yeah, I mean that's what I want to know.
Like, are you saying like the image from light reaches our eyes in 2D, or we project what we see as 3D?
What you see when you look at something, you have an image of it in your head, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, is that 2D or 3D?
The image in my head, I mean,
what you see, yeah.
I could imagine something in my head in 3D or 2D.
Well,
I would say this, Jeremy.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I would say this. Yeah, I would say this. When the photons reach your eyes and they hit your retina,
your surface,
your retina's taking in that visual information, that optical info as 2D. But then I would say, because we have two eyes, our eyes work in such a way that they take that information and project it as a 3D image.
It's 2D squared.
That's what I would say.
Yeah.
So you're saying you could. So you're saying you could. I could show you something and you would know.
Agrees with me.
That's good. So yeah, I could show you something and you would know that if it's 3D or 2D, right?
But what do you mean by if it's 3D or 2D? There's no such thing in our observable reality as 2D objects. The problem is we receive information optically in 2 dimensions, and then we project it as a 3D image. But that's just how our eyes work, and we know that our eyes are limited, and our eyes don't really give us the true nature of reality.
Yeah, and the true nature of reality is 3D, right? The true nature of reality is 3D, right?
Some people say it's 4D. Some people say it's 3 dimensions of space and a dimension of time. Yeah.
This is where the wolves is going to eat you up on that one.
All right, cool, man. They can eat me up, but I'm just answering your question, Jeremy. What do you think? Do you think we see 2D or 3D?
We definitely don't see in 3D.
So what are we seeing?
Not 3D. I don't know, but if we saw in 3D.
But how do you know it's not 3D if you don't know?
I'm going to tell you how we know right now, and this is definitive proof for why you can't see in 3D. Because have you ever seen those images people will draw to where you can't tell if it's the actual image or just to where you can't tell if it's the actual object or just an image of a 2D representation of the object? You ever see that? And then sometimes the guy will swipe a pen over it and the object either will move because it was a real object, or it was just a 2D thing and a pen will swipe right over it. You ever see that?
Oh yeah. Like those are like tricks of the eye. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Like a realistic drawing.
Yeah, the realistic.
Yeah, like someone, like for example, someone draws half a sphere, and they tell you it's half a sphere, but when you go and touch it, it's just a flat circle, something like that. Yeah.
You don't know if it's the actual object or just a 2D representation of the object. So you swipe a pen or go to touch it, right? Exactly. So therefore, that's. Hold on, Demo. I'm almost done.
Okay, I'll wait.
I know you're all antsy again. Give me 2 seconds. So that's the proof to why we can't see in 3D. Because if we could see in 3D, you would know. It wouldn't be a guess. The guy wouldn't have to swipe the pen over it. You would just see it and be like, oh, that's 3D. You know what I mean? There wouldn't be an illusion there. Yes, it's an illusion, but it wouldn't be an illusion if you could actually see in 3D. Because you would know it's a 3D object.
then we're saying the same thing, Jeremy. Our eyes ain't able to tell the true nature of reality, so it can be tricked by
we don't see in
illusions.
3D, yes, because we don't see in 3D.
Well, because of how we see. That thing could be 4 or 5D and you wouldn't be able to tell. It's not just that it's 3D. It's not to say the third dimension is special. That thing could be a lot of different dimensions. Yeah, spatial dimensions.
Spatial dimensions. There's only 3 spatial dimensions. There's not 5.
No, there's only 3. There's only 3 spatial dimensions that we can see and interact in.
Yeah.
So our senses don't allow us to see. Because I'm trying to prove my point, Jeremy, that our senses are limited and they cannot interact or detect these other dimensions. So whether it's 3D, 4D, 5D, there's nothing special about 3D. 3D is just a good example to use because it's the easiest one to do. Because I don't know who can really draw.
We're just talking about spatial dimensions. There's only 3.
Does is it shows us that our senses do not interpret the real nature of reality. We can be fooled, tricked. We can be made to believe.
Yeah, because we don't see in 3D. Yeah, if we could see in 3D that thing where it's a 2D, sometimes it's a 2D drawing or sometimes it's the actual 3D object. If we saw in 3D, that wouldn't be a trick because we would know. We'd be like, oh, look, that thing's I can see in 3D. So I can tell that that thing is 3D or it's not 3D.
Yeah, Jeremy, I totally agree with you, bro. But what I'm saying is it doesn't end there. You know, because you making it sound like 3D is special, like it's the only dimension we can't see in. And I'm trying to tell you it's not just 3D, but 3D is the best example to use. You know, it just basically says that our senses are limited and our brain has to come up with tricks, clever ways to try and be consistent and coherent in our interpretation of reality. So if your brain sees a 3D pen, but it looks 2D, or it sees like an object, and it can't decide whether it's 2D or 3D, your brain is going to try and make a judgment call based on past experiences, right? It'll try and say, okay, I see this pen. I don't know if it's 3D or 2D, but because it's on a piece of paper, because it looks like a drawing, I'm going to make the best guess and say it's 2D. Then you go and actually pick up the pen. And your brain realizes, oh shit, I was fooled. It's actually 3D.
The point of contentions is about the eye alone. I mean, I agree with you completely on what you're saying about the eye having to distinguish and decode things based on experience and information. And when it's limited, it's very hard to determine, 2D versus 3D images, something being a drawing versus being a 3-dimensional actual pen or an object. So the point of contention is within the eye alone.
It's the whole point of the...
But that happens to all of you. Oh, sorry, Rakia. So sorry.
What's the whole point of the angular resolution? The angle changes of the physical 3D object, and your brain starts interpreting because of the angle and the information that's getting back to you in a 2D way. But reality is that it's a 3D object. The angle just changed. It gets squished, so it gets turned into a flat object instead of a 3D object. But it's still 3D. I don't get what y'all are saying. Y'all are saying reality is basically all 3D, but our brain is, our eyes are seeing in 2D. No, it's seeing in 3D. We're interpreting most things in 3D until we're fooled.
Yeah,
because reality is 3D.
No,
reality is 3D. Which part? Which part do you disagree with?
I disagree with the eye perceiving 3-dimensionally. The eye perceives 2D just like a snapshot of a camera taking an image.
So let me get this straight. You think the world is 3D, but the eyes are interpreting or being fooled to be 3D. That it's actually seeing in 2D. That's ridiculous. It's the opposite way around. The eyes are seeing in 3D, and sometimes you're fooled to think it's 2D.
No, if you could see in 3D though, you wouldn't get fooled because you would be able to see it. You could be like, oh, I can see 3D, so this 2D image ain't gonna fool me because I can see 3D.
Okay, Jeremy, let's reverse that. So we're seeing in 2D, but we're being fooled to think it's 3D. That's ridiculous.
I don't know what to tell you. I mean, my point
Well, I don't know what
stands.
to tell you. You're saying we're seeing that object in 2D and are being tricked to think that it's 3D when in actuality it is 3D. That's ridiculous.
You ever been to a 3D movie versus a regular movie?
Oh my God! Did you just ask me that again?
Well, I don't understand why you're so perplexed.
Yeah.
Upon all
Do you remember my answer earlier? Take off the glasses.
Yeah, but you're not.
Yeah,
the
hang on. I was almost
focused,
done.
I know, but
Take
you're
off the.
long-winded,
Yeah, I'm
and I
still
never got to
almost
make my
done with
point
the
last
same
time.
question you asked me.
on,
Answer.
guys.
Jesus Christ, yeah, but I never got to make my point. I heard your
Christ,
point.
yes, you did. Have you ever been to a 3D movie? The same question you asked me about 10 minutes ago.
On the background
My
instead of
same
foreground.
answer, if you don't interrupt, is going to be yes. You have to put on special glasses which magnify the effect that they're creating because you can't see that close up in a 2D rendering is good. You're seeing in 3D, but you can't see that on the screen as well. So they have to magnify it, and you have to wear special glasses.
Not magnified.
To trick your brain into seeing in the 3D.
Bro, you're going on for very long times, man.
I know, but he's
I'm
done with you. I'm done with you, man. If you're going to interrupt me the whole time and say I drowned on, that's crazy, man.
Just hold on.
You're
He's almost done.
You're talking about
just
putting
let
on
him
magnifying
finish.
glasses, bro.
Guys, just let him finish and then respond after, please.
He's talking about putting on magnifying glasses. That's not what you do, man.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Now you're twisting my words. I said you have to put on 3D glasses, which help enhance the effect that your brain can't do on its own. We don't see that type of rendering that well. Just like I told you about the poles in distance. They're making the effect greater.
That's the point I'm trying to make. You're focused on the background rather than the foreground, and that was the whole point that Lemonbird was making in the difference of watching 3D versus 2D.
You're trying to make a movie
point that out to you.
You're trying to make a movie screen like you're outside in reality. You're not. You're indoors in a fantasy world. It's a man-made video of what they interpret as.
Why are you getting so upset, bro?
Because they're trying to make it look like reality, and you're having to put on glasses to make it look 3D, when all you got to do is go out into the reality and see in 3D. You don't need glasses outside. You only need glasses inside a movie theater when it's being projected as reality. It's not reality. Jesus.
Yeah, so you're saying you would definitely be able to tell the difference between an actual 3D object, like say we had a battery on a piece of paper or something, and a drawing, a 2D representation of the battery, right? Because we can see in 3D. So you're saying you would be able to spot that every time.
I'm sorry, I was reading the text. Was that to me?
Yeah, I mean, if we can see in 3D, then you would be able to tell which is an actual 3D object or a representation of a 3D object, right? Like you wouldn't get fooled.
When the distance is right and the angles are right, or when you're not being fooled. Did you hear my representation of reality of the telephone poles, the one closer up? That's a round pole. You can see the roundness, the depthness better than the one in the distance. The one in the distance looks flat, 2D, but it's not. You're just being fooled because of the distance.
I know, but when we draw that thing,
but what?
You're focused on the background again instead of the foreground, which is what we're talking about.
I'm focusing on both grounds. What we're seeing.
The one closer because you have a better angular resolution. The point is, you wouldn't be able to get fooled if you could see in 3D. You would never get fooled. I realize it's an illusion. That thing I keep bringing up.
I hear what you're saying, Jeremy. You can only be fooled if you see in 2D. You can only be fooled if you're seeing in 2D.
I'm saying if you can see in 3D, then you wouldn't get fooled because you would be able to see it and be like, no, that's not a 3D object. I can tell.
You can't see everything in 3D.
3D means seeing around the back of it, Jeremy. What do you mean?
I don't get it, man.
Dude, there's an illusion where a guy
that's not what 3D means.
There's an illusion where a guy will
see the back of someone's head when they're facing you.
If we're going to see something different, see 3D, what is 3D compared to what we see now? If I see the front of this house and I only see the front wall of this house, now what am I seeing in right now?
3D means there should be 3 spatial dimensions, so there should be some sort of depth. And the problem is our perception of not third-person view. Our perception of depth is very limited. That's why the eyes need to work together to create this illusion of depth. So what Rakia is saying is sort of true. The further away something is, the harder it is to determine depth. That's why if you look at two stars in the sky, it's hard to determine which one is further away and which one is closer. But that's part of the illusion. That's a part of it. It's not the only point, but it's part of it.
Yeah, the only way we really perceive depth is dependent upon how the light is being casted upon something, and that's kind of what gives you the impression that something's further or closer to a large degree. But that's not everything. I mean, there's other variables that go in with that, depending on angular size.
It's part of
all
it.
this and such.
Yeah.
So I agree with part of what Rakia was saying to a large extent, but as far as how the eye works, like it perceives similar to a camera, how a camera only has one perspective. It's until you walk and gain another vantage of perception, then you can distinguish something has volume and depth to it in its entirety, not just perceived to be, depending on how that light's illuminating and casted upon that object. So what Jeremy is trying to say, that this is how we can be tricked due to the fact that we don't see volume and depth other than what we're given with illumination.
You mean a glow?
No, like the angle of light hitting an object and the intensity of that light, like the shadow created by the sphericity or dimension of that object, like all of that plays into volume and dimensionality, which can be interpreted as a 3D object. But again, the eye, that's up to the brain. The brain does all that decoding, but the eye itself only perceives for face value being two-dimensional. And that's how you're fooled with.
Can you be tricked if I draw something on like a ball? Can you be tricked and think that that's flat?
The thing is,
yeah, I can show you 4 objects.
Can I get an answer to this question before you just jump to everything?
Yeah, I'm giving you
on the edge of a ball. Does it look flat to you guys?
Depends how that image is represented.
Ball?
A picture on the ball.
Yeah.
I draw a pencil picture on a ball. You get back. Does it look flat to you?
Does what look flat? The ball or the image you drew on the ball?
The image I drew on the ball, man. Stay with me. The image I drew
could look flat.
On the ball. I got a white ball.
It could look flat. It could look flat. It could look 3D.
On it. I draw Mickey Mouse on the ball. Big Mickey Mouse on the ball.
If you gave that Mickey Mouse shading and lighting, it could look 3D.
Well, I wonder what it really would look like. I know what our opinion is, but like in actuality, when you got the ball sitting there and you got the picture on it, can it ever look not round?
Well, you would probably have to do it.
And the reason I'm pointing this out is how come we can take a flat surface and trick you for any shape or image or shade and trick you with any type of art, conventional type of like look to make you think it's 3D or flat or 1 dimension, 2 dimension, or 3 dimension on a flat piece of paper? Can you do the same on a round ball?
Yeah, the reason why you get tricked is because you're not seeing in 3D. We all agree that there's images that give the appearance of 3D, and we can't tell whether it's 3D or 2D till we touch it, right? So do you agree with that, Rakia?
Well,
I believe
here's
it's
the thing, Jeremy.
Yeah, but okay, what I'm seeing right now, the car next to me, my own car, my hand, my phone, is that 3D? Am I seeing that in 3D, or am I seeing that 2D and being fooled to make it look like 3D?
No, you're not being fooled.
You're seeing it 2-dimensionally, bud.
Okay, but I'm seeing 3 dimensions.
You're seeing 3 dimensions because your brain is decoding it into the 3rd dimension.
Damn it,
due
man!
to all these other
talking
aspects.
about being fooled. Your brain has to be the one doing that. So am I being fooled that it's 3D, or am I being fooled that it's 2D under special cases?
The whole thing is you wouldn't be getting fooled.
Well, I'm done. All right, I'm done.
The main thing is you can't see from foreground to background without losing focus. So on that level, you tend to see in 2D. And when you try to add a three-dimensional aspect to your vision by seeing from foreground to background, things lose focus. They split. You tend to lose the image. That's all.
The fact you're being fooled. The fact you're being fooled tells you that you can't see in 3D, because if you could, you wouldn't get fooled in the first place. You would never get fooled.
What's being fooled? My brain? The interpretation, right?
The image you're seeing it's a trick. Yeah.
My brain is tricking me into seeing 3D.
Are you capable of not getting upset?
Are you kidding? I'm having this conversation. I'm sorry if you can't handle it. I'm seeing the truck next to me. Shut up if you don't want to talk to me. I'm seeing the truck next to me as 3D. Is my brain fooling me, or is that truck actually 3D?
The truck is actually
3D, yes.
Then I'm seeing in 3D. Thank you. My brain is interpreting 3D.
We are seeing a 3D world, Ricky, and nobody disagrees with that, but it's how the eye appears to process images. There appears to be a highly 2D component to it because we can pan left, right, and up and down in a 2D fashion with no issue, but foreground to background with that third dimensional component is a bit of a problem. The image tends to split, you tend to lose focus, that's all.
Yeah, and the distance. Special cases, like when you lose, when your angle changes. Yeah, I agree. When your angle changes, you're fooled.
Is anybody looking at the text chat at all? The surface of the eyeball is a rounded object. The surface, the surface, front surface, little clear part, that's the part that allows you the perception of depth because it's round. If it was a flat surface, you would never have any perception of depth on your eyes, either, no matter how many you had. Do you understand that? If you had flat eyeballs, you would never have a three-dimensional view or anything other than a flat view of a 1D or whatever you see. So now, since it's rounded, you get the rounded part from a focus point all the way out like a pyramid almost. It's a rounded pyramid, your eye. And it's doing, the pyramid does the same thing, splits it and refracts it. So does your rounded part of your clear eye. And it makes you see the 3D portion from the outside shadowing of the center port. Does that, I mean, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that was brilliant. The thing is, you only see the 3D image from other clues, shadows. You can fake that on a two-dimensional piece of paper, a two-dimensional representation of that object, and it would trick you into thinking that thing is 3D when it's really not.
You can trick the brain. Yeah, nobody.
Your eyeball is out slightly, Jeremy, from your head. It's not.
You're saying I'm being tricked, though. You're saying I'm being tricked right now when I'm looking at my phone.
Not saying that. No, I'm not saying that because
I'm seeing in 3D. It's a 3D phone. I'm holding it.
Yes, but if you did see in 3D though, that trick that I keep talking about, that wouldn't exist because you would immediately see it and be like, no, I can see in 3D and I know that's a 3D object.
You just called it a trick. That is the trick.
But it wouldn't exist though.
I don't even know how to say it.
Would just agree.
But Ricky, there's a bit of equivocation.
If I may, for just a second, your vision is two separate 2D images. Your brain is reconstructing depth from those two 2D images. You don't see depth information. You don't actually see in 3D, but your brain reconstructs the 3D.
The information is 3D. Your brain takes that information and interprets it as 3D. It's something you can feel.
2D images.
You can be fooled. Okay. But you can be fooled. That image that I'm looking at, you can go up and prove that it's 3D. So I'm not being fooled that it's 3D. It's actually 3D. The only thing hang on. I'm only being fooled when Jeremy brings up his trick where something can appear to be 3D but isn't, or whatever he's talking about. That's the trick. Yeah, your brain can be fooled.
But Rakia, how does the eye simulate depth? The eye simulates depth by moving up and down, like looking down a really long hallway by moving down and up. That's highly 2D with the up, down, left, right panning. It doesn't peer through the third dimension forward and backward without going up and down. That's a highly 2D component. It doesn't just go from foreground to background without going up and down. That's a highly 2D component. So to simulate depth, the eye has to basically pan up and down or left and right. It cannot go forward and backward without going up and down anyway in a highly 2D way. So that's where the 2D element of vision comes in.
Yeah, you said it about 4 times in the same sentence, but that's not true. You can keep your eyes stationary, and if the angle is right, you can see depth. You don't have to move at all.
But you have to move your eye up and down to simulate depth. That's highly 2D.
Nope.
You cannot peer from foreground to background without moving the eyeball up and down to simulate depth. That's highly 2D.
You don't have to move your eyeball at all. If you are at the right angle, you will see depth.
Not without cues,
Wrong.
shading, stuff like that, placement, or
yeah, that's in a picture or a painting. I'm talking about in reality.
Below another part of the object.
Dude, what are you talking about? You can see depth in everything without moving your eyes. Now you can
but you have to pan your eyes up and down to do so. Don't. That's 2D.
That's wrong. You don't have to move your eyes at all.
And your eye is only capable of receiving and responding to light. It cannot perceive that light as being at different depths. You don't have in your eyes native depth perception. Your brain is reconstructing depth from the 2D images that you receive.
Yeah.
That's
I've been trying to get this point out.
You're getting
I've been trying to get this point out real quick.
The other eye. If one eye is going forward and focusing on something,
I'm so sorry. Is the water leaking out?
Can I finish?
I'm so sorry. You know, if you look across, you can see there's white pipes. I thought it's also like that down here.
It's like two.
I'm
things
so
next
sorry.
to each other, right?
No, because I'm just cleaning up after my pets, so I didn't. Yeah, I thought the water gets. If you look across, you see those white pipes just above your neighbor. I thought you guys had the same thing, so the water would. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop. I'm so sorry. All right.
Nate,
how do I do this?
Nate, are you hot micing or are you talking to us?
What I think it is when you got one eyeball and your eyeball's looking forward, right? I know you have two and they're both next to each other, but each of them work together in a side-by-side scenario. The reason you have them side by side and not stacked like one front and one back and one like a horn, you got one forward, one do-do-do down the line of your head. That's the reason they're stacked side by side, is so one sees the side view of the other. Do you understand? So now when I'm looking at this object, like Rakia said, I can see, like, one of my eyes is seeing the object and the other eye is seeing the side of it, therefore trying to get a glimpse of like the shape of like the shadowing or like, whatever else is around it. It's like it's almost a side view to another view. That's what the depth perception is. And since it's rounded, that's also going to give you depth perception. And when you have two rounded objects, it's seeing forward, one of them can have the side view of the other at the same time. That builds together to make your actual view of what it is for both eyes. You take one of those
along the table.
Hold on. You take one eye away. That's why you lose depth perception, because you lose that side view to the other eye.
But there's a highly 2D element to this depth perception, because when you're looking along a 3D table, what do you have to do with your eye to perceive the depth? You have to essentially move your eye up, down, and or left and right in some sort of angle. And that makes the eye very planar in its interpretation of depth even itself. You don't go from foreground to background without going up, down, or left or right in some fashion. So that makes the eye a highly 2D processor, the brain, the eye, or whatever, in that way.
You have a 4D processor then, right? Because you have two eyes next to each other. So you have one 2D processing with the other 2D, which is 4D, right?
Well, when we're talking about a dimension, we're talking about going as far left or right or as far up and down as possible to help perceive an image. Going from foreground to background, we only perceive depth by narrowing angles, which go up and down or compress inward from the left and the right. So those are the 2D elements that we appear to use to perceive depth. We can't really go forward and backward without appearing to go by perspective, up, down, left, or right anyway, which makes the eye a highly 2D, processor on that level.
So when I look at a lighter, do I need to move my eyes around to see that the lighter's a lighter? What are you talking about?
Yeah, to trace the outline of the lighter, you have to go up and down. Like looking along the table, you have to go up the table or down the table.
No, the lighter's in my hand right next to my eyeballs. It's right here, dude. It's not moving anywhere. I don't have to look up and down. It's a lighter.
But to trace the lines of the outline of the lighter, you essentially have to move your eye up, down, left, or right. You don't really go from foreground to background without doing that.
Your eyeball's not a pencil head. What are you talking about? I've never traced anything with my eyeball. I don't even.
When you look along the surface of the lighter, you essentially have to move your eye up, down, left, or right. From foreground to background, you can simulate that by simply moving your eye up, down, left, or right.
You're not listening. I didn't move my eye at all. Not once, ever. I'm staring
So
right
you're
at the
just
lighter.
looking at the lighter?
I'm staring at the lighter that's a lighter. And I have no problem seeing it's a lighter.
Okay, well then you have no dimensions. Without going as far to the left or the right, up, down, or forward and background as possible, how do you know what dimensions you have?
It's a clear lighter. I know I'm seeing the dimensions of it, buddy. Sorry. Try again. Anyway.
We take the lighting and the shading of the object, and then part of the object appears to go from foreground to background, essentially by perspective, appearing to move up, down, left, or right. And that appears to be a very planar way of processing vision.
Well, opinion's not going to help you for reality. When you keep trying to do speculation versus what's really going on, that's the problem. So a lot of us don't really understand what we're trying to communicate to each other or speculate. You know what I mean? So when you really have a real eye thing, or we all take it apart and look at it, that's when we'll get a better opinion, other than just what we've been told by everybody else.
We need enough of a Just So story to investigate this.
We always got to pick up a book and be like, what did Tom say about the eye? Because I'm too goofy.
We need enough of a Just So story to go forward and investigate. Otherwise, science and investigation stops.
Yeah, you need Tom. Yeah, Tom's science and investigation. As soon as we don't hear Tom's story, all science stops, you guys. As soon as we don't hear Lemonbird's story, all science stops. So that's good. Good to know, buddy. Good to know. So if Tom never existed, science wouldn't exist? That's pretty weird. That's the weirdest statement I've ever heard in my life. It didn't make no sense.
That's a weird mischaracterization of what I said, sure.
Yeah, well, no, I characterize everything great, buddy. I steel man the hell out of everything. Super steel. Titanium.
You need to make your ideas in a communicable form, otherwise you're just going to be the only person having these ideas. They're not going to be communicated properly to anybody, and you'll just be alone without anybody else to investigate the world with.
Yeah, cool story. Who else do you need to make up stories with? I think the world would be doing great without your stories.
I don't know why people get so fucking triggered, man. Like, we're just having conversation.
It's really weird. I don't know what's going on.
So before you were born, we didn't have no science? Is that what you're saying?
No, we had science before then, sure.
What about the guy that died before the guy who died before the guy who when Newton wasn't born? We wouldn't have had science either. You're one guy.
Dude, you're rumpusing, dude.
So nobody would ever.
You're rumpusing the room, bro.
You just have to. That doesn't.
I feel like you haven't heard that much before.
Can anybody think for themselves? Is this possible? Hello? Is it allowed for a human to be able to think for themselves? Is that allowed, please? Could we please?
Of course.
Okay, well, don't give me backlash when I think for myself, and I don't need Tom's story. So that's the last.
Yo, can I get unmuted?
I don't need anybody's story. You guys have your story or what you read. I know what I read, and I know what I know what my mind, puts the information in, processes it, and I think like I think. And I think it's a good thing that I don't think anything like you guys, because that's when we would have a problem. We would just have a hive mind. That would be the end of the world. That is the
so, like, if you guys
is a hive mind.
Have you flat earthers finally decided if you're seeing 2D or 3D? You guys even keep hearing us? Can you hear me?
It's definitely not 3D. If it was 3D, we wouldn't get fooled by those 2D, 3D, objects or images, whatever the case may be. You wouldn't get fooled if you saw 3D.
We see surfaces. We see the surface area.
We all still can't agree on nothing.
You don't have to agree. That's what's great about it. A hive mind has to agree.
Hey, Mark, your microphone sounds like shit.
Right?
Yeah, your mic's off now, Mark. You got some kind of crazy static going.
It has to agree. Sorry, I got it. A hive mind has to agree. An original mind doesn't. See how that works? So are you a part of a hive mind or an original mind that can think for yourself? Do you have to go with fucking parrot, or can you go with what your human thought of your own?
Yeah, but I mean, Demark, like, is that all you care about? Coming up with an original idea that no one else has had before, even if it doesn't make sense? Is that what it is to you to think for yourself? Just come up with something. It doesn't matter if it makes sense at all, as long as you came up with it. Like, is that thinking for yourself?
Isn't that how science is made, by a guy taking a shit that nobody told him?
No, that's not how science is made. Not at all.
No, it's not.
There's
So
nothing
some guy was,
scientific about that.
so there wasn't a first guy sitting there with nobody around him making stuff up? Are you
No.
serious? So the first
not in terms of doing science. Maybe. Yeah, let me answer your question. Maybe they were doing something like religious. They saw something. They couldn't. Yo, let me finish. Yeah, they isn't that one person. So maybe that one person saw something they couldn't explain and attributed it to an act of God. That's not science.
Hold on, that's not even what we're talking about here.
That is what we're talking about. Just making shit up. No, I just used God as an example. That's just an example. It's not about God.
Whoa,
I'm just using God as an example. What we are talking about, Demark, is you and this idea you have that just making shit up is thinking for yourself and being a free thinker. That's not what
science is called, making shit up. Sorry, you've never been a scientist before, buddy. Sorry, you've never been a person who's had to realize something on your own with no help, with no people around you ever sitting there to think.
What have you realized on your own?
Do you know?
What have you realized on your own, Demark?
Stop talking for a minute, dude. You're not ever going to get an answer if you keep talking over me. If you're the only human, what kind of garbage are you talking about if you're the only one that makes up everything for your existence? Who's there to disagree with you? What are you laughing about? And why are you saying weird stuff that doesn't make any sense all the time? Stop. Science is whatever you want it to be. It started as religion and seance, just like you said. Therefore, your word science came from a group of people repeating each other and saying, do you think this is right, Bob? Okay, well, if I get you to agree with me, I don't have to worry about nobody else because we're the peer review, right? So making shit up is what science is in the first place and just agreeing on it. Like a number, like an orange, like a flavor, like a color. Agreeance from me to you. If I don't agree, then how could that be science?
Jeremy or Lemon, you guys agree that science is just making shit up? That's all it is?
I don't think either one of them are here anymore, dude. I think they had enough of it. What science have you done
that's explained everything to you?
All right, whoever that was, do you think science is just making shit up?
No, not at all. Science ultimately is about getting to an explanation on a said phenomena.
I don't know about real science or chemistry. I don't know about actual material science and physics.
Through like Aristotelian Neoplatonic science, like the original format of science.
And you don't know, and you didn't.
You guys are talking over each other.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, bro, it's been a train wreck here,
guys.
Yo, Jeremy, do you agree that science is just making shit up?
Absolutely not. That's definitely not what. If you follow the scientific method, natural science with the scientific method, and not pseudoscience, definitely not making shit up.
Exactly. But according to Demark, science is just making shit up. I don't know, man.
None of your guys follow the scientific method.
When I keep getting different answers.
You don't know what a scientific method is and you couldn't follow it. That's my premise of not science. When you sit and make shit up and you didn't test it or you didn't prove it, that's not science. That's called making shit up. You understand?
All right, well, now you're changing your statement because 5 minutes ago you were literally saying science is just making... No, Demark, please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. I wasn't done talking. Yeah, but I wasn't done talking. Oh, Demark, I'm not done talking.
Demark, dude, you've been rumpusing everybody, bro. Chill out.
Yeah, come on.
One at a time,
you did finish the other time. So anywho, Demark, the original reason we got into this is because I asked you.
Because you make up shit.
I'm not done talking.
I know.
I asked you.
Please.
Yeah, I asked you, Demark. Do you think just making shit up is what it is to have your own thoughts and be a free thinker? And you said yes, making shit up is science, you know?
No, he said that's the way you do science.
No, that's what Demark said.
He just said it again.
I'm not done talking. I'm still not done talking.
Globe science.
I'm still not done talking.
Make shit up. Don't
I'm
prove
not.
it.
Oh my God.
Let's let him finish.
Stop.
Let's just let him finish. Let's let him finish.
Why not just mute him till I'm done?
I did.
When I'm done, you can. Okay, thank you. So that's what he's changed his position to now. Now all of a sudden he's saying things like globe science is just this, that, and the third because of what. There was someone else that spoke right after you, Jeremy. Was that Dicelo?
Yeah, I was just saying, man, ultimately science is about getting to an explanation, and the point of contention that DMOC is having is that holy shit, who released the beast mummy, bro?
I know.
What the fuck was that, dude?
Yeah, this is why did you unmute him, Jeremy?
The whole
because you were attacking what he said, and I figured it was time for him to let him respond.
But I wasn't done. I just wanted Dicelo to
you were
confirm
done, and
something.
you started addressing Dicelo.
No,
I mean,
yeah, I just need him to confirm something because I don't.
Why don't you mute him?
Once he's done,
mute him, Jeremy?
I'll go back.
This guy that's talking over everybody, even you. Why don't you mute him?
Dicelo, go ahead, man.
Yeah, go ahead, Dicelo. Let this guy control the conversation. Don't let DMOC come back with a rebuttal on what he said about DMOC.
We're definitely going to let him rebuttal. We're definitely going to let DMOC rebuttal what Dave just said.
Definitely.
I said exactly what Rakia said. If this guy would quit hot micing and clean his ears
Anywho.
out. Stop talking over me, you fucking retard.
Why don't you mute him, Jeremy? Just talk
Let
over
me finish
DMOC
making
again.
because I wasn't done making my point.
You don't want to hear.
Could I finish making my point?
Are you serious?
Could I
You're not done
please
making
get
your
to my point?
All right,
You're
let me get
done
talking.
Yeah, relax.
And still listen, dude. It's not possible. Whatever your name is. If
Go
your
ahead,
rubber
DMOC.
lips are running, okay. Now, what I said was exactly what Rakia said. Your goofy science is making shit up. Now, when you come at me and say, "What am I doing? I'm doing this. I'm doing that." That's you saying all that shit. I never inferred any of that. You came in this thing telling me what I do. So stop. I'll tell you what I do. I look at things and I figure them out for myself. And it has to be making up stuff at a point because I can only go with what I know as a human and what I see and what I can work with in reality. Now, the making stuff up part comes from not being able to back your claim. That's the fake science, right? Real science with making stuff up is saying, I can probably touch this thing in front of me if it's material. Okay, boom, I touched it. Okay. Now I know that's not fake. Now, being able to present your science is what your globers can't do. And the globe people sit and talk about phenomena after phenomena after phenomena, and not one inkling of it can ever be displayed, introduced, produced, or anything. But when we sit on the dirt and do real science, we say, what does this dirt do when it reacts with this? So yeah, I'm making something up, but I'm making something up with the material of the reaction in front of us, and you're going to have to do the same thing. If you have the same material, you're going to get the same outcome. So at the end result, we're going to agree that that is real science for material, testable, repeatable, provable stuff. We're not going to agree on pseudoscience being science ever. Then I'm done.
Yeah, DeMarc, you've gone into the weeds and shit to the goalposts so many times. The argument wasn't what is science and what is pseudoscience. My question to you was, do you feel that just sitting there and making stuff up is you coming up with your own ideas and being a free thinker? You said, yes, that is. You said that you don't need people to agree with you. You don't need peer review and consensus, what. You know, you are fine with just making stuff up. Now, you've shifted your position so many times, I don't even know where you stand now. Because in your, I'm not done talking. In your last monologue, you said you do make stuff up, but you added a caveat, like a disclaimer to it. So, you know, it doesn't even matter anymore as long as you've admitted that you do make stuff up. It's cool.
No, we look outside and we do real science as a flat earther. We do the scientific steps, and then we agree that that's real stuff and real material, and we can reproduce that. That's science, not looky-loo, make up phenomena like your globers. Do you understand what I'm saying? No, I'm not conflating anything. I got one side I got to talk for, and I got the real science people. When Newton, the fake science guy, when he looked out, who gave him his idea? Did you think Bill came up and said, hey, Newton, think about this? Or do you think he got it from himself?
What? Which idea? Which idea exactly?
Newton's idea of anything that came to Newton. Do you think he got it from someone else, or did he get it from Newton making it up?
He got it from other people. Newton himself said that he builds on the shoulders of other people. Like his idea of gravity and relativity, he got that from Galileo. He just refined it and made it a full-fledged, you know, scientific law.
So have any of your science guys had an original thought of their own, or they just read somebody's paper?
I don't know. Like there's been so many scientists to mock. I don't know what every single one of them's ideas.
Yeah, that's why it's strange that
they don't publish. I'm not done
away from the point.
talking. I'm answering this question. Come on, guys. It can't be both of you shouting at me. Like
you can't complain every time.
Why not, Rocky? You complain more than anybody.
Oh, please.
What do you mean I can't complain?
Please.
I heard you bitch and moan about everything.
I'm sitting
Rocky.
back. These two guys are getting into it. Let them have their con.
Who gave these guys their paper? Who gave the first guy his paper to read, to be able to give it to you to read? It came from his brain. He sat down and made it up, clearly.
Okay.
And then you either have to test that out. That's called the hypothesis. Is a hypothesis not making something up or what you think is going to happen? Yes. Then that part is scrubbed if it doesn't match reality. If your tests of your scientific method can't confirm it, then you have to say, that's not real. I was wrong. That's where your pseudoscience globe doesn't do that. They say, oh, I wasn't wrong. Let's make an excuse. Oh, this doesn't work. Let's make an excuse. Oh, we can't show you. That's another excuse. You can't weigh it. You can't eliminate nothing. You can't never see it. These are all excuses to get rid of physics, to get rid of real science. So all I can sell you is a story. I don't ever have to back anything by your nature of claims. I can make everything up, and it doesn't.
So let me steel man you. Let me steel man you real quick.
That's their main premises. Don't back anything. Calculate with a number on a board, and you're good to go. Show them a picture.
Let me steel man you real quick, D-Mark.
That's globe. That's every fucking thing in physics. That's everything working.
Because I never got to even finish my point earlier. Holy crap! I'm just gonna go on and on and on.
Science. It's all made up. Space.
Yo, Demog, don't you want to pass the mic? Don't you want to pass the mic, Demog? This isn't like
I wasn't counting. How long was he?
No, you don't like reality. Is this hurting your brain?
All right, dude.
But there's someone else that wants to talk to Mark. It's not me, it's not you. There's a third person that wants to talk.
You're making science up. Did you understand now that your globers are? Do you concede?
I don't understand or agree with a single thing you said, Mark. But you said it. You said your piece. Now please pass the mic to someone else. Come on.
Yeah. What's your answer to that? You asked me a fucking question.
I gave you an answer. My answer is I don't understand or agree with a single thing you said. That's my answer. Now, can we let someone else talk? Come on, bro.
You're asking questions to not understand the answer. Okay, cool. Can you?
I didn't even ask you a question. What question did I ask you? I didn't ask you a single question, Demar.
You asked about 30 questions. You asked
me bro.
About science.
You were trying to say something?
You asked me, was science making stuff up?
I was trying to steal man
D-Mark, telling me what I do.
He's just ranting.
Yo, is there a mod here?
Inferring all kinds of stuff.
Mods ain't giving a fuck.
Rewind on the video and watch how you came in. I don't need to lie, dude. You're a liar. Stop.
Listen, man, people like, first of all, don't call me.
Cool. I'm a liar. Can we move on now, please?
Don't call people names. You're not a liar. Don't call people names, please. And let's try to be a bit more concise, maybe. I don't know. I wasn't counting right there, but. And listen, I don't know what you guys want me to do. I don't know what you guys want me to do. A lot of people think Demok's saying good shit, so.
Who thinks Demok's saying good shit, bro?
I don't mind Demok talking. He just needs to be concise because he was trying to go on for like a whole 10 minutes just now. That's all.
I wasn't counting, but I told him to try to be more concise.
Because I got a guy that just came in the room and told me like 4 sentences of stuff that I believe or I do, and I don't even know you. I never met you. I never even talked to you before. So for one, don't ever come in a room and tell somebody what they're thinking or what they're doing. Of course, they're going to have to talk and lay something out for a minute to set you straight. Then they have to address the situation that you brought at hand.
He's doing it again, Jeremy.
Stop interrupting me, please. Can you do that? Is that possible for you? So the reason I had to keep going is because you keep interrupting and being goofy and not listening. Now listen, science is made up. Do you understand that your phenomena that can't be demonstrated by nobody, all they are is a story, are made up?
I think you've made your point, Demok. Science is made up. Now can we move on?
So you agree, and we agree.
I don't agree or understand a single thing you said, but you've made your point.
So stop talking to people you don't understand, please.
Cool. Yeah. Dice Blue, you were trying to say something?
You should go to a class that you can understand, what reality or belief is. You know what I mean? You look up on the internet like reality, belief, and compare the two, like science and definitive proof, or like being able to touch material versus non-material. That'll tell you. If it's material physics and science, I'm with you, bro. If it's not, then it's Narnia. Sorry about calling you a name, but it's just Narnia. It is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the name, Democracy. You're not concise, though. Like, you're still going on. You've made your point like 8 times already. We understand you, bro. Like, but we just want someone else to talk
So
right
what's
now.
the next
That's
topic?
all.
What are we talking about now?
Well, let's hear what Dyslow has to say. Yeah, well, the reason it's just me and you now is because you've been. Well, maybe he left, bro.
I think Dyslow left. Yeah.
Because you went on for so long, Demar. This is what happens, man.
No, it wasn't nothing to do with me, buddy. He has to work and he's got kids. I don't think it has. Mind your own business, would you? Would you stop making stuff up, dude? You don't read the future. Stop making stuff up.
You gotta work.
Some people listen. Some people like this. Some don't. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Who likes
Jeremy,
this?
what do you? Hold on, stop, Jeremy. You're a mod. Why don't you put your 2 cents on this? What do you think science is for the globe versus actual repeatable science? Do you think the globe has a lot of made-up science that when they sit down, they're just making it up because they can't ever prove it? Like, where do you go from there? Isn't that made up?
Me being a mod has nothing to do with what I think science is. It's totally 2 different things. First of all, and second of
you can
all,
always step in.
I step into mod. I mean, I've had this argument a million times with these guys.
No, I mean, if he doesn't understand the words I'm saying, maybe you could be like, well, hold on. Maybe I'll say it like he said the word eyeball and you don't know what an eyeball is all of a sudden. Maybe I mean the things you see within your head. You know what I mean? Like how, you know what I mean? Like maybe you could like help him understand because he doesn't understand what I'm saying, the words.
I don't know what you're saying half the time. I can't be a Democ translator.
Oh, I mean, but do you know how, like, if I say eyeball, you can say eyeball in a different way? Do you know how to do that?
How do you say eyeball in a different way, Demar?
Yeah.
The thing that you use to see with that's stuck in your socket of your head. I didn't use the word eyeball there. So now there's always a different way to understand or see things. Why is this so funny? I'm telling you, when you don't get something, it's just because of your miscomprehension, not mine. Do you understand that?
No, I'm laughing because I expected you to say that, you know?
If I'm in school and I'm teaching you and you're like, I don't get it, teacher, and the rest of the class does, who's the problem?
No, Demog, I just laughed because I expected you to say that. I thought you were going to say something I've never heard before, but you said exactly what I thought you were going to say.
I said I'm a teacher and I write on the blackboard. Clearly, you're not staying on topic here. I'm a teacher, bro. Stick with me. I write on the blackboard. You're the only kid in the room that doesn't get it. You and Jeremy. Where does that leave us?
I guess Jeremy and I are like the dumb kids, right?
Must be.
We're gonna have to stay behind for like remedial classes, you know.
I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. Like if I got a room full of 100 kids and you and Jeremy
and I are gonna ride the short bus. Yeah, Jeremy and I are gonna be riding the short bus.
So when we
that means Jeremy and I ride the short bus. I'm telling you what it means.
Right. Well, listen.
I'll tell you what it means. I'll tell you what it means.
Can't comprehend or can comprehend. How do you know what they can comprehend or not? How do you know whether somebody can really comprehend what you're saying? Can they prove to you whether they can comprehend or not, or they just get to say that? I don't even know what you're talking about, bro, and finish their sentence. That's really easy to do. You guys understand that, right?
I'll tell you what it means is I'm not the Democ translator. That's not what I do here. All right.
So it means it means you and I are retarded, Jeremy.
Don't get me
Jeremy, this means you.
Hold on, guys.
Jeremy, you and I
I'm almost
retarded.
done, guys.
Be anybody else but Jeremy.
Guys, I'm
glad you're Jeremy. I do not want you to be Democ. I do not want you to speak for me.
All right, server mute. Okay, you're only muted for a second. I wasn't done. Clearly. So it's not my job to translate what you say to other people. You can ask me if I can translate it. Yeah, that's fine. But like I said, sometimes I don't even know what you're saying. So, I mean, if you can't really translate your own point to him, I don't know what to tell you. That doesn't make me stupid. Because you're not getting your point across to him.
It makes us retards, bro. We failing the mock class. We're gonna ride the short bus.
Don't drag me into. Don't drag me into your bullshit. Basically.
What are you?
I'm talking to Democ. Like Democ, don't drag me into your bullshit. I don't care about it. I think I have my very deep opinions on what you say. So.
Well, you drag me into your bullshit all the time when you bring up my name, and I never said yours at all, ever, not once. So when we start talking about names here, you're the one that always comes here talking Democ. How many times you ever heard me come in here and say Jeremy?
You literally just said Jeremy's a
Can
mod,
I
baby.
finish my sentence, Mod?
You
Mod,
literally
finish
just
my sentence. Mod, can I finish my sentence, Modder? Please. You want to jump all over me every time I talk and mute me, and never let me finish my sentence when I'm talking to you. That's your problem. You're not a real good mod, are you?
Go ahead.
So,
Go ahead.
well, I don't need you to keep saying go ahead while I'm talking, because that's just talking over me still. That's just blocking what I'm saying. You're really good at doing that. That's your profession. To come and say somebody's name 1,000 times, which makes no sense, instead of just muting me, let the guy talk and then unmute me. That would make sense. And I did ask you. I said, Jeremy, could you please say something to this guy? That's the whole point of me doing that. And I know you can't translate what I'm saying because you don't know simple terms. Nobody knows simple terms, apparently. Nobody knows what electricity is. Nobody knows what water is. Nobody knows what potato.
Okay,
Nobody
first of
knows
all,
what
you.
light is.
I thought you were done.
Nobody
My bad.
knows
Your mic's
anything,
cutting in and
bro.
out.
Nobody knows anything. I'm sorry. Yeah, I am. Jeremy, so like when you guys keep saying you don't understand what I'm talking about, does that make it wrong? So if I'm 100%
I'll tell you
right,
what.
Oh, you need to stop monologuing. Monologuing is not
I'm gonna be done. I'm gonna be done. If I'm 100% right and you don't understand it, what does that mean?
Yeah. So the first thing you said was wrong because you said you never invoked my name. However, you literally just invoked my name and asked me to comment on the science thing. So that was the first thing you were wrong about.
One time.
Okay. The second thing is I don't even listen to half of what you say because you just ramble on forever. There's mad people DMing me. People are saying it in voice chat to stop monologuing.
Globers?
I don't know what to tell you.
Are they mad because they didn't come up with the story? I don't know what to tell you. Are they jealous? Are they jealous?
Most of them
like
are flat earthers.
Are you guys jealous because you're not the ones coming up with the fucking good explanation?
Not at all.
That's
what coming up with shit, making shit up.
Sounds like we got some jealousy amongst the flat earthers here.
No, we need to calm down.
It seems like we have jealousy amongst flat earthers who can't think for themselves, who have to read out of a book from Newton or Einstein to combat Newton or Einstein. How are you, Jeremy?
Only one physics. Only one physics.
Wrote? If all your physics came from Newton and Einstein, how are you going to combat anything they said with any physics that came from any of that? It's all from Einstein. It's all from Newton. It's all from the imaginary phenomena of gravity, balls, spheres, and make-believe shit. All of it. The whole bag. Every single portion. So can you guys sit in a room and talk about light, refraction, differential rates, induction, change when you don't have no clue of what you're talking about, any of you? None of you. Because, I mean, what? Half the time I listen to you guys and you guys say 20 Bibles worth of shit and I can say it in 2 words. Who would be more understandable to a child? Somebody who has to take 72 years to explain, or somebody who has to take 10 minutes?
I had to time him out for monologuing. He's been. I just got here. I just got here, and he's monologuing on and on.
Thank you. He killed the whole VC.
Man, be careful, man. People, I don't know. Did he break any rules?
That's in the rules.
Anything? He was monologuing.
That is in the rules.
All right, no, I'm not mad at him.
Yeah, because that must be against the rules, man. You can't hog the mic like that and then destroy the whole conversation you have.
Rules for monologuing. Please don't speak for
you.
excessively long periods of time without allowing others to respond and jump in the conversation.
I'm not mad at you, bro. I'm not mad at you. I promise.
Dude, and I just got here. 5 minutes into it, now we just got here, and he's just on and on.
I think he was right about you guys being jealous of him, though. Like I think that's the only true thing he said. That was hilarious. He literally said y'all are jealous because you can't make stuff up like him. I fucking died. Oh my god. But yeah, if we're gonna talk about him, we should unmute him.
No, he's timed out for 5 minutes.
He's timed. Oh, like from the whole server. Okay.
Should have just do 60.
Yo, so Elbow, do you think we see in 2D or 3D? It seems we can't get a consensus among the flat earth.
2D or 3D?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we have depth perception. So
yeah. If you could, let me ask you this: if we could see in 3D, would you ever get fooled by a picture, a 2D representation of something that looks like it's 3D versus the actual 3D object itself?
now I think our aspect of viewing is, I think it's created. It's like, I can't say it's a 4-dimensional thing. Well, I mean, because our senses does play in everything, right? That we but our pretty much put it like this, right? So they say that the human eye can only see at 16 frames per second, right? No, 30 frames per second. But if you get
about one frame now,
right. So, but if you look at a 60 hertz frame monitor and getting 60 frames per second, you'll notice the difference. Now, I play on a 240 hertz. When I go to a 140 hertz, 144 hertz monitor, or I'll go down to 60 frames per second, dude, I can see a freaking huge difference. Like the frames, the frame look like they skip a frame or so. So
listen, have you ever? My bad.
So and that's just the way you see, right? I mean, how fast you perceive a frame or whatever, or hertz of, whatever. That's not even including the depth or anything like that. Can you imagine how wrong they are on how you see at the speed of how you see compared to how you perceive the whole environment of what you see? I mean,
listen, have you ever seen those? Have you ever seen those images people draw where sometimes it's a 2D image drawn on a piece of paper, a 2D representation of the image of the object, and sometimes it is the real object, and they'll swipe the pen across the thing, and sometimes the object will move because it's an actual object, but sometimes it doesn't move because it's just a thing drawn on the paper.
Right.
And you can't tell if that's 2D or 3D until the guy swipes the pen over it and it's like, look, it actually moved, or look, it didn't move.
Right, because again, our mind fills in a lot of the information.
Yeah, so I'm saying, if you could see in 3D, would that ever fool you? That would never fool you because you'd be able to see, oh, look, that is an actual 3D thing. That wouldn't be an illusion if we could see in 3D, because you'd be like, I can see in 3D. I know that's the actual 3D object and not a 2D image, representation of that object.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, like that's the proof that we don't see in 3D. That wouldn't be a trick. I know it's an illusion, but it wouldn't be an illusion if you could.
It's and I don't think it has to do with an illusion. It's that the mind has capability of filling up information that's missing.
Of course, you see.
Now, so this is the thing. Like if you look at there's a it's not an illusion. So I seen a video where if you look at a dot in the middle, right, and you see the pictures, they put two pictures on the side by side, and if it starts flipping, let's say if you start flipping over like from one picture to the other, the pictures won't be distorted, but when you start looking at the center dot, they start looking like they're distorted because the mind stops filling in the information that's missing. So the pictures look like they're warped, meaning the faces. Let me see if I find it. I'll show you right quick.
You're only seeing 3D.
Oh no! Are you on the 3D camp, Basil?
What's that? You're seeing 3D? I didn't know there was a camp. Is there a camp? Okay.
Yeah, there is.
Okay.
Jeremy thinks we only see in 2D.
Oh my lord! What?
I don't know. Jeremy and a lot of the other flat earthers.
That's understandable.
Yeah, that's below the belt, though. Goddamn. But yeah, it seems we can't get a consensus among the flat earthers, as to what's really going on here. And also,
Jeremy, with 2 eyes, we see in 3D. But yeah, you
you don't.
Like, check this out. Check this out. So here's this video. Watch. Check out this video that I just posted. those images are not distorted. Those pictures are just regular pictures. But once you stare in the middle, your mind starts filling in information and those pictures start looking distorted because it's missing info.
Okay.
I think it has to do with our mind.
Yeah, but that's just trying to trick your eyes.
But it's not. The pictures are not distorted at all, and all you're doing is looking at the cross in the middle. But since your eyes are not focusing on the faces, your mind starts making the faces look weird, like alien-like and everything like that. Go check that out. Check that out. It's like a 30-second video.
Listen, for people, hold on, for people that think you can see in 3D, if you actually could see in 3D, you would never get fooled. A 2D image wouldn't fool you because you can see in 3D, right? You would never look at a 2D image and be like, "Oh,
I disagree with that."
That's
of course,
because
it is right.
Jeremy, a large part of eyesight is mental.
Yeah, and that's what it is, right? Because your mind already knows what the object looks like, and you have already felt that object. So your mind pictures what you're seeing and fills in that information for you.
Yeah, you can quite easily control your mind. My wife came up to me with this moving picture of a Ferris wheel, and she said, "Look at this picture." Anyway, I looked at it. Anyway, it was rotating. And let's say it was rotating clockwise. Anyway, she pulled it away. Now she said to me, "Babe, think of it rotating the opposite way." Anyway, she showed me the picture again. So I thought, okay, now it's going anti-clockwise. And sure enough, the thing appeared to be moving anti-clockwise. So your mind, and your eye can be fooled by an image. But you see in 3D, you're seeing in reality. You're seeing depth. You've got perception. You've got all those sorts of things.
Bandsaw, have you ever seen the images where the guy will draw something, say like a battery or something on a piece of paper, and you won't be able to tell if it's an actual battery or a picture of a battery until he swipes the pen across the paper? Have you ever seen that?
Yeah. But we're talking about an image, Jeremy. We're not talking about what we're looking at in reality.
We're talking about an image that was drawn in the way to trick you until he drags the pen away over it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
so
the fact that you're getting tricked means that you're not able to see in 3D.
But then there's the other thing though. Exactly. That image that's being shown to you was recorded in a monologue, on one lens, and it is displayed to you in that one. So could that be the issue then? I mean, what if it was a binocular thing that actually gives you the depth perception, like the Oculus?
No, they simulate the shading as if you're looking at it with two eyes, but not moving, obviously. If you're moving your head, to get more depth perception, then it'll break.
Moving the pen just makes you focus.
My question is, well, if that thing was in front of you and not through the actual thing that you're watching, would you actually get fooled?
If I had no depth perception whatsoever, a 3D depth perception, right, which is basically what 3D is, I'd never be able to touch anything. I'd never be able
couldn't catch anything. Yeah, or hit anything
whatsoever.
Of course we see in 3D. Our brains interpret.
Jeremy can do those things, and he only has one eye.
Yeah.
No depth perception.
Equivalating that to an image that can fool your eye, no, it's not the same thing.
Yeah, but
why do you keep on bringing up Jeremy's eye though? That's fucked up.
The fact that you can get fooled, the fact that you can be fooled by it, shows that you can't differentiate between 3D objects and 2D objects. Because if you could, you wouldn't get fooled in the first place.
But
if you could,
I think
you wouldn't know the
example where I
difference.
disagree, Jeremy.
I think that's
the example. Yeah, hold up. You have your circular canals, right? If you're spinning for a while, they get used to thinking that you're spinning, and if you suddenly stop, you still feel like you're spinning, and your eyes, even your eyesight, it's as if you're still spinning. So you fooled your circular canals. Does that mean that they don't work now? No, it just means that they're not completely infallible.
Yeah, I think the only reason why you're getting fooled is because you're watching it through a screen where the thing got recorded through a monologue video recorder thing. So if you were actually in front of it, you would definitely know the difference.
I think it would happen even if it was actually in front of you, Elbow.
I really don't.
As long as you're not moving your head, getting a different angle, it would still happen.
Show me at any point in reality where I'm looking at a tree and you can drag a pen across it and it looks 2D to me. Can't.
This whole.
You can't do that, of course, because
we see in 3D. We can only be fooled into 2D.
If you could see. Go ahead, Banzo.
I was just going to say this whole 3D, 2D thing. It sounds a lot like the science that Nate follows. To the pseudoscience, he's easily fooled into thinking it's real science. Anyway, go on, Jeremy.
I'm just going to say, if you could actually see in 3D, that thing wouldn't be a trick, because you would look at that. You would look at the piece of paper or the object, and you would be able to differentiate. There wouldn't be a guess. It wouldn't be an illusion or a trick or anything, right? Because you'd be able to see it in 3D. Be like, oh, that's a 3D thing. I can see it.
But that's a mistake. That's a mistake, though. Because your screen that you're watching it through is not a 3D screen. You're watching it through a 2D image.
They created it just for that purpose, to show you that you can be tricked. It is a trick.
Yes, it's a trick but it wouldn't trick you.
Oh my God.
I agree.
Where do you get this idea, Jeremy, that it's impossible to trick it? It tricks you if you're actually seeing in 3D. What's your justification for that?
Because if you can actually see in 3D, you would be like, oh, that's not a 2D object, it's 3D. I can see in 3D.
Yeah, because the reason we see in 3D is because of our brain, like, working out the shading and everything. So if they mimic it perfectly with a 2D image, they mimic the shading of 3D perfectly, then your brain is going to think that. That doesn't mean that you don't look in 3D, like your eyesight doesn't work on 3D now.
Yeah,
I've got a very simple experiment that I do. There's a pair of headphones sitting on my table. If I can't see in 3D, then I can't reach out and grab it. I have to make a number of attempts. But weirdly, every time I can reach out and I can grab those headphones, pick them up.
Yeah, because you see in 3D, you interpret things in 3D. You can only be fooled to think it's not 3D, because reality is 3D. In Jeremy's logic, what I'm seeing right now in 3D, I'm being fooled. It's not actually 3D, and that's ridiculous.
No, that's not my logic.
Well, then you have to be saying we're fooled both ways.
But his logic is that what I'm seeing through this 2D image video monitor that I'm interpreting as 3D is not 3D. So therefore we can't see in 3D. That's incorrect, because you're seeing a 2D image and you're perceiving it as a 3D, even though it is only a 2D image. Now, if you were that thing was in front of you, and I could say percentage by a fact, probably 99% sure that you will not get fooled. That if you're looking at this image, whatever pencil, pen, cup that looks like it's standing, like sitting up, then it's just a 2D image, you will not get fooled, because your mind definitely.
If it's a drawing, wouldn't it still be a 2D?
Let me ask. But let me ask Jeremy a question, just to get clarity. Jeremy, are you saying that reality itself is 2D or 3D? You're saying it's 3D, right? Reality, the nature of reality.
Yeah, dude. Of course it's 3D. That's still.
All right. So Jeremy agrees with you guys there that reality is actually 3D. But what Jeremy's trying to say is, because of some sort of limitation with our eyes, or because of our brain tricking us, we perceive the 3D world as 2D. Is that what you're trying to say, Jeremy?
No, that's just that picture.
I'm trying to say that if you could actually see in 3D, that illusion wouldn't be an illusion, because you would be able to look at it.
But you need to move away from the illusion, Jeremy.
We're not talking about moving or nothing. We're just talking about looking.
No. What I'm saying is, stop referring to the illusion, because no one is arguing with that whole illusion thing. We all agree that illusion can trick you. But the disagreement is that because of this illusion, it's proof that we don't see in 3D. That's where the contention is.
The illusion is proof that you can't see in 3D. Because if you could see in 3D, you would look at it.
Agree with you.
How about this? How about this for a compromise? The eye itself sees in 2D, but human eyesight in totality is 3D.
Yeah, I was about to say a percentage that.
Yeah, the brain interprets it, what the information the eye gets. It can be an you can be fooled. It can be a right interpretation. It can be an optical illusion. It can be whatever. But the reality is 3D. When the brain is interpreting things correctly and not being tricked, you're seeing 3D interpretation.
Yeah, I mean, could you imagine trying to play basketball if you could only see in 2D?
Try and do anything.
The problem.
Do you agree?
Is, the problem is with the illusion that if you could actually see in 3D, you would know that that's a 3D object, and it's not. There would be no illusion there because you see.
Move away from the illusion,
saying that, but I don't think.
Stop referring to the illusion.
I like these videos.
The illusion
where,
is the proof that you don't see in 3D because if
everyone
you
is
did,
going to.
I don't know why you need me to stop referring to it when that's my proof that you don't see in 3D.
No,
don't you have any other proof?
So much you can't see it any other way.
Yeah.
By his logic, check this out.
I don't disagree with Jeremy, but he needs to bring up like another type of example because he just referred to that.
By his
illusion.
logic,
it's not going to.
We don't hear sound or feel. So because I've seen another video where there's no sound on video, but your mind knows what the sound, let's say, of lightning or thunder does. And you kind of hear it like it's there, but there is no sound in the video. Let's see if I find it right quick.
Yeah,
so
Jeremy,
you don't even listen to sound.
Yeah, Jeremy, you got to put your globe Earth hat on and get creative, bro. Just talking about this illusion example ain't gonna get you knowing, man.
It's actually freaky.
I gave you the example of when you're on spinning thing and you still feel like you're spinning even though you're not moving. Does that now mean that your entire system of proprioception and your vestibulocollicular it doesn't work? No, it's still working. You just managed to trick it.
He's agreeing that we see in 3D in reality, and then saying if we could see in 3D, you wouldn't see this as I don't get what he's saying. It's almost double.
Yeah, I agree. When we're looking at objects, hold on a second, I'm trying to vacuum the crumbs out the couch. I agree that when you look at objects, you're looking at 3D objects most of the time. Yes.
So we can see in 3D.
No, we can't. We can't see in. I'm saying you can't see in 3D because if you did, that optical illusion that I keep bringing up.
Forget about the optical illusion.
Everyone desperately wants me to forget about because it's the proof.
No, we can go to it after we go to the physical object you just brought up. That's 3D, and you're seeing it as 3D.
Jeremy.
I didn't hear you. Percent talked over you.
All right, hold on.
Go ahead, man.
Sorry. I posted another video. Sorry for interrupting. I posted another video that there is no sound to these videos and these little gifs, but you know what the sound will feel like or it sounds like, and you'll either feel or whatever, and it's not. There's no sound to it. Check that out.
That's cool.
Yeah, but Rocky, Jeremy totally agrees with you that the nature of reality is 3D. Even if they want humans to look at the world is still 3D.
Okay, are we seeing things in 3D then? Reality?
Jeremy, are we?
I'm not talking about your optical illusion. I'm talking about in reality. Do we see things in reality? Yeah. And are they 3D?
Okay, I know you want to get away from the illusion.
I don't want to get away from it. I want you to answer my question and stop being like a glober. That's what I want.
No, we don't see in 3D. We see in 2D. We don't see in 3D. No, we don't.
So how in the hell do you see a 3D object in reality then?
How do you see a 3D object? Because it's there in front of you when you have eyes.
So you're seeing it.
What do you mean? You see a 3D object, yes, and it's.
But you don't see in 3D. But you don't see in 3D.
3D. Yes, we can see 3D objects, but we don't see in 3D. That's correct.
3D, I don't know.
How can you see a 3D object, but you can't see in 3D? That's a contradiction.
I don't even understand.
Yeah, Jeremy, elaborate on that. So you say that reality is in 3D. If there's a tree in the distance, that tree is 3D. But you saying that
actually
when we see it,
would not be.
we Hang on, though. This is what Jeremy's saying, that tree is 3D, but when we see it, we're not seeing it in 3D. We're seeing it in 2D.
Exactly.
Can you elaborate on that, Jeremy? But don't make reference to the illusion, because we get the illusion. We understand it, but it's not getting your point across.
Yeah, you don't understand the illusion, because the illusion is proof that we don't see in 3D, because if we did see in 3D, it wouldn't be an illusion, because you would just look at it and be like, oh, that's a 3D object. There's no illusion there. I know I can tell.
Oh my God. The illusion is the fact that there are illusions. Not that we don't see in 3D, because if we see in 3D and I'm seeing a 3D object in front of me right now, I'm seeing in 3D or I'm being fooled. Which is it? You're saying we're being fooled in your picture.
Yeah.
Jeremy,
Am I
you're
being
acting like
fooled with
it's
your illusion?
mutually exclusive. But it's possible that we see in 3D, and also it's possible to imitate 2D to make it look like 3D.
I agree with that. You can fool the mind, yes.
Yes, you can trick your eye. You can trick your eye into thinking something's 3D when it's not actually 3D, which means you can't see in 3D, because if you could, there would be no dude, stop, Rakia. Just let me finish the sentence one time, please.
We've heard you like 9 million times talk about your illusion. It's weird.
I know you desperately want to get away from it. It's my proof, as everyone overtalks me. I know you desperately want to get away from it because it's my proof that you don't see in 3D. I know why you would want to get away from this as fast as possible.
That's ridiculous.
I agree with the exception that proves the rule, actually. It's a proof against you that you have to rely only on an illusion that was its sole purpose was to trick the senses.
To trick the mind from seeing from 3D.
The only process
I agree
with images.
Sorry, go ahead, JD. I agree with Jeremy. Go ahead, JD. You go first.
I was just going to say, I believe we only process 2D images. Our 3D perception isn't even that good. It fails at like 22 feet or something. So what is all this other stuff?
Okay, 22 feet to 0. Are we seeing in 3D?
What?
Hang on, 22 feet and closer to 0. Are we seeing in 3D? Very well.
I mean,
very well. Like almost 100%.
Well, it involves the binocular vision, yes.
Right, and that's why the intelligent designer made us, because up close is what matters most. In the distance, we have more time, we can go closer to it, things like that. What we need to perceive in 3D the most, so we don't get slammed in the head by a hammer or hit another car or be able to move and pick up stuff, is we need to be able to focus and render things in 3D up close. Amazing that, right? And the only time that we really get fooled is when it's on purpose, man-made, or it's in the distance, reality.
Yeah, but we still need 2 eyes to make the 3D image.
Absolutely.
No one's denying that.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
with binocular vision, you have 3D eyesight.
That's the point. The only way we'll get fooled is what we have is, like I was saying earlier, something that's being projected on a single screen, flat surface, a 2D image being recorded with a monocular apparatus.
Made by man.
I disagree with that still.
Yeah, even then you can still see 3D, interpret 3D pictures. But yeah, what Jeremy's saying, maybe he's not using enough words or something. I don't know, but I agree with what he's saying, because he's right that you see the images you see are not interpreting them or they're not coming in 3D. Your brain has to post process them. They have to post process them. So this what he's talking about is your eyes. He's saying that you don't see. When he says that you don't see in 3D, he's talking about the pre-processing.
In general, Coach.
No, what he's saying is you can be eluded. You can be under an optical illusion. No one's denying that. He's proven.
Yeah, but that's
optical illusion.
His point, though. That's his point, though. That you don't have direct access to. You don't have direct access to this 3D, vision. You have access to 2D images that your brain post processes and makes 3D images.
How would we?
That's what he's saying, and that's true.
It's part of eyesight.
3 eyes? Would we have?
Yeah,
to have
it's part
3
of
eyes?
eyesight to be optically, and the brain process to be optically fooled. Is my phone in front of me 3D object? Yes, of course, right? Am I seeing it in 3D?
You're interpreting it in 3D, and it is in 3D.
Exactly. That's how it's being interpreted.
But you're not seeing it in 3D.
Bullshit! I'm seeing it right now.
That interpretation is part
What's
of
the
eyesight,
difference?
Kosha.
Yeah, it's a part of the eyesight.
It's like a TV. It's like you can take a video of a 3D scene and you can watch it on TV, and the scene's in 3D. You're seeing something in 3D, and it's in 3D, but it's not a 3D image on the screen. It's a 2D image,
Absolutely.
and it's the same.
Yeah.
It's the same with anything.
Say that
like
one
with,
more time. Say that one more time. Say that one more time.
I said like
That's not reality.
Somebody can record an actual reality scene in 3D with the camera, with a regular camera. Record it. It's a 3D scene. You put it on a 2D screen when you see it, and you're seeing a 3D scene. You can all what's happening.
Is a recording of reality? No.
Guys, come on, guys. This is sounding
My
like
God.
Yeah, let Kosho finish.
Hold on,
Please
hold
let
on,
Kosho
guys.
finish.
Hold on, Nate. Hold on. Seriously, I'm trying to talk, Nate. I'm trying to get control. This is sounding like audio chaos, guys. Come on, let's just pull it back a bit and try and have a conversation about it. Seriously.
To put something on a screen and say it's reality, it baffles my mind. I'm in reality right now. I can go touch the light pole in front of me that I'm seeing in 3D. That's reality. If I take a picture of that and put it on a piece of paper, that's not my reality. That's my recording of reality, but that's not reality. That's the recording of it.
The issue with this is that that's how your eyes see. You don't have direct access to reality. You have processing that your eyes have to interpret. I mean, your eyes have to capture, and your brain has to interpret. Your eyes
when I go touch,
your eyes capture these
that's wrong.
in 2 dimensions. Your eyes capture these in your eyes capture this in 2 dimensions.
We agree with that.
Heard you.
Yeah, I know, but that's just my point. This is what Jeremy's saying.
Interprets it as 3D, and it actually is 3D.
Eyesight in general is 2D, because you could fool it. That's his proof.
Yeah, he's not saying you fool the eyes. He's saying you fool the brain. The interpretation of what your eyes are seeing.
Yep, how you interpret
that's what I'm saying as well.
Of what's going on. What about when you look at the spoon and you have the
I'm saying it.
view?
There is no spoon.
I'm saying that until you go touch something.
Yeah, okay.
Until you go touch something. Go ahead, Namak.
I'm saying when you look at a spoon, your vision's inverted, right? You look at yourself upside down in the spoon. What's going on there with your eyeballs? What are they doing there? Are they flipping it upside down?
I don't know. Your mic's crazy staticky. You got all.
What about?
Yeah, it's kind of staticky.
What about when you run an arrow? An arrow past a glass of water.
In school, they told me
Yo,
you
guys,
see
come
stuff
on.
inverted, right? And they say you flip it with your eyes. What they told me.
Your mind
Is that a
flips or
wrong
something.
story? Like when
this
in the spoon,
this
inverted.
yeah. This how any kind of camera lens takes an image. It records the image upside down.
Yeah,
That's what your
that's
eyes
just to
do
get
as well.
that angle and make it converge, and your brain interprets it the right way up. Everyone agrees with that. It's not what we're talking about.
Yeah,
So-
I'm
so-
responding to
we're
Demak.
talking about. We're talking about
I'm
illusion.
responding to what Rakia. I'm responding to what Demak just said, Rakia.
Yeah, so was I.
Clearly.
So was I, clearly saying that the brain turns it right side up after the eye takes the angles in inverted. Yeah, so was I, Kosho. Thank you.
Yeah, he said that.
Great, and then I said it. Thank you.
Yeah, my main point was showing that was like when we look, are we like looking at 3D straight stuff? Are we looking at upside down things that are looking straight up to us? Like what the fuck? Like, so really, like really, what really is going on between the actual sight compared to what you comprehend or how you invert the electrical continuity of the image or whatever that signal is?
Yeah, it comes into your brain upside down and in 2D, and your brain has to take context clues and your experience of knowing that you're in a 3D world to make sense of what the image you just saw. And you see things like shadows, and you see things like the angles that things are, and if it makes sense, if it cooperates with your past experience, then you make a picture of the world that's in 3D. But you don't naturally see in this 3D way. This is your brain processing it that way, based off of past experiences.
Yeah, but that's part of eyesight.
It doesn't. The brain already knows what to do with the information that's coming in from the inversion of the eyeball. That's the design of it. It doesn't need to learn how to invert things. It does it automatically.
I'm not sure
Jesus,
that's.
man,
I'm not sure that's true, man.
Yeah,
I'm not
sure you can prove it either way.
Rakia, you got
He's just saying your eye works one way and it's always going to work that way, like the mechanics of it. It's not.
Yeah, that's how it was designed. so we could see 3D up close and be safe and protect ourselves and survive. It's about survival.
Right. Every animal has its eyes defined or determined for what its prey or its predator is, and how to fucking stay away or get to.
Y'all sound like evolutionists right now.
So this is the thing, because we perceive this is the biggest part. This is the way we perceive the thing, though. We perceive it as one image, but we're actually taking in two.
Yes, sir.
So that's how we get that. Yes,
I just have a question.
Yes, Rakia, and I could actually give you a proof by that, because take a look at the Oculus Rift.
Dude, I'm driving right now with one eye closed.
That's fine.
I'm seeing the same image in front of me.
Stop, Rakia.
It's just my view isn't as wide.
No, Rakia, your eyes.
I'm doing it right now.
Listen,
I do that all
How
the
do
time.
you get? How do you get?
Prove it, Jeremy.
Rakia, you gotta let me speak. How do you? Okay, open one eye, then close the other, and then do this vice versa.
I'm doing it, man. I'm seeing the same
Close
view.
one eye, then close the other. You'll see that your eyes are actually taken in two different images, because you'll see that. Let's say if you're focusing something close, your eyes.
View.
Yes, exactly. You have two views.
I explained earlier.
Now,
You have
your
a side view.
your brain takes that two images to make it a 3D. That's
No, it's one image in front of me.
No, you're watching.
Yes, I'm doing it. You can't
Holy
tell me no. I
fucking
just
shit.
did it. It just I don't have as wide of a vision, but in front of me, it's the same exact image.
Look at your steering wheel.
I'm looking at it and I'm closing my eyes.
Close one eye.
Another.
Now
It's
flip the other.
Same image.
Yes, but if you actually pay attention, it actually flips a little bit. It actually goes. It goes not flips, but like it kind of goes left and right. It shifts exactly.
Yeah,
It
because the
shifts.
angle is different.
Right. So it's two different images that your eyes are.
You look up into the distance where the angle is different.
It's two
screen
different
does not
images. It's two different images your eyes is actually perceiving.
man.
How is that?
I think y'all are full of shit. I think y'all are straight ass
Yo,
trolling
guys, come
now.
on. Guys.
No.
Eyeballs, I got you.
Put it
Your
like this.
eyeballs are in two different locations in your head. One's on the
Yeah,
left,
the
one's
angle
on the right.
changes.
Hold on.
Yeah.
There's a nose in between them. Why would you ever not close one eye and close the other eye and see what you see there? Why would that? What I mean.
But
that makes
things
sense.
close up because the angle is greater seem to shift, but they're not actually shifting. That's another optical illusion. But out into the distance, if you don't cut me off, out into the distance where the angle doesn't change when you shut one eye or open the other or close the other, then you're seeing the same exact image. The only time it's different is when you open both eyes, you see to the sides further. You have a wider angle of vision.
Look, I'm looking at my treadmill that is about, let's say, 15 feet away from me, and when I close one eye and close the other, it shifts.
Yep.
Left and
Okay,
right.
put
Right.
that truck-
So
put that truck a half a mile away.
Your eyes, in other words, is two optical lenses. That
No one
means
said
there's
it
two
wasn't.
optical.
No one said it wasn't, and they're at different
Right.
angles. When
So-
the logic is close
so-
to you. Now
so-
move that truck away from you, and that image won't turn.
That means
It won't move.
those
It
are
won't shift.
two images that you're getting, and your eyes is
no,
merging
it's
them.
the angle changes.
Right here. You can't keep powering through him. The guy's trying to finish his point. Come on, man.
Yeah, he's trying to say that it's two different images. No one said it.
But let
wasn't.
him say it.
He
Let him
said
say
it
it.
like
You keep.
5 times. How would I know he
No,
said
he
it
didn't.
if he didn't? I didn't hear it.
Well,
Yeah,
please
well, I
let him
wasn't
finish.
done with my
Elbow, go
explanation.
ahead. Yeah, please let him finish, Rocky. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Elbow.
let's just one at a time, please, guys. Come on.
So it's two different images. I'm gonna repeat it again because it's two different images that your eye perceives. I mean, it's one image itself. If one is one item, but it's two images that are merging into one, which gives you the depth perception. Otherwise, you'll have a monologue of vision. So same thing will happen. That's how Oculus Rift works, which it gives you two images of the same thing, which your eye perceives. It makes it more immersed in 3D.
Okay, now what did I say?
You said it wasn't two images.
No, I didn't. I never
Yes,
said
you
that.
did. Yes, what you
I
said.
did
Yes.
not. I didn't
Settle
know. I
down,
said the
guys.
angle is different.
Guys,
I knew you didn't listen to me. I knew you didn't hear me.
Well, if
You
I was
wanted to listen to
speaking,
you.
if I was
Because you always
speaking,
wanna-
if I was
No.
speaking,
No,
I'm gonna do the
because
same
you
thing to you.
said
See
it.
how you
I
like it.
repeated
If
it.
I was
I
if I
repeated
was
what you
speaking in the
said.
middle of my sentence and you start
Yeah,
screaming
I
over me,
repeated what
how am
you
I gonna
said
pay
so I
attention to what
actually
you're
heard it.
saying?
Yeah, go ahead and yell over me now. I repeated what you said, so I obviously heard it. You didn't repeat what I said. You said the opposite of what I said. I never said, and I repeat, I never said it wasn't two different images. I said the two different images combine in the middle, and the angle changes as the objects get closer and further away. Now you want to repeat it?
Now, well, so when I say it was two different images, why do you say no? It's not. You said that. You said no, it's not.
They converge together to make one.
That's what I was saying. But you decided to jail all over my fucking damn conversation.
Calm down, because that's not what I meant, and I've already said it like 3 times that it's two different images merging together to make one.
Well, stop fucking rumpusing and then.
Yeah, listen to this guy. But the angle change, what makes the difference? Something closer to you when you close one eye is going to appear to shift, even though it doesn't move an inch, is what I said. And when you put that same object further away from you and close one eye, it won't move at all. It won't even appear to move because the angle is different. Now, did you hear that a while ago when you were so closed-minded and thinking you were right, you can't listen to anybody else?
If the one
Man,
eye,
I'm out. Fuck this shit.
Well, like Xanax said, we see an
Whoa, Jeremy was talking. Come on, Lemon. Jeremy was talking. Let's all go one at a time and give each other a chance. Man. Come on, Lemon.
If you're getting a view from one eyeball, right, that's going to have a different angle on it than the other eyeball. So you would see close to the same thing. It wouldn't be exactly the same thing, though.
The angle is different, but we've been talking about this 2D versus 3D angle for a while. The thing about angles is they can only open up and expand up, down, left, or right. You can't make an angle expand from the foreground to the background, not without getting a different origin point for the angle. An angle has at least 3 points, the origin from which you get the angle, and 2 other points that go up, down, or left and right from that point. That's the way we interpret angles. We don't interpret angles from foreground to background like that. And so that's highly 2D.
Yeah, but there's more to it than just that, though. Because Jeremy's proof, he's got just one eye, right? So he can see in 3D. He can see, like, he can interpret 3D. And the reason is not just because binocular vision is like a huge assist in depth perception, but almost all of it, all of your perception, all of your interpretation is from the context clues. Like your brain sees the context clues and it sees the things that you've already had experience with. Like if you look at a rectangular object, a rectangular prism in different angles, and you're just seeing a shot of it, it's only gonna appear to you that it's a rectangular prism only if the angles make sense with a rectangular prism you've already seen, like a door or something like that. Like if you look at a 2D image of a door, the actual shape of it is going to seem bizarre to you. Only if you've already seen what doors look like and how they change depending on the angle that they are towards you, are you going to understand that it's actually a door. So this is all post processing in your brain.
Okay, well, the eye takes 2 different angles from 2 different eyes and somehow formulates it into one coherent image. This is part of the mystery of perception. They just say, oh, your brain just processes it into one image. Beyond there, it just becomes kind of, mysterious how the brain takes these 2 different images from 2 different eyes and formulates it into one coherent image without split or parallax or whatever.
Your eye is a transmitter and a receiver. And the way to explain what we're talking about is like if 2 army men are looking out at a window, right? And there's a space between this window that would represent your nose. And you got 2 army men looking at, like, one's looking at a bad guy in front of him. They're looking out the window right next to each other, right? They just got a space of metal in between them that would represent like your nose, just a little area.
Are they both looking at the bad guy?
They're both no. Because one's looking forward and the bad guy's in both of their view, but one's person view sees the bad guy at 43 degrees in his sight forward to the right, and the other guy doesn't notice it yet to his orientation. And then when he says, look this way, 34 this way, and then you look, your 34 degrees is going to be slightly different than their 34 degrees because your windows are set apart by that space. So your eyeballs are set apart by a certain space. So when you close one, you're going to see that image to the right. When you close the right one, you're going to see the image to the left. That's the only way they can work. You're going to see the other image like move like that. You're going to see it.
But it's hard to see in 3D from foreground to background. If you take the dimension of left to right and compress it down as far as you can, as thin as you can, eventually you're not going to see the image. If you take the image from up to down and compress it down as far as you can down to a point or even down past that, you're not going to see it. You can't take that invisible thing that's compressed as far as you can inward from the left and the right and up and down.
Push to talk, Lemon.
That's why we talk about how 2D vision is, because we can't extend an image from foreground to background as far as we can tell, not without an up, down, left, right component that is highly 2D to make out the image.
Yeah, I don't think that we all disagreeing too much. I think we all like trying to get at the same point, which is we struggle at depth perception. For example, babies. I'm sure you've all seen with babies, they have no issue with knowing the separation between right and left in their view, but they struggle with depth perception to an extreme extent. That's why you sometimes see babies see something and reach for it, thinking it's right in front of them, only for them to realize it's not right in front of them. It's in the distance, and they do that. Like you will see a baby do that quite often until they learn to understand how depth perception works and how to perceive that.
Well, the way that
this is a trick. I'm not done. This is a trick the brain learns, and the brain in situations where it's not sure about something it's seeing, it will rely off past experiences to make a judgment call.
Well,
and that allows you to be tricked.
Well, to perceive depth, we have at least two images, one in the foreground, one in the background, that we merge to get some level of depth. You see it with your eye, with a finger in front of your eye. It has parallax. If you're looking past the finger in front of your eye, you bring the finger out away from your eye and it comes into focus. So to get some level of depth, you have to have an image in the foreground and an image in the background at the very least to have, as much depth as possible. Now, when you try to do that with one eye, you don't get the duplicated image. So it looks like to perceive depth, like with 3D glasses or something like that, you need to have at least two images, one in the foreground, one in the background, that are merged together to make a somewhat of a third dimensional image.
Definitely, exactly. But a baby doesn't know that yet. That is something the baby has to learn to use, shadows, lighting, and distinguishing between what's in the foreground and what's in the background. Determining depth. It's something you aren't innately born with, and you have to learn that skill. And because the brain doesn't properly learn that skill, there are situations where you'll see something, two stars in the sky, and not really know which is closer to you and which one is further away from you. Your brain tries to rely on past experiences, and this is what happens with the illusion Jeremy keeps talking about, because it's just something on a piece of paper. And all you're doing is seeing it on a piece of paper. And the way the artist has done it with the shading and the lighting, it's 2D flat, but the shading and the lighting makes it appear to be 3D. And your brain isn't sure. And your brain goes off of past experiences to make a judgment call. And then when I actually wave, I'm not done talking. When I actually wave my hand in front of the picture, I've created a something that you could use to determine depth. I put something in front of the picture, and you use my hand as a reference to determine whether or not that image I've drawn is actually 2D or 3D.
Okay, how many times will we have to? Jesus, man. How many times will we have to see that picture to our brain to remember that it's 3D and interpret it as 3D? How many times? If you say our brain learned like that.
All right, so if I see that picture once, and then after I find out what the trick is, then I'll know for that picture, that's a 3D picture. It's a 2D image. It's not 3D. Someone just drew it on a piece of paper. But if I forget about it, or if you give me a different object, a different scenario, I could still fall for the same trick again. I mean,
that's not what I asked. The same exact picture. How many times would I have to view it for the next time for my brain to say it's a 3D image and see it in 3D? No, you didn't. You moved on to a different picture. I
answered your question, and then I just added more on top.
No, how many times
did you give your question again? If I see it once and I figure out what the trick is, I won't fall for it again. I just need to see it once. But
So
I
the
could
next
forget
time,
about it.
so the next time Jeremy looks at that picture or he shows it to you and you figured out it's 3D, the next time you see that picture, your brain's going to interpret it as 3D. I'll take that bet.
So Rakia, you told me, you said you didn't say no, that you don't take into images.
I said that's not what I meant, and then I
What
followed
you
up by
said,
saying,
you said,
hello,
hold on.
hello, and then I followed it up. So maybe I made a mistake in the heat of the argument, and then I followed it up with they converge to make one.
So you was being contradictory just for being contradictory.
No,
Because what I said,
just
what I
made a
said,
mistake.
hold on. Because what I said, no, you're gonna let me speak because I let you respond to you, right?
I've
I let
already
you respond.
corrected
I have a
myself.
clip there. I had the clip.
I've already
I don't give a shit
myself.
when you corrected
Yeah,
yourself.
you don't
But
care.
when I
You
was
just
in the
wanna
middle of my conversation, when I was in the middle of my when I was making the argument, you just wanted to be contradictory and said no.
Yeah, and I said that was my mistake and corrected myself.
Oh, now
right?
you're saying that? Yeah, sure.
No, I said it a while ago.
You said it a while ago. I don't know. This is such a
I said
heated
it a while ago, right?
topic. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, like you kind of
Yeah,
took
but
us
like
way back out
you
of
stopped my
agreement
argument when I was
boundary.
saying when I was giving the argument. You butted in the middle of the when I'm actually making a point. That's
Is that my mistake? It must have been my mistake because a while ago when I said, yeah, that was my mistake, and now I agree that they converge into one image and explain how I know that and why I said that, and then in the distance the angle changes, and now you're bringing up something that I've already said was a mistake by me. Yeah, good for you, man.
yeah, fuck off.
You know, to
I don't
Nate's,
think the
to
mistake
Nate's
was
point.
that you disagreed at the time. The mistake is in interrupting when someone's making an argument. I think we need to take turns, guys. Even if you disagree, bite your tongue a bit, and then when you have a chance, then you can disagree and address the thing. Like
Yeah,
that would have kind of it would have alleviated, even if you do disagree, and if it wasn't a mistake, it would have alleviated the hostility, kind of like the ill will that we get sometimes because of this getting too heated.
Yeah, what Nate said just now about
You cut out.
You cut out.
Look, in a heated conversation, stuff like that happens. As long as the person admits it and says, yeah, like Rakia did, okay, that's it. Move on.
I even said I was closing one eye, so obviously one eye gives you one image. So it was an obvious mistake that he
Yeah,
wants to
that
dwell
wasn't
on.
my argument though, and you didn't.
Yeah,
Sorry.
but that's proven to you that I already know that both eyes give you an image. Now, can you go into my point where if the object, the angle changes, that
no
the
doubt.
image does? Yeah, you're cutting me off. You don't even know what I'm going to say.
Sorry, I said no doubt the angle changes because you're closing one eye when the other side.
Okay, so if the distant object is far enough away and you close one eye, is that object going to appear to move left or right due to that eye closure?
No, that wouldn't because of the distance.
No,
right?
it's not. That's right. But if it's close to you because of the angle change and you close one eye, it's going to appear to shift. But it actually doesn't shift. I've said this 5 times now. I agree with all of that.
Right. Therefore, that's why who was saying that the 3D image kind of loses you lose perception of 3D objects about 20 feet away. Who was that? I forgot who was saying.
Yeah, and I'm the one that brought that up earlier about an hour ago about the telephone post. And that's because the intelligent designer that created our brains and our eyes and how we see with both of them together, not just one. Because without your brain, you ain't seeing shit. When you look at a telephone pole, a round telephone pole, you can see the depth of that pole and know that it's round. You can also go and touch it and confirm it. That's reality.
Well, without a brain, I don't think you would be doing much of anything.
Either way. But a distant telephone pole in the distance way far away, you perceive it as a flat image. You can't see that depth because our eyes are made that way, and it's made that way by the designer so we can protect ourselves from things up close and we don't crash into things and we can catch a ball and mainly it's because we can like throw a sphere and hit something, for food and protect ourselves.
Yeah, the example I was trying to give before was an example in which even though we've experienced something multiple times and we understand the illusion, we still see it in a way that still is confusing to
Yeah,
our brain.
it's
And that's
always
what
an illusion.
the Terminator. Hold on, Rakia. Hold on, man. The Terminator line illusion, like in the picture I posted, it appears like the light is supposed to be coming from a different angle, but it's because we don't have context clues in the sky to to make sense of it. So it always looks confusing to us unless
Yep.
we have more context.
And like that road that those people drive through, like the trees are on each side, it's like a tunnel, and the building at the end of the road is not even in that position, and the building appears really, really tiny. But as you get closer, it starts to get smaller and smaller. But that's the opposite of what it should do. That's just an illusion. Just like the illusion of the bridge curving as much as it's curving, or the power line. That's an illusion. You don't live on a tiny little earth. Your brain gets tricked when you're looking parallel down something, and perspective and everything else that takes place. Your brain gets tricked and it makes you see it in a way. It's not actually curving. You can't measure it to curve. You can only perceive it to curve, because that's how your brain is seeing it. No matter how many times you look at it under those same conditions, it will appear to curve. I promise you. Like that guy said, he looks at that test one time and looks at it the next time, he's going to know it's a 3D object and render it as a 3D. No, he ain't. You look down the power lines over Lake Pontchartrain under the same atmospheric conditions at the same angle with the same light source, you're going to interpret that as the same thing. But when you change your angle, change the light source, change the conditions, that apparent view of what your brain interpreted will change. I promise you. Oh, and thanks for playing.
When you see something, right, you look at something and then close your eyes and play back what you saw. You just saw it's like you're seeing an image of something. Like you can't go back, you can't go in all three dimensions with it. You only have that one 2D image that you saw. You can't like turn the thing and twist it and see all the angles or move left, on the Z-axis, forward or backward or whatever. Like you can't do that because all you have is that image.
Now you're talking about memory, right? Something totally different than what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, you can do it while you're looking at the thing, whatever.
No, while I'm looking at that.
Like, Jeremy,
while I'm looking
talking
at the
about
post in front of me, I can change my angle, move my head, go up and down, and that image does change.
I know, but we're talking about just one frame, one image, one position.
Yeah. Are you talking about like when you see something and then that image you have of it in your mind's eye, kind of?
He's talking about a special case.
No, I'm just saying when
Yeah.
you look at anything, you see something. You see something. You can see up, down, and left and right. You can't move back and forth. You can't move back and forth in it. You can only see that.
Are you saying you can't perceive depth? Like you can't tell what's closer to you and what's like further away? Or?
No, I'm not saying you can't. I'm not saying that.
Depth perception is distance between objects. So it can be you and the object right in front of you, or two different objects, or 100 different objects. That's depth perception, not just distance.
Yeah, but Jeremy, you said that you can tell up, down, left, right, but you can't tell what's on the Z-axis, right?
Yeah, you only see in the up, down, and like I said, look at something. Now you have an image of it in your mind. Look at it in your mind. Can you can see up and down and left and right. You can't move forward and backward through that image to see the 3D aspect of it. I don't know how to explain it.
But if I can tell that something's closer to me and something's further away from me in an image, what is that?
When you can see something further or close, there's depth perception.
No. Okay, depth. depth perception.
Yeah.
So you then agree that that is the tricky part, right? That's the
The
part where
tricky part?
yeah,
That's
that's the
where we're
part
fooled the most.
that's where you fool. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
where
the
you
most.
can fall to illusions. Like the image you keep bringing up. That's a really good example of that. You get fooled by the picture. You can't tell,
If it's 2D, you
like,
can't tell if it's
oh,
2D or
you can
3D.
tell if it's 2D or 3D because of the way the
Yeah.
artist drew it. It throws off your depth perception, and until
Even
someone waves their hand in front of it, once they wave their hand in front of it, you can now use their hand as a reference.
no, the
You're
hand
able
moves
to
away. The hand has just made your brain focus. Your pupils
or
dilate
yeah,
or whatever it's doing. It's changing your perception of that image. It's all it's doing. That movement. But when you're looking at a
exactly.
3D object, like I'm looking through trees right now, I can see through the first tree. I can look through the woods. That gives me depth perception.
Yeah, I
I know
think
those are 3D objects, but I can tell you how wide the trees are, but how far away they are from me and each other, we have trouble with that. The human brain can't function like that as well.
and I think again it has to do because you're watching it, let's say, in a screen that is there's no, you can't have depth protection on only single screen where the way it's being I mean, take those things that what are circles, what is a ball, right? Those four little images. I'm pretty sure if you had that in front of you, you'll be able to tell which was what.
Well, I
Yeah,
would say
now
that either on the screen or in reality, depth perception would matter on the angle that you're looking at it, because it's hard on a
yeah,
flat 2D piece of paper to give you that side angle, or you know what I'm saying. But you
Right.
go out into reality and look down parallel of the power lines, and you can't tell how far those power lines are apart from each other. But change your angle off to one side or the other, and you can start to see more and more distance between those two power lines. That's depth perception.
and the like the main point where the whole 2D story comes in is the fact that we have two eyes that take, like, they both take the same picture, and then they take those images which are 2D and they try and compare them against each other to determine what's closer and what's further away. And this goes along with what you said, Rocky, about us being able to do this very well. We've been trained to do this so that we know focus on the hammer closer to you as opposed to the objects further away.
But
So
also people have trouble, and I do as well, and you probably do too. Not many people have 20/20 vision, which means both eyes are working
exactly,
perfectly together. One eye may be dominant, one
exactly,
eye may be worse than the other or better than the other, so it gives you
exactly,
a different perception even in your own two eyes. You have to be careful
exactly.
with talking in a perfect world. But even in a perfect world, we don't see depth, at an angle parallel to something. We definitely don't see depth perception very well. But even off to a different angle, we have trouble with depth perception. We see in 3D rendering way better up close than we do in the distance.
Because the angle, right? Because the angle changes when your eyes sees two different angles.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because the picture's so close, that parallax that it creates trying to compare these two images together. It appears to shift when you close one eye, but it hasn't actually moved. It's just parallax.
It's not moving.
And yeah,
That's
it's
the
not
whole
moving.
point.
It's not moving. Yeah.
But it definitely does appear to move. That's the
Yeah.
illusion part.
Yeah.
Things can appear up, down, to the side. They can appear bigger, smaller, more bright, less bright due to different things.
Yeah, so
Different
it's
colors
really
even.
hard. Yeah, it's really hard sometimes to trust what you see,
But things in the distance, you would agree, are getting worse than things are up close, right? We just said that. Things up close, you can 3D render a lot better than things in the distance. That's why long distance observation, especially over a layer of atmosphere that is turbulent, is terrible. You can't take anything from that. You just take it as what it's proven, which is that we're easily fooled. That's Jeremy's picture, right? When you're looking long distance over the parallel power line over a turbulent water marine layer, that's the optical illusion. Thank you. 100%. When you look at the bridge, the sections that you're closest to, you're not being fooled. You can go touch them. You can go measure how far apart they are. Hello?
I think that we all agree. Just Jeremy's phrasing it in a really weird way, which turns it into an argument. Because he phrases it in a weird way. He only has one piece of evidence to back this weird way of phrasing it, and then he sticks to it.
The one thing that shows the one thing that shows that you can't differentiate between 2D and 3D. That one little thing that shows that you can't differentiate between them.
But the way you're saying it, with all due respect, is that what I'm seeing in 3D right now would be an illusion. That's not right.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. It could be an illusion if you've never went up, touched it, maybe got a different angle or something. Maybe it's something brand new you've never seen. It could definitely be an illusion.
Have you touched that pit? Like, have you touched the 3D image? Like, you know what I'm saying? The 3D effect, or is it just an effect? I mean, you're admitting that's an illusion. That's what I don't get, man. Maybe it's just the way I'm hearing it, or maybe I mean, whatever. It's definitely off what you're saying.
It's an illusion, but it wouldn't. I'm saying it wouldn't. It shouldn't be if we saw in like real 3D. I'm not saying we see in 2D. They call it 2.5D because you can get, different from two eyeballs.
Square.
But you're agreeing that we do see things in 3D.
I'm agreeing we see 3D images, but when you see it, you see an image in your head. That image is only two. You can only reference that image in 2 dimensions. You cannot reference that image in 3 dimensions.
It's an image you can go prove that it's 3D right now, like right in front of you.
Yes, you can go prove it afterwards, but before you do that, you won't know. You can't be 100% certain.
Oh, but you are certain. That's the whole point. It's reality.
But if you were certain,
what you're not certain about is that picture.
Yeah, but if you were certain, that picture wouldn't be an illusion because you'd be certain that it is or isn't a 3D object.
It is an illusion. I'm certain of it.
Yes, but before it happens and you know the results, you can't tell or not.
Right, that's the illusionary part. That you can't prove it. It's on a piece of paper.
Prove it after. Yeah, you can prove it after. No, sometimes it's a real object. Sometimes the guy drew it on paper. You can prove it after, but not before. When you're just looking at it, you don't know yet.
It's a physical object, then you know it's 3D. It's on a piece of paper.
How many people have been tested for this? Like, has there been like 1 million people tested? And like, have you seen the results where no one has ever actually got it right? I mean, can there be one person to get it right? If there is,
because I can't see those paintings where there's an image inside the painting. I can't see that at all, ever. I've never seen one where you're looking at a picture of a garden and there's a ghost ship in it or a kangaroo or something. I can't see that hidden picture ever.
Yeah, that's not. I don't see those things either. Usually, that's not the same thing though. I'm just talking about a 2D image, a 2D representation of a 3D image. You could draw that on paper, and then you could actually have the object there. You won't be able to tell which one is the object or which one's the drawn one because it's an illusion, right? But if you saw in 3D, you would just see, oh, this thing is 3D. There's no illusion there.
The drawing is the illusion. I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah, the drawing's the illusion. Yes.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be there if you could see in 3D because you would.
Doesn't mean you're seeing in 2D. It means you're being fooled.
Yes, you're being fooled, but
if we were seeing in 2D, right, which is what you're saying, right? Then you're saying what I see right now in 3D is me being fooled.
I'm saying it's definitely not 3D. Definitely not.
So is it 2D?
I don't know what it is. It's not 3D. If it was 3D, that picture wouldn't fool you. If it was 3D, that picture wouldn't fool you, and you'd be able to tell, oh, that is an actual 3D object. The fact you can't differentiate between those two, it shows you that you can't.
I might
see
be
it.
confused then, because I thought your argument was it would be 2D. I heard you mention 2D and 3D. That's all I ever heard. But maybe I missed something.
Yeah, well, I mean, they say it's like 2.5D. So I don't know. I don't want to argue 2D or 2.5D, whatever. I'm saying it's definitely not 3D though, because you'd be able to differentiate in that picture.
Tell you guys. You guys ain't saying
it's
anything
2D
much
squared.
different.
It's 2D squared.
It's something. It's definitely something, but it's definitely not 3D because that picture wouldn't fool you if it was. It's really that simple.
I can't believe I'm hearing this.
There's things out in nature that are 3D that you can't see in 3D, that appear to be in 2D, but you know they're not because they're physical objects. That's the whole point. You can be fooled, but we're seeing ultimately all the time. Every object, every physical object is 3D. You're seeing them in 3D. You're just being fooled by the angle.
You know what I think it is?
Stuff?
You know what I think it is, bro?
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I think I'm just gonna make a joke now to ease things off. I think Jeremy's hanging around with Kosho too much. He's not seeing clearly.
No, listen, Kosho's been trolling us for like a week now. Don't even listen to him.
Jeremy, you can't believe, bro, that you see in 2D. Come on, man. You're too smart,
Guys,
bro.
Have you guys
I know
ever
it's not
played
3D.
tennis?
He's hung up on that one picture, on that one trickery, like magic trick.
Well, that's all we need to do is to
bro.
show that. Yeah, but we need to show that you can't differentiate between two. What would prove that you don't see in 3D? Would me showing you would me showing you something that you couldn't
on a piece of paper?
Yeah,
No.
would me showing you something where you couldn't differentiate if it was 2D or 3D prove to you that we don't see in 3D?
No, I just told you out in reality that you can be fooled. Something is 3D, it all is, but it can be at such an angle or whatever, light, whatever, that it looks 2D to you. Your brain's interpreting it as 2D. You can be fooled. I'm agreeing with that. But that is the trick. Otherwise, when you're not being tricked, you're seeing in 3D. I'm seeing in 3D right now. Like 1,000 different things going 80 miles an hour. They're all in 3D to me. I'm not being fooled here. I can touch them. I'm holding one right now that I know is 3D. I can feel all of it. I can feel it. It's my phone. It's 3D. I'm viewing it in 3D. I'm not being fooled. And you agree with that.
Yes, but there's time. The only way I could show you that we don't see in 3D is to show you something and you can't tell me whether it's 3D or not.
Yeah, when I'm being fooled. Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
The only way
100%.
I have to show you that you can't show in 3D.
Yeah, and I would know I'm being fooled.
Yeah, and yes, you're being fooled into seeing something 3D that's not 3D, which should tell you that you can't see in 3D because you wouldn't be able to get fooled.
No, you can be fooled either way is what the whole point is. You can be fooled. Your brain can be fooled easily to think one way or another, to see things one way or another. I can put an arrow behind the glass and it's facing one way and your brain interprets it facing another way. And all of that is 3D.
It's like the Einstein face that's concave and it looks like it's 3D. And then when it goes around, it also looks like it's also 3D facing you.
It's all angles. I can show you a room where a guy on one side looks really, really huge and the person on the other side looks tiny, tiny. It's because of the slant of the floor, the angle, the way you perceive things with angles and shading. That's how magicians fool people in the audience, is smoke and mirrors and angles. That's it.
Yep. So what other way could I show you that you don't see in 3D other than to show you something where you can't differentiate it? What would be another way to prove to you that you don't see in 3D?
If you want to prove it to me that I'm seeing in 2D and I'm being fooled when I'm viewing everything in 3D right now in reality, take me out in reality, show me something that I can touch and feel and move around. Show me that in 2D where it doesn't turn into 3D when I change my angle. then you would
We're
have
not talking
something there.
about changing your angle. We're not talking. We haven't been talking
Well,
about
you
changing your
have to
angle
when
this
you're
whole time.
talking
We're
about
talking about
eyesight.
no, just looking. Just when you look at something, just one still
You're talking
frame.
about a special case. You're talking about that one frame special case. That's not how we see Jeremy.
I'm talking about you not moving. When you see something, I mean, you don't have to be moving. You can just look at something. All you do when you look at something is take a bunch of images of you moving. It's a bunch of single images.
You're talking about a special case, not how we see ultimately. You're talking about this one little special thing. Do this. You got to be in this certain position and do this certain. No. I'm agreeing we can be fooled under special circumstances. I'm the one who brings up optical illusions all the time. You think I don't know about them?
Yeah. The point is, it wouldn't be an illusion because if you could see and dude, I've said this like 100 times. It's boring. If you could see in 3D, if you could see in 3D, you wouldn't be fooled right there because you'd be able to look at that image and be like, "Yo, that's a 3D thing right there. I know it is because I can see in 3D." You can't differentiate that though.
Okay.
Which leads me to believe you can't see in 3D because you can't differentiate 2D between 3D in certain
Let me
special
try this. Let me
in
try this,
special
Jeremy.
in
So what
special
you're saying,
circumstances.
is every time I see something in 3D, I'm being fooled. Then, if what you just said is true, then what I'm seeing right now in 3D is not 3D. It's actually fooled. I'm being fooled.
No, I just
And
told
that's
you, and
ridiculous.
you didn't listen to the end of my sentence.
Yes, I've heard it like 100 times today, and you won't hear anybody else when everybody has been telling me you're either saying it wrong or that you are wrong or that something you're either whatever. Every single person here. Kosho's the only one that kind of said, "Well, Jeremy's right, but."
And he is right. Rakia, you're saying you're double speaking, Rakia. You're saying the same. What Jeremy's saying is correct. The reason why your brain can be fooled is because it's your brain interpreting it that tells you that it's 3D. Of course, it's 3D, and you can also see it as 3D, and that be true. However, your brain uses context clues like shadows and your past experience and things like that to make that picture. Yeah, that's what Jeremy's saying.
Yeah, that's
He's not saying anything different than that.
That's a 3D image, and my brain interpreted it wrong. That's being an optical illusion. That is my brain interpreting that object, which is 3D, as a 2D rendering. Yeah, that's the optical illusion. I'm the one saying that. I'm not double speaking at all. That's the optical illusion. The optical illusion isn't that I'm seeing my phone in 3D, which we know it is in 3D. That's not an optical illusion. It's a fact. The only optical illusion is when we put my phone far enough away on a flat surface or at a certain angle and it doesn't look 3D anymore. That is the illusion. Thank you. I'll be all here all day. Tip your waitresses. I don't know how to say it any clearer.
Yeah, the point that Jeremy's making is that.
And the illusion is the proof that you can't differentiate between 2D and 3D.
Take my phone. Take a physical object. You agree that I can see it in 3D when it's close to you. Take it further away from you.
You see it in 2D.
My phone right now, I'm seeing in 2D. It sure looks like 3D to me.
Everything you see is in a 2D. Yep.
So my brain is fooling me right now because I'm seeing this phone as 3D. I'm feeling it as 3D.
You can't see it as 3D.
I'm seeing it. I can draw it.
Yeah, on a piece of paper. I know.
Yeah, I can draw it as 3D, and then I can also draw it as 2D. But in the physical world,
we could draw it so good we could draw it so good that you wouldn't be able to tell if it was 3D or 2D until you touched it.
I agree, but I'm touching my phone in 3D. I'm touching it.
Yeah, we know
everything. I'm not drawing it. I'm touching it, right? I'm holding it.
You've been arguing that for like 10 minutes now.
Yeah, I'm holding it, and you're telling me I'm not seeing it. You're telling me it's a 3D object, but I'm not seeing it as a 3D object. I'm seeing it as a 2D object, and I'm being tricked to say that it's a 3D object. When in actuality, in reality, it is a 3D object. It's the most moronic thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's a 3D object, but you're not seeing it as a 3D object because you can't see in 3D. Because if you could, I wouldn't be able to draw a picture of your phone good enough where you couldn't tell before you picked it up whether it was 2D or 3D. You can't differentiate. That's what tells me you can't see in 3D.
I'm not seeing the 3D object that we both agree is 3D object. I'm not seeing it as 3D.
You're saying it is 2D.
It's an illusion.
No, I'm not saying it's an illusion. No.
So I am seeing it as 3D.
You keep strawmanning the fuck out of it.
So am I seeing it as 3D or not? I'm seeing it as 3D.
It's 2D with your eyes, but your brain converts that into 3D. And
yeah, so
your
it's
brain
3D, right?
It's part of eyesight.
Yeah, part of processing his damn painting, which is an illusion, is using your brain too, right? Precision is how we see.
That's part of eyesight. He's limited to
so
the
I'm
eyes. The eyes themselves see in
my
2D.
phone.
That's correct.
I'm seeing my phone as 3D, right, Precision?
Absolutely.
Yep, thank you. Another one that disagrees with you. Now, I can draw this phone on a piece of paper under a special condition and create the certain shadows where it would fool my eyes and brain, how we see, into seeing a 3D object as 2D. Yeah, I agree with that. Or a 2D object as 3D.
Yeah,
I'm not denying that.
It shows in this very specific set of circumstances. This is the demonstration that shows that you can't differentiate between 2D or 3D just by looking at it.
When you take something and put it on a piece of paper, which isn't reality.
I can, in reality, draw something on a piece of paper. That is absolutely reality.
Yeah, you can create reality? That phone, I can talk on that phone?
Is me drawing something on a piece of paper reality? Can you not draw things on a piece of paper in reality? Come on, man.
The paper and the paint and all that is a reality. But the phone is a painting.
Yeah,
the phone I'm holding right now is reality.
It's a painting that you can't differentiate between 2D or 3D.
Whatever. Okay, good. Good for you, man. Congrats. Everybody disagrees with you besides Koso.
Let me make a point. Jeremy, you know why I think that you can't... the question you asked Rakia before about the 2D, right? You know why I know you can't show anything in 2D?
Yeah, we know all objects in the world are 3D. Jesus Christ. How many times with this? We know everything.
So which part don't you get, Jeremy? Which
Holy
part don't
shit.
you get? You can't see in 2D because 2D does not exist, bro. Do you not get that?
Yeah.
What about if you're looking at a screen?
You're looking at a 3D object, maybe rendering something that might appear to be 2D.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're looking at
for instance, if I'm looking at a mirror, the mirror itself is 3D, right? But the image on it is 2D, right?
Say that again, please. Sorry.
Now they're talking about shadows and reflections and all that, not reality.
A mirror is a 3D object, but the image that's produced on the mirror is 2D.
It's an illusion.
No, exactly. It appears.
It's an illusion.
To be 2D.
It's a reflection. Yes, you can concave that mirror, and it makes you look 12 feet tall. It's an illusion. Yeah, an illusion.
No, hold up. This is just a regular mirror. It's true to life. How is it an illusion if it's just a reflection?
It's just a reflection. That's it. You can touch your body. You can touch your face.
Absolutely. So the image
That's
is 2D,
reality.
right?
No. The image is just a reflection. You can say it's 2D or 4D or 8D. It don't matter.
It does
You're
matter
not talking about, no, that's not what that's not reality. We're talking about 3D reality. How you see 3D
and on that
in reality.
3D reality mirror is a 2D image.
Everything you're bringing up is not reality. It's just in reality.
Okay, so if I'm looking at my reflection on water.
3D. Even your mirror is 3D. The reflection is 3D. Everything is 3D.
The reflection is 3D now?
You just can't render it as 3D.
It's an optical illusion. It appears to be 2D. Everything is 3D. Get it
just
through your
like
thick
the
skulls.
lamppost in the distance. It looks flat. It doesn't look round.
Who is saying that reflections are 3D?
We're saying everything is 3D. Reality is 3D. Everything. There's nothing that you can point to or show me that is 2D. It's all in your brain. It's a geometric thing. It's a concept. Get it through your thick skulls.
I don't know what you're arguing about. Is anyone here arguing that there are 2D objects exist in reality? Is anyone arguing that?
No.
Yes, you. The
You.
painting.
You're saying you
drawing.
see in 2D. Yeah, you are,
Definitely not
Jeremy.
arguing
You.
that. Nobody's saying that.
Well, then
I've
how
told
can
you many
you see
times
in
that's
2D?
exactly not what I'm saying, and I've
How
agreed
can you
everything in
see something
reality is
in
3D.
2D that's not there? 2D doesn't exist.
I don't know, man. Listen, I don't think we can do this anymore because I've said several times that I agree with you. Everything in reality is 3D. There's no such thing as 2D objects, and you're sitting here just saying I don't know.
Yeah, but in the same breath, you say that
end
you
it.
see in 2D, bro. Jeremy,
Yeah, you
but in
do.
the same
Your
breath,
eyes see
you
in 2D,
say that we
but
see in
your
2D.
eyesight in general is 3D because your brain interprets the 2D images and makes it into 3D based off of the shading and all
No, everything is
Wow.
3D.
Well, don't
Your
tell me
eyes
no,
see
man.
in
That's the
3D.
I know what's going on here. They're trying to replace the simple 6-word explanation that you guys can have for like a book and a Bible of stuff that nobody can do or explain.
All right, tell us how that is.
How your site works is how your site works. It do what it do.
It do what it do. We don't see too far. We see exactly what we see. Simple. We don't see in 2D. We see exactly the objects that are presented to us, which are 3D.
Well, we definitely
All
don't
of
see.
them.
Well, we definitely don't see in 3D because if we did, I wouldn't be able to show you an image, and you wouldn't
Yeah,
get fooled by
I
it.
can't do this anymore. You keep
wouldn't
repeating
get
the
fooled.
same thing over and over
Yeah,
again.
I don't
See
know.
how it
You
works?
think you having the last word is going to be some sort of win or not, but it's not.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
just
not
we
winning
can do this
anything.
all
It's
day. I don't give
amazing.
a. We'll
Yeah,
do
I
it all
know.
day
You'll
if you
just keep
want.
repeating your optical illusion not being an optical illusion. That is
It's an
incredible.
optical illusion. You
Ricky
straw
in
man the
Montreal.
shit out of me about 20 fucking times this whole argument.
Well, it's going to be
absurd.
21 if you think that's
You're acting like a glober with all your fallacies right
No,
now. Keep it
you're
up.
acting like the Glover saying you got to put something on a piece of paper and look at it at a certain way and have someone draw it with a certain shadow to be an optical
Let's not
illusion
even
for your
move to the
brain.
illusion. We need
Yeah,
to
to show that
understand
you
whether or
can't
not these
differentiate
images are
between
2D or 3D.
I do it to show
Because,
that
like,
you can't differentiate between 2D and 3D. If you could
I
see in
can
3D, you'd be
differentiate.
able to differentiate it.
Show me a 2D rendering on a piece of paper. I'll tell you it's 2D. It looks 2D. Show me my
Ricky,
iPhone. I'm gonna say it
you're
looks
standing
3D. I
in
can
the
decipher.
shallow. Let's say you're standing in the shallow like lake or a pond or something like that, right? The water's perfectly still, and it's clear enough that you can see a reflection, right? It's during the day you see your reflection. Is that the water is 3D? Obviously, the pond is 3D. It has depth in, but the image of your reflection on the surface, how is that 3D?
Dude, you're talking about reflections and mirrors and stuff.
Yeah.
We're talking about the physicality of things. Reality.
Yes.
Yes.
What's
Everything
physical
physical. We're all
Yes,
agreeing.
even, hold on.
So
Even
what's
that
physical
image
about
is
an image
3D.
off a
Yes,
screen?
it's rendered in a 3D world. If you didn't have that water in 3D, you wouldn't be able to see that image. There's nothing that you can
Everything
say
in reality
that you
is
can
3D.
bring
We
2D
know.
objects
All right,
into
no, hold up,
reality.
Yeah, we know.
Okay,
we
I'm
know
with
the
you, Montreal.
illusion
It's
is
rendered
now
in
of
3D.
tells you can't render 3D to
boys.
2D. We know, Jeremy.
I have a
Quit
follow-up
being
question.
Over and
biased.
over. Everything in reality is 3D.
Yeah, over
no
and
one's fucking arguing
over
against
again. You
that
said the
except
same
for
thing
straw
too.
man.
Relax, man.
No one's
The only
different here, Jeremy, except
Jeremy,
for
you're
you
delayed.
saying
Can you guys please just dial it back? I'm trying to ask a
it's
follow-up.
ridiculous
The
how
only
he just
person
says we're
arguing
saying the same
against
thing
that
over and
is
over
you,
again
straw
when
man, who
he's
makes up
saying the
my
same
argument.
thing over and over again.
Yeah, the
All right,
only
Montreal.
person
So we
arguing that
agree.
there isn't 3D, everything isn't 3D, is your straw man fallacy that you keep doing of me saying that things are 2D when I can never say that objects are 2D.
All I'm saying, I don't care what you say, is that my phone that I'm holding, which you agree is 3D in reality, I'm seeing it in 3D reality. I'm actually holding it, touching it, and seeing it at the same time. You have to go take a painting that a man did to make it look like it's not 3D to fool somebody, to prove that we can be fooled. Congratulations.
To prove
That's
that you
not
can't
necessarily the
differentiate
case. He doesn't
between
need a
to prove
painting.
that
He
you
needs.
can't differentiate between 2D and 3D. Yes.
Hold up. So, like, you know when you go to the circus and there's that hall of mirrors thing? And let's not talk about the concave, convex mirrors that make it look, but just the ones that, you know, you can't tell if it's your reflection or, you know, the path or what, because there's, you know, the mirrors are placed in different lengths. So, following up to what Montreal said, you have a reflection on the water. We agree without the water, there would be no reflection. But just because something is based off of something 3D, does that automatically mean that it itself has to be 3D?
It's an illusion. The
dimensions?
It's an illusion, and you need a 3D object to create it. Yes,
absolutely.
That's what
but
we're
is
trying
it
to tell
2D
you.
illusion
It's
or
an
a 3D
illusion. It's a 3D illusion. 2D does not exist, man.
Okay.
Why can you not get that in your head, bro?
All right, no, I hear you. So where's the depth in the reflected image?
The depth in the reflected image?
Yes, because 3D is height, width, depth, right? Now we agree that with this image has height and width. We see, the two axes of this image. Where's the third axis? Where's the depth of this image?
Well, it's in the water. The water itself, or the mirror itself, is a 3D object. If it wasn't for that 3D object, you wouldn't be able to have that illusion rendered that looks to you. Looks, I specify, looks like a 2D object. But we know that a 2D does not exist in reality. So it's a fallacy off the get-go, bro.
All right, so you're saying that the depth...
It's like we're arguing now if unicorns are gray or orange, bro.
That's not necessary.
What he's saying is that only
this image on the surface, right? We agree on it's on the surface. Now you're basically saying the surface, it has depth. It has the depth of, like a few molecules of water, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a 2D image plus the third dimension depth of a few molecules in depth.
No, it's not a 2D image. It's an image.
Well, that's a 2D plus another
3D
dimension. That's 3D.
That you think is 2D. It's not 2D.
I you're saying it's 3D, but the depth is only a few molecules, thick.
If you want to do the molecule thing, even that image has depth, because even if you go close up to it, I'm sure you can measure a few molecules depth of water. So there goes your 2D if you want to get technical about it. We can do that as well. There's no way that you can bring 2D in the world, bro. There's no way.
Yeah, you're saying... Okay.
Go ahead, try. I'll be here.
You're the one that's
give you time
because you're saying that the depth that exists is only a few molecules. It's minimum. You would say it's one molecule, right?
If you want to go, one molecule, yeah.
That's basically 2D.
No, but you're gonna go with one molecule of water? Is that what you're saying? Is that what causes the reflection? One molecule?
I don't know.
You want to go to that? You want to go to the quantum scale to prove a point here?
It's the uppermost surface that provides the image.
Bro, like I said, if you want to go to the quantum scale, right? Then I'll tell you, okay, that water that's forming that image that you claim is 2D, how deep is it? Prove it to me. Yeah. Show me how depth that reflection is.
Is a molecule 2D or 3D percentage?
Exactly.
The molecule is definitely 3D.
I was saving that
there
one.
You go, then. There you go. You
know the image that's produced on all of these molecules is a 2D image.
Well, that's why you had to say basically 2D, because it's not 2D. It's always 3D. No matter if you can make
a molecule is 3D.
No, before that in your sentence, the reflection on the water, those molecules of water, you said basically 2D.
And you guys were laughing at me when I said 3D, right?
That's because you have.
There's nothing in 2D,
is definitely 2D. I don't know.
No, it's definitely
not. I'm not being unclear with my verbiage.
Well, go rewind it and listen to yourself. You said basically 3D. Yeah, you said basically 2D, which means it's not 2D. It's actually 3D. You just can't see it because it's so minute. We agree with you. The human eye and brain can interpret some depths and some widths and some, length, distance very well, especially at great distances or under certain conditions. We agree with that.
No, I think we're not agreeing. I think we have.
Well, it's all 3D. If you don't agree with that,
hold up.
Go ahead.
I think we have an actual difference in our definition of image. For me, an image is not a physical thing. It's made from a physical thing, based off of a physical thing. Without the physical thing, you won't see it. But it itself is just, the light bouncing off of something physical, and it's a 2D image that's produced in your mind, in your brain.
Yeah, in your mind. Yeah, not in reality. Yeah.
Yes, the image itself isn't real.
Okay, fine. But in reality, there are 3D images that your brain interprets 3D.
No, again, image isn't real. Image isn't like a real 3D thing. Like a blind person doesn't have images of these things because
Don't
they're
you
not
have like
actually
a?
real.
Isn't there like the reason people have two eyes is for depth perception, so that when they look at something, they can tell if it's flat or actually a 3D rendition. That's why,
that's
like,
stereoscopic vision. We've been through that already, and people with one eye, they can adjust. Yeah, so
Yeah, that's a learned thing. Your brain can't adjust for that. But take the blind person. How does he know something's 2D or 3D? Hand a blind person something 2D. Good luck.
Well, that's my point, though. He won't have an image.
Okay, show
He
a
won't
blind
have an
person
image
something
because
2D.
an image isn't an actual 3D thing. It's a 2D representation of a 3D thing.
Yeah, it's not reality. Right, I agree. Show a
I
blind
used
person
that one
2D.
before. Good one. If somebody is blind, right? How are you going to explain them a 2D thing? You can't. If he says, "Okay, put this in my hand, show me," you can't do it, right?
Yeah, that's why we're agreeing.
So
The
it's a
image itself
visual
is 2D.
thing. It's
your
something
eye
in
sees
your mind.
images. Absolutely, but your eye sees images. It sees these 2D images that don't exist in reality. The object itself exists in reality. It's 3D, but the image itself is 2D, which is what your eye sees, and then your mind interprets.
No, it's the opposite.
Hold up. Let me finish. Your mind interprets these 2D images from both eyes into a 3D thing.
No,
we see in 3D. Each eye sees in 2D.
No, you're
wrong. Ask Jeremy that. Ask Jeremy.
Yeah, everything is 3D. Your brain can be fooled and interpret something as appearing to be 2D, but we know it's not because 2D doesn't exist in reality.
Absolutely, the 2D
Well, I'm
doesn't
glad we
exist in
agree.
reality. The image is not
saying
real.
Nobody's been arguing that 2D objects exist this whole
So
time.
it's
You guys
just your-
said it
it's
like
just-
50 times.
Yeah, so it's
this
just your
argument
brain
is-
interpreting the optical illusion to make 3D objects appear 2D, right? It's just an illusion created by your brain, right? Thank you.
Yeah. The image,
Finally.
yes, the image that you see. I said yes. The image that you see, you can be tricked into seeing if it's 2D or 3D. You can be tricked into not knowing. If you could see in 3D, it wouldn't be a trick. You would just know that's a 3D object since I can see in 3D.
If we saw in 2D then, or whatever D you think we see in, just not 3D, which is kind of strange to me, then we're being fooled every time we see something in 3D.
Definitely
you can't
not.
have it both. Then you can't have it both ways. Why
would
can't
it
it
be
be
both
3D?
ways?
Well, he's
You can
saying
make
it's
a
not
2D
2D.
image.
Okay, let me answer. You asked. Do you want to answer your own question?
No, I was just
Why?
gonna elaborate
Okay, the question
on the
was,
question.
why can't he have it both ways? Wasn't that your question?
Yeah.
Well, he's
I'm
already
not
said.
trying to have it both ways.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm not trying to have it both
No, I'm
ways.
saying why does it have to be both ways?
Well, he says
Yeah,
it's
I
not.
don't know.
He says it's not 2D and it's not 3D. But if he says
It's one way. You can make a 2D image look like a
Oh,
3D
my God.
object.
Good luck, man. I think y'all just like arguing. Like taking them. This is the mainstream. This is what the mainstream says. Our retina, right, interprets or that's like a 2D image on the back of our retina, and then the brain takes that information, which is light, basically energy, and turns it into a rendering, reverses the image or inverts the image, and makes it appear as close to reality as the brain can. Having to do with just.
Yeah, we agree.
This isn't nothing to do with mainstream shit. This is a real life example that you can show where you can't differentiate between 2D or 3D. If you could see in 3D, you'd be able to differentiate. If you could see in 3D, you'd be able to differentiate it, and it wouldn't be an optical illusion.
You keep saying that, Jeremy, but I still disagree with that.
Yeah, he's talking about a man-made illusion on a piece of paper being reality. Congratulations.
An illusion where you can't differentiate between 2D or 3D because you don't see
that's
in
what
3D.
it is. Keyword illusion. That's what it is.
The illusion showing that you can't see in 3D.
So not reality.
It's really a drawing on a piece of paper. Is that real?
I didn't say the paper wasn't reality or the person that drew it wasn't reality. I said the illusion wasn't reality.
All images aren't
it's not reality because you're not seeing in 3D. Exactly, because you can't differentiate between 2D and 3D.
Like again, if you're in that house of mirrors, if you're seeing someone, you don't know if it's that person or their reflection in the mirror. That's the whole point of like that thing. because the images themselves aren't real.
If it's in reality,
images
you
can
can go
look
up and touch the person, pinch them, make them scream.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that would be reality.
That's how you know images can look real.
Right, that would be in reality. You could do that. In your fantasy world, picture painting world, you can't go up and touch that phone or person in 3D. Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, you can.
Not really. You can't touch through the paper. It's just shadows.
You can touch
and
it
shit.
to determine whether it's real or an image.
Oh my God, the painting is real. Jesus, bro, y'all just. I mean, are y'all?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. So you're saying if you put this painting on a wall, people would walk into it, they wouldn't be able to tell up until they touch it? Like,
Is that what I said?
Is?
Is that if it's on a flat canvas, but it's making the appearance that it's a tunnel? Can you touch the end of the tunnel? That's more deeper into the painting than what the face of the tunnel is? No, it's an illusion.
Touch any part.
No, wait, no, yeah, but my question is like if people are walking up towards this painting, are they gonna notice that it's like, is this illusion actually an illusion? Like when people walk up, do they like hit? Oh shit! Like I hit my head against this wall because I thought it was a tunnel. Because if they're not doing that, I mean, I don't know. It just
the illusion will usually only happen at a specific angle. But when you have this specific angle in these very specific circumstances, you can't differentiate whether the object is 2D or 3D.
Right, but then you could
Right.
tell the moment you move from that angle that it's actually a 2D.
When you move,
because angle matters in reality.
Right. Yeah. So that I don't know. I think that goes towards the point that just the fact that you can move and change it and tell the difference kind of shows that you can see.
Dude, you can have a painter draw a manhole opening in the middle of the sidewalk and people would walk around it all day. They fool people all the time. They have door openings, like window openings that people try and walk through or look through or whatever. You think people can't be fooled? That's craziness. Easily fooled.
You ever see two guys holding a pretend glass? Nothing there, and just because they have their hands in a certain shape, people walk around them. You ever seen that?
I might have seen something like that back in the day, a long time ago.
That's crazy,
no glass
man.
in their hand at all?
Yeah, no glass at all. Nothing.
That's crazy.
Or you have guys in a room and they do an experiment. So there's only one guy that they're experimenting on in a room, and then they're just sitting there filling out a form, and out of nowhere, all five guys stand up. So the guy like looking around, and before you know it, he stands up too and sits down on cue. The way they did it, nobody told him nothing.
Yeah,
but because the crowd, it's freaked out, man.
There's another thing. People.
Well, to be fair, if five guys
Oh,
around you just stand up, you're gonna want to stand up too, just like in case something happens, you want to be able to defend yourself or something like that.
Ready to run out. Yeah, but there's that's something where people will just follow the group. Like you could have a bunch of lines on a wall, and if 4 out of the 5 guys say this line's longer, the other guy will switch his shit and be like, yeah, that line's long, even though it's obviously not.
Exactly.
Although obvious lines are shorter. The elevator thing too, where you stand backwards in the elevator, then the other people will stand backwards.
Yeah. That one too. Yeah.
That's how you separate the wheat from the chaff, right there.
I'm not that guy. I often stand the opposite way of people in the elevator just to see their reaction. But I've seen those tests. We did some of these tests in college where groupthink or like we didn't do the line. We did other things like answers. People could know what answers you put, and they would just automatically put that answer, even though they're blatantly wrong. Weird.
Yep, I was never that guy either.
I can't lie. Sometimes I did the picture making thing on some of the little fill out A, B, C, D, whatever. I would make little things or designs down the way just to be funny. But a lot of my past doing that, I'm like, what the hell?
I scored a 27 on the ACT, and I told my mom the other day I was dead hungover. I was actually still drunk, and I was just like goofing off. Yeah, it's got to be B. I told her that the other day for the first time. I said because we were talking about Like it's a standardized test here, like entrance exam.
Gotcha.
And I scored really high on it one time, and or high for us. And then we were talking about the other day at dinner. I said, "Mom, you know that time that I scored so high on that test that I was dead drunk, right, or hungover at least?" She was like, "No, I didn't know that." I was like, "Yeah, sorry."
I'm sorry, Mama.
See, here
Sorry,
we got a guy like Doofus, right? He's hell bent. He knows that the eye receives a 2D image. This is what I find fascinating. Like, because somebody told him that, he thinks that the eye receives an image that is not possible, not geometrically possible. It's an
Yeah, when you,
abstract. It's amazing,
yeah,
man.
when you see it, it happens in your head conceptually, right? You see something, close your eyes, now you see this in your head, right? It's all happening.
Yeah, it's a concept.
Yeah, and that can be 2D, right? Concept.
Yeah, concept could be anything. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean that's how you see it though. That's what I'm saying.
So we see in
It
billboards.
has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with the mainstream or because that's what they say or anything. My shit is based strictly on evidence where we can't differentiate it.
So when I look at people, I see billboards standing there. So if you put a billboard next to you that looks like you, Jeremy, waving at me, I can't tell the real you from the billboard.
Yeah, but I don't get, Jeremy. Even in your example, you can differentiate. Once they wave the pin by, like I haven't even seen the video, but you're saying once they move something across it, you can tell it's 3D. So you can decipher whether it's 2D or 3D, even in your own example.
Yeah, like sometimes the guy will draw a picture. Sometimes it'll be a real object. You don't know until he goes and touches it tangibly. Dave Weiss does it with the concave and convex.
Yeah, with the
that he does all
moons.
the time.
Yeah,
Anything like that. Yeah.
yeah, that's optical illusions based on shadows and angles. Magician, magic. Yeah.
No, because you just see this image in front of you, right? When you see something, you just see an image in front of you. You can only go left, right, or up and down in it. You can't go deeper into it or back. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't.
Right, but
You can't go in that.
under special conditions, Jeremy, at a certain angle or certain lighting or whatever. Once you change that, you can tell it's a bowl or a cup or concave or a sphere.
Absolutely,
that's the whole point. Yeah, well, that's the whole point.
But the image itself, though, you can't just tell off of one image.
Definition of the image, Jeremy. Honestly,
Because the image is
hold on a second, guys. You're drawing those shadows and stuff, right? On the paper and like all the stuff. So what he's saying is you guys are putting all the things on the paper that would optically lead you to believe, like an illusion because of all the stuff that they're drawing there. That when you look in reality, do you look at a sphere and see like little shadows around it or on it like crazy, like that's exactly defined on that paper in the definition of a flat definition of drawing with the pencil compared to what you see in the definition of reality? I think that's all we're trying to decipher here. The definition of reality towards the definition of what's on that paper that's actually not defined is like it doesn't have like any volume to it. It's just straight lines of coloring. Your eyes are seeing the volume is what we're saying compared to the straight lines of the paper that they put on there. So when we see a sphere in reality, a beach ball, we don't look at fucking dark, defined lines and stuff. We see the ball as what it is. It's a white ball. We don't see a black line making the white ball look like a ball, and we don't see shadows around it, shadowing it. You see what I'm saying? I think that's what he's trying to say. It's all about the definition of the object.
Look, we're saying we see in reality. They're saying we see in 2D. It's that simple.
Right.
When you see things, it happens in your head, right? It's all happening in your head.
Yeah.
It looks.
Yeah, so that's the same place we can have these conceptual 2D things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is a 2D image in your head, a conceptual 2D image of what is actually going on around you.
When you
sometimes it is actual.
What do you? Hold on a second.
We're starting off with a 3D thing. That's my whole point. That's what we're trying to get across to you.
Yeah, that's where
we're
get
starting
the 2D.
off with 3D. Now, whatever else happens after that, it's all perception.
You
get a metaphysical image from a physical object. The image is not 3D. It's not real.
Oh man, I think we're in two different worlds. I don't think we can make a bridge here.
Close your eyes. to look in your head, Jeremy. When you got your eyes open, you're not looking in your head, buddy.
Jeremy, is 3D reality?
Yes, 3D is the reality. Everything's 3D around us.
Yeah.
There's no 2D object.
I wouldn't say it like
So
that.
you see,
only,
we
Jeremy,
say
'cause you can
we
imagine
see
a
in
3D
fantasy.
object.
We see in fantasy then.
There's no. Well, we see as good as we can see. I mean,
Non-reality.
You
We see in non-reality. Even things that we see in reality, we're seeing in non-reality. Is what you're saying?
I mean, we're seeing reality around us. We're just seeing it in a, this sense only lets us do a certain thing. All your senses don't do the same thing. You know what I'm saying? You need all of them to combine to be able to tell whether this object is 2D or 3D.
So is 2D reality?
No, there's no 2D objects. No.
So 2D is non-reality, and 3D
Yes.
is reality. But we see in non-reality.
Yes.
In
we
reality.
see an image. Yes, we see reality as our eyes let us, which is an image of something that's in front of us.
Guys, I think you need a vacation. Seriously.
That image,
by definition, are
Jeremy,
not real.
I hope y'all hear what you're saying. Yeah, you're saying we see reality in non-reality senses.
No,
it doesn't make any.
Seeing is a reality sense. I don't know.
Well, you said it was non-reality, 2D.
The image
the way
is 2D.
Yeah, the way we see is non-reality.
No, the way we see is we're seeing reality. However, it's
2D.
portrayed in that sense. Yes, portrayed in that sense as a 2D image. Yes.
Non-reality.
Or non 3D. I'll go with non 3D because I don't know. It could be more than it could be like 2.5D. But it's definitely not 3D.
Dialetheism, guys. This
it's
is
definitely not
dialetheism.
3D.
All right, it's a lot of audio chaos. Please come down.
Which image in
It's
reality
definitely
is
not
2D or
3D,
Jeremy? Which one? Are you 3D
It's definitely
when you're
not.
standing?
It's definitely not
Seriously?
3D. 'Cause if we, let's let him ask his question again. That I'm not.
I
Go
mean,
ahead,
he
Dan.
asked your question. You're about to answer. He doesn't let you.
Are you 3D? When I'm looking at you, are you a 3D human? What are you? What's your dimensions? I mean, it's a simple answer, right?
Okay. You asked your question. You asked your question. Let him do it. If you don't let him answer, he's never going to give you an
I
answer.
don't think you're letting him answer.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer that because I've already addressed that about 50 fucking times throughout this conversation.
Look, we have two things here. We have reality and we have 2D. Now, you guys got to come to terms with that.
And
That's
2D
it.
can definitely
There's
go.
no 2D.
Can you have a 2D image in your head, in your mind?
That's debatable, possibly.
You can have any fantasy.
That's what we're debating on.
Any fantasy that you want, but it's still fantasy.
I'm just saying, when you have an
only
image of
have,
something,
you can only have 2D images in your mind.
Can you have
when you have a
3D images in your head, Jeremy?
When you have,
because I do.
I can conceptualize 3D, yes. But when you see something in reality and then you close your eyes, and that image that you see in your mind, you can't go forward and backward on a z-axis,
Now
right?
you're talking about special cases now.
Talking about every
Open
case,
your eyes.
everything you see,
Every single thing you imagine, every single image you imagine in your head is 2D.
No, I'm not imagining the phone in front of me. I'm holding it. I can physically touch it.
Okay,
I'm touching it
so
right
look
now.
at the phone.
It's not
Look at the
imagination.
phone and then close your eyes.
Yeah,
And like, remember what the phone is like.
Create a special case. I see with my eyes open. I'm seeing the phone in 3D. What the hell are y'all talking about? Close your eyes, draw it on a piece of paper or
that's
whatever.
fine.
Imagine this. That's not
fine.
reality.
That's
fantasy.
Yeah, keep your eyes open. You look at your phone.
Right? I'm seeing it.
Can you scroll? Yeah, you see your phone. Can you? What's up, Alba?
No, I was just saying, Rakia, to let you finish your thought.
Yeah, so you can see your phone, right? We're seeing your phone in reality. You can see up, down, and left, right. You can't see back to front.
What do you mean I can't see back to front?
You can't see back to front. You can't see what's behind the object or on the other side of the object that's blocking your view.
I pretty much do, yeah, because it's a narrow phone, so I can see the carpet underneath. I can almost see my finger is directly behind it, so I don't see my finger. But that's a physical obstruction. That's not non-reality. I can feel my finger on the back of the phone. That's reality. That's how I know I'm holding it. It's 3D.
Because it's tangible. You're tangibly touching it. Yes, we're talking about just your eyesight, though.
Another part of reality.
Not touching. Just your eyesight we've been talking about.
Yeah, so if you told me imagine you're holding a phone, that's not reality. That's imagination. That's
No,
fantasy.
there's no holding. He's talking about
Forget
eyesight
holding
only.
it. Just set it on your dashboard or something and look at it.
Uh-huh. So don't touch it or
You
hold
can't.
it. Create a special case.
Bro,
Isn't a
we're talking about
special
eyesight,
case.
not touching.
got a
We're talking about the sense
bobblehead
of
on my
sight, not the
dashboard.
sense of touch.
All right, I'm just looking at it. It's still 3D.
Bobblehead on my dashboard. It's 3D.
When I sat it down and I wasn't touching it, it didn't change to 2D. It's still the same shape it was when I was holding it.
They're looking at stickers.
Shape isn't the
Everything in reality
differentiating.
is a sticker to them. They're looking at flat stickers. So if you guys put stickers all over your window, that's how they see reality. Get it?
Oh, I want to go through
Lord,
this.
I don't know
It
how
didn't
something
change
so
shape,
simple
Jeremy. It's
is
still
hard.
3D.
This hard to
The same
understand.
way I was holding it.
Basically,
Go
you
ahead,
can't
Jeremy.
see the entirety of any single three-dimensional object with
Who
a
said
single
you could? You have
perspective.
obstruction. No one's denying that. It's physical. That
Right,
doesn't make
and
it
that's
not
what we're
3D. It
telling you.
doesn't make it that I'm not seeing it in
We're
3D.
not arguing
I
that.
can't
We're
see the
not
back of it.
arguing that.
Why wouldn't
What's
we?
obstructing the side of it that you can't see?
Hello? How come
What
every
are we
time I try to
arguing
talk,
here?
everybody just talks right over me like I don't exist
Because,
here? Hold on a minute.
because, dude,
If
you
you
just
stick a
talk
I
through
flat
talk all
people.
over
sticker,
People are
Jeremy.
making points, bro.
I can't hear Jeremy. Is Jeremy talking?
I
You
wasn't
just talk through
talking,
people,
but let's
D-Mock.
go one at a time, please.
Yeah, can I get 3 seconds in? If you stick a flat sticker of your exact image of what you guys are talking about next to the actual round 3D image of what you're talking about, like stick Jeremy next to a billboard, and let's go out in reality and see what we're talking about. Is that too hard? Instead of this, you know what I mean?
I mean, if you
Do I
want
have
to
to
do that, go
close
ahead.
my eyes and stand on one foot to imagine it, or can I open my eyes to see it
No,
in
you'll be able to
reality?
open both eyes and look at Jeremy and his
Awesome.
billboard.
I like that. That would be reality to me. More reality. Less imagination and fantasy. 3D, reality. 2D, fantasy, not reality.
That's not
Never
true.
to be clean.
Can you see a single three-dimensional object
I
in
would
its
never
entirety
confuse the billboard for Jeremy.
with a
I
single
would know that the billboard's
perceptual
not
vantage
real
point?
and that Jeremy is.
Jesus,
Hold up,
D-Mock, you're just gonna talk
D-Mock.
right through me,
Daislow's
bro.
talking, man.
I can't hear him. What the fuck is going on
Well,
here?
maybe turn him up.
Probably got me muted, dude.
Go ahead, Daislow.
I'm just saying, like, when you're looking at a three-dimensional object from a single perspective, there's no way that you can see the entirety of that object.
No one
right?
claims to.
Well, that's because you see in 2D.
No, it's because it's a physical object and you can't see all the way around it.
No shit, because you
Doesn't
see
mean
in
you
2D.
don't see depth. No, come on, man. Please, that's dumb.
Wait,
Doesn't
who's
mean you
talking
don't
for
see
you?
X, Y, Z.
how it works.
Sorry, I had him muted. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't even hear. If I was talking over him, I definitely did not mean to. I had him muted on accident somehow. Sorry, Daisley.
So because I can't see the backside of my phone, I'm not seeing it in 3D. That's ridiculous.
Right, you're only seeing the face value of things, which is a two-dimensional representation. It's no different than a photo or an image.
Bullcrap. I can see length, width, and depth on my phone right now, and I can't see the back of it. That's
You can
3D,
see
sir.
You can see that in a 2D photo. Like if you take a photo,
Or I can look at it right now in reality and see it in 3D.
well, we're not talking about and or ors. It's a matter of
No,
whether
we're
it's
talking
2D
about
or 3D.
reality.
You're trying to drag it off into the weeds into some straw man activity.
How is reality the weeds to y'all?
We're not talking about fucking reality. We're not talking
We're not
about the
talking about
brain.
reality, then you're talking
We're not
about
talking about the brain. We're not talking about touching things. We're talking purely on how the human eye works. You're
Right.
carrying it off into other directions.
I'm using
Where'd
my
you get your
eyes right
information?
now to see this phone in reality, and it's in 3D. Now what?
How do you explain the eye to work, Daisley? Different than anybody else? Like, does it work different to you than it does us?
No different than what everyone else has been telling you that you're disagreeing with.
Who's disagreeing with? Say your
What did I
interpretation.
disagree with? What do you? I just asked you a question. I didn't.
You're disagreeing with what Jeremy said. Both of you,
No,
Rakia and
no,
D-Mock.
explain
No, I don't
how.
have
What's
to.
your version?
I don't have to disagree. I asked Jeremy a question he couldn't answer. I said, Jeremy, when you're standing in front of me, are you a 3D human? And he failed to answer. So by his answer, by default, his own answer would debunk you and him. I don't need
We're
to
not
go
talking
further
about
than
that,
that.
dude.
Stop.
We're not
No,
talking
it's
about
not that I
further.
couldn't.
I'm
Nobody's
done.
arguing
Not that I
the
couldn't
existence
answer you.
of 3D.
Jeremy, are you
Hold up. Let Jeremy respond to what Demock said about him.
Yeah, it's not that I couldn't answer you. I'm just not getting engaged in your crazy shit.
Because you
And
debunk yourself.
no, that's not why. And furthermore, I mean, when I see an image in my head, I can look up the image, up, down, and left, right. I can't move into the third dimension in my image. I only see it as a 2D representation of what I saw.
Mm-hmm. Images are always 2D.
You live in a medium that's 3D in depth,
The
right?
depth
You have
is the
depth
3D part.
perception. Yeah, everything's 3D. There is no you're never that's your problem. You're not getting out of 3D and you keep saying not 3D. How's that working in reality?
Yo, if you didn't have depth perception, what would you have, Demok?
Well, you agree that depth is the third D, right?
A lot of fun.
Percentage. I mean, Jeremy
What's
said
that?
that it wasn't. I think he's saying he can't see the depth.
Yeah, with one eye, or just one angle,
No,
to an image without moving.
That's
you can't.
wrong. I just closed one of my eyes. I still see the depth of the phone. Link.
You don't.
Press. What? I don't. I'm seeing it
You
right
don't.
now. I'm seeing
No,
it
you're
right
not.
now. So you're
What
saying
actually seeing
Jeremy
is
only
a
has
2D
one eye?
image with certain shading, and your brain is telling you it's 3D.
Oh
so yes,
my God.
eyesight works.
That is how
in
we
3D.
see. That's how we see. You agree
I know.
with that, right?
I
Okay,
know,
then
but the
you
eye
agree.
itself sees 2D.
You agree we're
it sees
seeing
a
in
2D
3D.
image.
No,
That's what you're not
the
agreeing
eye
with.
brings in the information at certain angles, inverts it, and then the brain interprets everything. That's how
Absolutely,
we see.
but that information is a 2D image. Do you agree?
That is the process. We're talking about the whole process, not how
Depth perception
one
is a
section
side view. We already determined that. Two eyeballs side by side equals whatever you're going to call depth. So if you close one, you're still seeing the same image out of your eyeball. Now you open another, now you have two of the same fucking thing. You didn't do anything
Yeah.
great. You close your
Absolutely.
left, you close your right. Exactly. So what are we
Exactly.
arguing
You have
about?
two 2D images.
No, you have a side view of a 3D and a side view of a 3D image.
No, you don't. The
Can we
3D
see
is
a
the depth
3D
perception.
eyeball?
You're
No, your
disagreeing with
rounded
yourself, Demok. You just said you have depth perception from having the two eyes, and now you're saying that each one is 3D.
being called side by side is being retardedly transferred to depth perception. It's just side by side view. Sorry.
Exactly, and with that side by side view, you have depth perception, which gives you 3D. If you had 3D before the depth perception, then you would have 4D.
Holy crap.
Are you seeing in 4D now, Demok?
No, it's 2D squared.
Exactly.
You're only seeing in 2D.
Two eyeballs, you see double, so that's squared. So you see double of everything. If you close
2
one,
squared is
now
4.
You got one.
You have 4D now.
How else
Y'all
are you gonna
being
say-
silly now, wasting time.
I know. Come on, man.
2D squared is
do you
4D,
see in
Demok.
3D?
So hold on. So a philosopher can sit in there in a lab in his basement and go with his niece and not tie his shoe and write MC squared on something that's never showed any work. But I, as a human, can't do that too. You guys can all go somewhere
No.
with your garbage. I'm sorry.
You
to say,
can't,
but
Demok. You
Einstein
can't
is
say
no
that
better than
2D
me.
squared is
Einstein
3D.
or you. Listen, you or Einstein's opinion about what I put my words in and how I determine or define myself or my meanings, it doesn't have anything to do with it. Just because Einstein can sit there and do it and that's all you go along with, doesn't mean I have to do that. I can think for
Demok,
myself. So if
what's
I say
2 squared?
it's Democ's version of what you want to call whatever your garbage is.
Can I get a percentage? Describe the process of seeing. Do you want to do that? Because that's what we're talking about, right? The process of seeing.
Yeah,
How we
sure.
see. Okay, go ahead and describe that.
You want to? You want me to do it?
Yeah, percentage.
Sure.
Describe.
You have a 3D
process.
object, a real object, and from it you get an image, a 2D image, an unreal image. Okay?
Huh?
From a physical object, you get a metaphysical image. It reflects
How are you
its
getting the image?
DMOC, please.
DMOC, what the fuck?
by the light. The light is reflecting off the retina into your eye. You know, it's an upside down because the bottom is reflecting to the top of your retina. It's concave, and the top is reflecting to the bottom half. It's an inverted image. It goes through your, actually not even just that, but like, you know, what's on the right side will go to the right part of the retina, and then what's on the left will go to the left part of the retina for each eye, and then it'll go and it actually crisscross in the optic chiasm, and it'll go to your brain, to your optical, you know, occipital lobe, your visual cortex, and your brain will process it. It'll flip it and, you know, process it correctly. It'll take these two 2D images, one from each eye, and it'll, you know, process it into a 3D image that is true to life, which is 3D.
Okay, and that process of how we see included the beginning to the end, right? That's what a process is. How we
that's
see,
eyesight.
right? How we see is we take a 3D image, process it into 3D.
You just said 3D image. The images
The
are always
3D
2D.
object. No, the 3D object. We're seeing a 3D object, and what we see in the end is a 3D object. Correct?
Absolutely. Eyesight is 3D. There's no question about that. But
that's
each eye sees in
the
2D.
point of it. Yeah, it turns reality into non-reality, crisscrosses it, turns it upside down, inverts it, does all type of things, and then the outcome is reality, right? 3D.
Sure.
Thank you. 3D reality. Yep.
Yep.
As true as it can, that process can make it, that's what it's trying to do every time. The only thing that affects that is if you have some physical problems, or if the conditions are different, or the angle's different, or whatever, right?
Absolutely.
So 3D to 3D, reality.
Or if you have a mental issue, you know.
Right. And can't even understand these simple things like 3D object seen as 3D in reality.
No, I was thinking like if you had like a lesion in your occipital lobe. You know,
right, that's what I said.
your visual
Physical,
cortex or something.
yeah, physical incapabilities would affect things, of course.
Yeah. That's where I feel like the happy medium is. That we agree that we see, like if we're talking about eyesight, we see in 3D, but each eye itself sees in 2D, and our brain does the rest of the work.
When were we not talking about the process of how we see objects in reality? I don't know when we stopped talking about that.
You guys were saying that images were 3D and stuff, and that's what was wrong about what you guys were saying. Jeremy was saying we see in 2D because of the illusion or what have you, and that's where he was wrong. It was, you know, you guys were both half right, half wrong.
Everything is 3D. It's just it gets in the middle of the process, turned upside down, inverted, changed into non-reality, maybe inversion, whatever you want to call it. But the end process is reality, 3D, correct? No matter what you see look like.
No, if you could see in 3D, then process would tell you. If you could see in 3D, then process would tell you whether that illusion, that manhole cover, whatever you want, it would tell you whether that was actually a 3D thing or not.
Do you want a curveball? There is actually no such thing as 2D.
They agree with that, but then they say that in reality.
No, hold up.
The
we don't know if
process
he means
includes
just
2D.
in real life or what. So what do you mean, Infidel?
Well, I mean, you take an A4 piece of paper. Yeah, is that 2D?
You're talking about actual. Yeah, you're talking about real life.
Right.
We all agree that there's only 3D.
Yeah, but if you say you draw a square on that A4 piece of paper, yeah, technically that square is still not 2D.
Yeah.
Because you still have a thickness of the ink that's on the paper.
Yeah, but again, you're arguing for the dimensionality of the tangible physical world. We're talking about the perception, the perceived conceptual idea of what it is you're viewing, and that itself is what we're arguing against.
You see in 3 dimensions.
How do you know you drew a square, Infidel?
So imagine a square in your mind. How many
hold on.
dimensions does that have?
Before we move on to the mind, Islo. Before we move on to the mind, like, how do you know you even drew the square, Infidel?
What do you mean, how do I know I've drawn the square?
How do you know you drew the square?
Because I see the paper, I see the pen, I pick the pen up, and I put the pen to the paper.
Okay.
Yeah?
So you see
That's how you draw a
looking at
square.
it as you're drawing it, right?
Yeah.
So, and as you're looking at it, you're getting these 2D images.
No, that's all 3-dimensional.
The image of the thing itself is 3D?
They are 3-dimensional physical objects, and that's how you see them. You don't see them in 2D.
You do see it in 2D. In terms of just the eyes itself, each eye sees it in 2D.
Correct.
That's what an image is.
And until the brain decodes that image,
the eye is not seeing anything. It's just taking in the information. It's the It's where the input of the light comes in. It's not seen.
Sure.
The back of the retina isn't a screen showing a projection of what you're seeing. No, it's just taking in this nerve ending's taking in the information. So you're wrong about that. It's not an inverted image. It's an inverted of the information.
Yeah, the image is information.
Yeah. So not a screen.
No, hold up. You're right, but it's the last part. The image is the information.
But it's not a 2D image.
The information isn't a real tangible thing. You can't grab the information. It's
it's
an intangible metaphysical thing based off of the physical 3-dimensional object.
You can't look in the back of someone's eyeball and see the image they're looking at. It's not an image at all. It's not a screen. It's just a receptor.
It's 2 points of side-by-side view.
It's a receiver of energy, of light.
Right. Yep. A transmitter and a receiver. Your eyeball does both.
It's not projecting onto the back of the eyeball at all. There's no projection. There's no nothing. There's just a receiving of energy.
No, I'm saying there's a radiant energy coming off your body from everything. So there's always an output of something. But
but they're acting like the back of the eyeball, the retina is a screen, like showing a 2D image of what you know. It's not. It's just taking in information. Yeah.
Well, it's actually the macular region, the furthest rear portion of the eye that the information is taken into the optical nerves and then presented to the brain. But even with that, there is no discrete photons entering your eyeball. Like, you're looking at light interacting with a medium or an object, and that frequency, that illuminated frequency, is what's being decoded. And there's nothing that you're taking in other than a representation of reality, and from there the brain decodes it into a representable way. Well, it perceives it. It perceives it as the representation's 2D. The brain decodes it into 3D to make sense of the reality around it.
The eyeball receives it as information, as light from a 3D source, and the brain interprets it to that 3D image.
But that's what I'm telling you. Information is not 3-dimensional. Information is not 3-dimensional, dude.
Yeah.
Well, the light is being reflected off of all form, like all shapes of that object. The sides.
But the image itself is information. It's 2D.
Well, if it's a 3D image and light is reflecting off the length, breadth, and
it's not a 3D image.
No, hold on.
I'm not going to fight that. It's 3D to me.
No, hold on. When you see in 3D, right? But when you're talking about the information going from your eye to your brain, right? That's just information. That has no dimensions whatsoever.
Information from the object to the eye.
If you really want to get right down to it, you could say that information is still 3-dimensional, because that information is electrical currents that run from your eye to your brain, carrying that information.
From the 3D object.
That itself is still 3-dimensional.
That's from the Cartesian 3D area of the medium you live in.
There is no image in between.
Hold up.
There is no image that you're saying is 3D
now?
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there is no image being projected anywhere in between as a 2D image. It's always 3D. So the information must be 3D, I guess.
No, it's not.
Well, it must be.
Information's electricity. It's intelligence itself. It is the damn thing. It is it. What is it?
The image itself is 2D. If we saw 3D with each eye, and then we had the depth perception of both eyes, then we'd be seeing in 4D.
You can remove one eye and still have depth perception.
No, well, you don't actually have depth perception by way of different angles. We have depth perception by your brain understanding shading and stuff like that. From, it's basically a trained kind of thing.
It's not true. Depth perception is the distance between two objects.
I know, and your brain will look at shading and will kind of calculate.
Shading can create that illusion of depth perception, but depth perception in reality is the distance between two objects.
Yeah, not necessarily two objects. It could be 2 points of the same object or whatever.
All right, dude. Whatever. But it's the distance between.
It's the area of everything around you and it and in between everything. Everything's coming into your eye from that surface. So whatever that medium is from the electrical continuity is hitting your surface of your eye. It's wrapping it, towards like a little oval type little eyeball or going through. Actually, it might not even have to bend like an oval, because if it's a clear oval, you can still have a different image on the other side. It's like totally different than what it's putting through.
I mean, we were agreeing like 10 minutes ago, Rakia, about the process of eyesight, and we agreed like that these individual 2D images from each eye will be made to be like true to 3D reality in your brain and everything like that. And then you switched and said that the image again is 3D. So I don't know.
I have a cup in front of me, right? I'm looking at it and I know that's a 3D object. It's there, it's physical. I can touch it, right? Now, when I look at that, the information that's going from my eye to my brain, that has no dimensions. It's just information. So there is no...
We're not talking about the information from your eye. Yeah, we're not talking about the information. Hold up. Let me just respond. So we're not talking about the information from your eye, from your retina to your brain. That one you could technically argue it's electrical impulses, and you could argue that it's the 3D electrical whatever. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the image from the object, from the cup to the eye.
Right.
That first part of the journey. That right there, that image, it's a metaphysical image. It's a representation of the actual object. If you close your eye, that image is gone. It's not something that exists in reality. The image is 2D because all you see is the length and width. You don't see the depth. It's not a 3D image. All images are only 2D. And each eye has a 2D image. Them combined, along with your brain's kind of like interpretation, provides depth perception.
Dude,
that's what gives us the 3D. That's why eyesight is 3D.
Let me read the. Hang on. Let me read
Hold
the
up, Ricky, before you read, let him respond.
Because the cup in front of me is 3-dimensional, right? If I close one eye, it's still 3-dimensional. I'm still seeing it in 3D.
Yep.
No, you're not. Again,
yes, you are.
It's 3-dimensional,
yes, I am.
But you're seeing it in 2D, and your brain is doing a large part of the calculations, the work basically in the back end, by telling you that because of the shading and this lighting and stuff like that, it's actually a 3D object. But your image itself is 2D. That's why someone could bring could show you a mirror, for instance, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between that cup and that thing unless you move your head or something like that, change the angle.
So then the question becomes, what is it that you really see then? What's seen? Is it your eyes that's seeing, or is it just your brain interpreting the images?
It's a series.
That's why you see in 3D.
It's a series.
They're just
that
excluding the brain for some reason, trying to say it's 2D, and it's not. But I was
all of it, and you see in 3D.
Yeah, I'm going to define this whether y'all want to or not. Depth perception. Depth perception describes the eye's ability to determine the distance between objects in bold print. Now, I didn't know it was in bold print. I just knew I had read that somewhere. Both eyes perceive the same object a bit differently at different angle, but the brain is able to merge both images into a single 3D image in a process called stereopsis. Stereopsis? Am I saying that right? But what you're saying about the image coming from the 3D object into your eyeball, that's not true. The only thing that's coming from the image to your eyeball is the information, the light. It only becomes an image when your brain interprets what it's trying to see.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, you're saying the image coming from the object to your eyeball is an image, a 2D image. That's incorrect. That's a false statement.
The information is 2D, yes.
Or whatever, but it's not an image.
All right, so I'm gonna read from scienceinfo.usc education. We are 3D creatures living in a 3D world, but our eyes show us only 2 dimensions. The depth that we all think we can see is merely a trick that our brains have learned, a byproduct of evolution. Unfortunately, they use that word. Putting our eyes,
so you can discount all of that.
Front of our face. No, not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Well, you don't have to, but if you want to believe someone that believes in evolution about how it's a trick how we see depth, then go right ahead.
That's a falsy. Just because
I
one
see
premise is
depth
wrong
because
doesn't
of
mean the
the angle
conclusion
change.
is wrong.
All right,
I
so
can
here's
see
another one
depth.
from Technology Networks. They say, does our mind's eye see in 2D or 3D? We are all used to seeing the 3D world that we live in reduce the 2D, whether in art or photography or film. But when we close our eyes, how do we visualize things that we have already seen? A new study led by the University of Plymouth discovering that many adults are resistant to imagining their own vision as if we were a flat image, as if it were a flat image.
I see butterflies fly off the paper.
Seeing it in its full process, knowledge laden from instead, the result came as the researchers showed 58 adults, 2 lines on a wall, both of which were the same length, but one was closer to the participant, hence the appearance visually longer. Appeared visually longer. Despite the introduction to the base their judgments on appearance, specifically, i.e. the closer lines should be longer. Approximately half of the participants judged the lines to appear the same. And when they took a photo of the lines and were asked how long they appeared in the image, their response shifted. Now the closer line appeared longer. However, when they were asked again about their own view, they reverted to the original response. This suggests that even when participants are made explicitly aware of what a 2D image of their vision might look like, they treated actual sensory input differently, with considerable resistance to seeing what are called our proximal representations of vision, how things appear before our brains have had a chance to correct for things like relative size and distance. So I guess it says here the fact half of our study population did not think 2D was very interesting finding. The next question to ask is, why do these people think in a way think in that way? And they could say, or it is that they could not think in 2D, or that they chose not to. We do not know for certain, but one explanation is that people are resistant to the principle that vision can be equated to a flat image with corrected vision, the only type of vision they could reasonably conceive of. This implies that adults are disinclined to entertain vision in as a proximal image, even when the context is favorable to such behavior. However, it does not mean that they are necessarily unable to do so. I don't know.
So nobody knows. To me, it seems like we got like 2 eyeballs, and you have 2 points of view. So you have SBS, which is side-by-side points of view, right? So that's why I said squared, because you have 2 points of view. It's one view squared, right? And that's what they're talking
Don't
about
say
when they
squared. Squared doesn't make sense.
Doubled. Okay. SBSD.
Yeah.
Side by side doubled. Does that help you?
Sure.
Okay. And that's how we see. That's how everybody sees, and that's all you're ever going to do, and that's all you get. You have 2 things, and when you close one, you see that the right portion. When you close the right, you see the left portion. Side by side view, double vision. Of
everything.
I would say side by side cube, because it's
everything I'm seeing says 2D represented into 3D by the brain's decoding, but the eye perceives it 2-dimensionally.
I would say I would say B-Rock, you change that side by side cube. It's cube just because you see an area.
Squared is cubed. That's why I said squared. But
Listen,
you didn't like
we see square images into a cubed vision.
No, a square is a square, and a cube has 6 sides, and a square has 1.
Yeah, if you see a square from multiple angles, then it has to be a cube, right?
How are you looking at multiple angles from one view?
2 eyes.
Yeah, but they equal one view. They equal one view.
No, each eye is its own view.
Not at the same time. Not until you close them.
No, at the
I
same
say
time.
we see in 4D.
I say we see in
We perceive
2D
in
squared.
4D.
2D SBS squared, boy. My new calculation.
What's the equation?
2D SBS squared. You can write whatever you want. It doesn't matter.
Equals what?
You can make it up. Whatever. It's new. Make it up. Make it up like the old science guys.
It's new.
Just do like the cave science.
Equals
does.
I.
It's community driven.
Equals
add your own.
We're producing it. Do you understand that? Like there is
Yeah,
no
yeah, I
other,
hear
like,
you.
we're making it. Yeah.
Equals
you want.
I.
Yeah.
The letter I.
Equals EYESITE.
Yes. You got it. Eyesight.
You spelled sight wrong.
Did I? SIGHT. Look, I swear to you, I just typed in, are y'all at the other site? SITE, so that was on my brain.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's my crew. That's how the brain is easily fooled.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. SIGHT, but yeah, I know what you're doing. I do that too sometimes.
Imagine if like the conversation was still on your mind and you said, "Are you at the other site?" SIGHT. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, see, I'm checking back to see if I typed in SIGHT for the other thing. I was just asking my guys if they were at the other site, and then we started talking about eyesight. Stupid.
And then you're gonna put cite like I'm gonna cite you for this, like CITE.
I don't really care how I spell things. People know what you're talking about. Is good enough.
Right. That's why I hate when people always try to correct me in the chat because the phone really does all that shit. I'm not spelling the stuff wrong. Anytime I put anything, I'll look down like.
I know. I typed things. What was a 2-letter word the other day, and it totally changed it. I was like, "Holy cow!" And they were saying I was dumb. I even showed a
It does it to
screenshot.
me all the time, man. And people are like, "What the hell is he talking about?" And I'm like, "What am I talking about there?" I see what they're saying, but I can't. It's already put. Nothing I can do.
Yeah, Demok, we get you. Whenever you spell it right, it's you, and whenever it's wrong, it's the autocorrect.
Well, when it's words that don't make no. Well, no, I wasn't even talking about that. I'm talking about when words don't make no sense in the frame of what it's in. Like if I'm like, I went to the park, and that should be the sentence, and it's like I went turkey, dogs, ducks to park. Like you should be like, what the fuck? I didn't write that. I didn't mean to. The thing like put some shit in there. If it's totally out of context, and you're like, what the hell is that? Actually, the thing might have corrected the word and did some dumb shit and put it wrong. Like if I put lonely, it'll put lovely. If I put it'll do weird shit. So it has nothing to do with the terminology, anything I'm trying to put. But that's why you guys are like, what the hell is he saying? I understand that part. But if you actually ask me in my words, I'll tell you.
It's because you are a little insane. So like we kind of expect some sort of insanity. That's why it's like, we don't know if it's a mistake or not.
You mean original? I'll take original.
Yeah,
I'll take
you're unique.
Well, I'm just saying, how did those boys get to make up their own stuff? Who let them do that? Somebody got to make it up at one point in time, right?
Yeah, the math just checked out.
Right, and it just checked out forever. Like some guy walking with a stick, and it just checked out from 2,000 years ago, even though in 1492 the guy didn't know. It just checked out.
Well, that wasn't math, but yeah.
But E equals MC squared. It just checks out. For what?
You heard of the new bionic reading type technique that they're using to help you read faster?
Bionic.
It's called bionic technique, bionic reading. What you do is like read the first 2 or 3 letters, and pretty much your brain makes up the word. So you just focus on the first 2 or 3 letters, and it just.
Oh, that could be dangerous. Though. If it interprets what your mind is thinking, that could get ugly.
Can you have is it possible to have Is it possible to have an explanation with a single word? Or is every word a description, and the series of descriptions is what's used to make an explanation in its entirety?
Oh, wow. Big dust could become big breast really easily.
Confusion is what's caused by too many and too much.
Like, for instance, someone says like, "Yo, what happened with that chick? Explain to me like what happened," and then you just say, "Ugly."
Damn, it could be a lot of them. Could be she's ugly or nothing ugly happened.
Could get ugly there.
Well, I would take that, but I'm saying in the scope of science, right? Like giving ultimate explanation on phenomena and stuff. Like the thing is you have to use these descriptive words in a certain series to ultimately conclude an explanation. And the problem is science doesn't really touch on the premise of most phenomena with an explanation. They just left off with vague descriptions, and those descriptions are always associated with words of nuance or just niche words and stuff. And that's kind of what DMOC's pointing out, is the fact that they get to come up with all this fancy rigmarole to describe things while simultaneously never touching on the premise of what they're set out to do, which is given a complete explanation on the said phenomena. And we're just left with a hodgepodge of fucking fancy words that really have no validity behind them other than a concept or an abstract one at that. And this is called today's science.
Right, and I can also say in the same sentence that I'll go so far as to say for me that there is no such thing as a phenomenon if you're dealing with science and physics of reality.
Well, you lost me with that one, but okay.
I'm just saying, like, how do you need phenomena? Where do you need it at? To go outside and play in the pool, you don't need phenomena. You're playing in the water. Right? And if I asked you what happened when you did that, you could probably tell me, and there's no phenomena involved. We have a great day.
Well, yeah, I mean, every little thing you experience is a phenomenal interaction. Like anything perceivable is a said phenomena.
Well, and okay, well, for you, I can agree with you on that. For your point of view, but mine is saying, like, if it's reality, it can't be phenomena.
So I can perceive a shoe. Is that a phenomena?
Yeah.
A shoe?
No.
Yeah, the shoe exists
phenomenally.
phenomenally. Yeah, it is, man. You're stretching the word phenomena to critique or to curtail something being like an extraordinary example of something. But that's not what a phenomena is. A phenomena is everything in the perceivable universe, dude.
I would say it's unexplained things that we don't have an explanation for. So if it's like, if you're from a tribe that hasn't seen shoes and then you see a shoe, then yeah, I'd say it's a phenomena. But if you know what a shoe is, then it's not a phenomena.
I wouldn't say that would just be a phenomena. Like that could be like a separate case of phenomena, like maybe an extraordinary phenomena. But I mean, anything perceivable is phenomenal.
I disagree with that.
Well, let's look up the word what phenomenon means.
It says a fact or a situation that is observed to exist or happen, especially one whose cause or explanation is in question.
Well, let's look in physics. Physics definition. Okay. Phenomena in physics is something that is observed to occur or to exist. This meaning contrast with the understanding of the world in general usage as something extraordinary or outstanding. Yeah. In scientific usage, a phenomena is any event that is observable, including the use of instrumentation to observe, record, or compile data.
Another one that says a phenomena in scientific context is something
but science is supposed to understand. Sorry, Elbow. But science is supposed to understand, like it's a system for understanding that which we don't understand. So you're limiting it.
Can you have phenomena without
definition
perception?
within science? But the whole point of observing a phenomenon in science is to understand it.
Right. Right. So the cause of what's happening. A phenomenon is in scientific context is something that is observed to occur or to exist. This meaning contrasts with the understanding of the world in general usage.
Contrast. In contrast with the understanding of the general world. In contrast, meaning not reality, something you might think, hey, what the hell is that? That's something weird or crazy, unexplainable, phenomena. I mean, how can it mean both?
Not real. I can't say you can't say not reality. There's something ununderstandable.
That's what you just read in your.
It didn't say nothing about not reality though.
They're basically saying the physics term is in contrast to the colloquial usage. That's what they're saying.
So it's a vague term, and you can use it for anything. So phenomena of you and me, right? I got to go use the bathroom. That's a phenomena. Or I see a rainbow. That's a phenomena, right?
No.
Would you say I'm somewhat like a phenomenon?
Yes. Yes, you're a phenomena. I'm a phenomena. Everything's a phenomena. We can't use that. Come on, this is the problem too, though. Phenomena.
So a shoe is a phenomena.
So no, because that's a general usage. So it says in contrast with the understanding of the word in general usage. In other words, if it's your shoe is in general usage, everybody uses a shoe. Everybody knows what a shoe is, so it can be a phenomenon. Now, if I would have came,
that's what I'm saying. If you're a society that doesn't know what a shoe is, you can do science on a shoe because it is a phenomenon.
The problem is you guys are leaving out what you're doing is you're isolating the shoe. The shoe is a shoe, sure, but you perceiving the shoe is perceiving the shoe in phenomenal existence. You can't have a phenomena without an observed event or an observed subject or object or something. Anything perceivable.
Well, I mean, then we're just using the word phenomena because the word phenomena can mean in very different things. But in natural science, right, we're looking for natural phenomena, right?
Yeah, once you add that extra word onto it, natural phenomena, now it's non-synthetic. It's something existing on its own and taking, having some kind of a cause-effect relationship on its own accord.
Yeah. So we all agree that a shoe is not a phenomenon.
It depends on the observer.
Nothing's happening. Doesn't something be happening?
You perceiving it is the event. Yeah, you perceiving it is the event. No one's denying the existence of a shoe, but you witnessing the shoe is a phenomena in the sense that there is a cause and effect relationship. You were there, you witnessed, you perceived. There was a phenomenon.
Brenda was right this whole time, and we were all laughing.
No, because she was arguing for natural phenomena being a shoe.
I still wouldn't say it's a phenomenon, like even with your physics definition, because I think that's reserved for science, and you're not going to do science on something you understand. So I would say it's only a phenomenon for someone that isn't used to it, that doesn't understand it. Someone outside of civilized society that has no idea what a shoe is.
Can somebody Google the Latin definition for the word phenomena?
That's
and it's an original denotative context.
I'm not disagreeing with you about the definition as you read it out in terms of physics, but that is specific to science, which is a domain for understanding things. So you've already pigeonholed it to automatically be something we don't understand if we're doing science on it.
So the word phenomena is derived from the Greek words phanein, meaning bring to light, and phainesthai, meaning to appear.
Yep.
It says more directly derived from the late Latin word phenomenon, which is
the reason why I asked is because a phenom, like if I had a set specific genetics of cannabis per se, and I had a single clone of that would be my phenom. So I'm just wondering what the extra additive on the back end of the word, like how it changed it up.
I've never heard of phenom like that. I've heard of phenom just as a shortened version of phenomenon. But maybe you're talking about phenotypes?
Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, phenotype, yeah. The phenomena in the intended nature of the interpreted meaning of the perception of the apple. A phenomena. I don't know, man. I thought a phenomenon meant something crazy or weird that you didn't have the explanation to.
I always thought you needed something to happen. Like, I don't know, like you need to observe something happening, not just observe something. Nothing's if you just observe a shoe, nothing's going on. Yeah, you're looking at a shoe.
Well, look at the inverse of phenomena being noumenon. I guarantee probably half of you haven't even heard of that, let alone found
we never heard of that word. What's that word mean?
Noumenon.
So yesterday we're talking about the fulgurites or whatever. The like lightning stones, right? And let's say you didn't see the lightning happen, but you just came across this stone. You've never seen it before. And now you want to figure out what it is. You can, use that thing to do science. You could break off a little piece and try to dissolve it in this or that and see what it tastes like.
Are you talking about natural magnets, like lodestones or whatever?
No, I'm talking about the fossilized lightning, I think they call it. But it's basically these ground that's been hit by lightning and then it turns into this kind of
well, that's how they say natural magnets are created, is through something similar, and that's how they have lodestones naturally existent.
My point is, you don't see the event happening. You just see the thing itself after the event has occurred, right? And you can still do science on it. You can still take this thing, this something that's new to you, and try to understand it. So is it not a phenomenon if that's the case?
Depends on the context in which you're using.
Yeah, like I said,
context. Hold on, think about this.
It doesn't have to be an event rather than something perceivable. Like, that's just where
I agree with the context of how you're explaining it through science or through this, or whether, like Jeremy said, whether you just stare at fucking something sitting there. But think about the lightning thing. I've always thought that instead of gold coming from whatever they said, right? The idea, how I get the idea of the easy bake oven, or you can just make it in the dirt with all the right ingredients. If lightning came down, listen, if lightning comes down, right, and gold and all the stuff that you find is in a vein, like a lightning strike, could it be feasible that lightning could come down and create the gold by the temperature and the heat when it goes through?
Sure. What's definitely not feasible is that they're not pulling gold out of mines and they're making it in some kind of easy bake oven. That's what's not plausible, because there's been, I don't know, probably hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people digging in mines all the time throughout history. They were all lying about what they were finding.
No, most of the mines are a little vein close to somewhere, and it's like an electrical charge could get to that area and create the quartz and the vein of gold next to each other. It was a vein of something, Jeremy. So yeah, there was a solidified amount of it, right? But after that solidified amount's gone, what do? They keep digging and they keep adding all that shit together because they saw, hey, there was solid rocks of gold here. So apparently something that's here created that gold. So as a human or with any kind of brain, I would think dig all this shit up and you're going to get a certain amount of gold once you refine it and make it.
What do you mean make it? How do you make gold?
Yeah.
Don't ask me, man. Ask the people who make your gold.
So the millions
you make gold in an easy bake oven?
How the mines are, guys. Stop. Go
millions
watch a video
of people
on gold mines.
All right, D-Mock, that's a 5-minute timeout, bud.
So the millions of people.
You can't watch a video on how gold's made.
So the millions of people that have been digging in mines. We know you're not the one doing it, but the millions of people have been digging in mines throughout history, pulling out these little gold nuggets. They must have all been in on it in order for your thing of where they're making it to be true. They're actually making it, and they're not pulling it out as little nuggets.
So what are they doing in Africa when they just take a handful of dirt and there's gold in every little bit of amount of dirt when they call it Gold Street and Gold Row and Gold City? So what are we talking about? So if you take a million little fucking dots that you can't even barely touch or see or feel that are mixed in with all the other stuff, and you mix all the other shit, where did that stuff come from? The gold had
D-Mock, you're talking over the rainbow, follow the yellow brick road nonsense, dude.
Stop. The dirt that we live on is real, and the gold is a material from such. If the gold existed, it had to come from somewhere. It doesn't just pop up. I'm sorry. It's not like that's like saying helium.
Yeah, well then ask yourself where all the different elements
Helium
came
doesn't
from.
just pop up.
Like,
Helium
where
doesn't
do
just
you
pop up.
really?
It's man-made.
Where do you think elements came from, Tamak? Like, do you think
The
gold,
dirt.
the dirt, all of them?
Yeah. What do you think dirt is? What do you think
I don't
sand
know.
is?
I'm
So
asking
water
you.
came from dirt?
Where do you
Seems
think
like
the
the
elements
same thing
came
to
from?
me.
Hold
I
up.
think
Water
and
came
sand
from
is the
dirt,
same
Dema?
material. It's all grains of shit, man. It's all dead ass shit piled on each other, or broken shit piled on each other.
What
Where do
about the
you think?
hydrogen,
Where
the
does he
oxygen in
think
water,
gold
the
and diamonds
H2O?
come
Did it
from?
come from dirt?
I just told you lightning can come down and solidify and melt the fucking gold and do the property that man could do too. It does the same thing. It heats it up, right? Adds a charge, electrifies the fuck out of it. It's called electroplating. Now, why did man think that he could take lead and shock it? Still today, right now, they tell you right now they can shock lead in a reactor and get gold. Do they not? From shocking it or putting a charge in it. So if electricity is all you need to make lead into gold right now today, and you can go look at the science, then what are we talking about?
Yep.
What?
They're making diamonds too.
Man makes it. Sorry. End of story.
Where
Yeah,
does that guy think gold and diamonds come
I've yet
from?
to see anything where they can make gold in a
Go
lab.
look it up, buddy. They tell you with enough charge, you can turn lead into gold. Not me. I didn't say it. I didn't get it out of my ass.
Nah, when you deplete uranium, that's how you get lead.
Is Google out of your reach?
They just
Lead
transmutated.
is just depleted uranium, D-Mark.
Reach, bro.
It's not through
I don't care
charge,
about your
though.
story, Die Slow.
Wait,
Go
yeah,
get
but listen,
science,
Mark,
what they tell you.
Mark, number one, it's not through charge. It's
I'll put it
it's
in the
the
thing. I'll
it's
put it
the
in the chat.
nuclear process. You know, it's
Yeah,
something that
what's
happens
nuclear? What's nuclear?
within
What's
the
nuclear?
You apply
nucleus.
energy.
Yeah,
What is
but
nuclear?
they transmutate it. It's not like
What's that? Yeah,
lightning or
cool
something.
words. Cool
Mark's
words that are
trying
so
to say
vague.
they do
Force it
lightning at
Cool vague words,
to undergo
buddy.
some
What are they doing?
radioactive decay so that
Stop.
it became
exactly.
Hold on a minute, dude.
It
Can he explain?
transmutates. It
becomes a
goes
different
through.
element.
It goes through decay.
Transmutates. What kind of
Either
phenomenon is that?
D-Mark, please let him answer.
neutron turns into a proton, or they knock out a proton.
A proton. What is that?
And-
What are you
and-
talking about? Electricity?
No, it's not electricity. It's nuclear
Protons
decay.
aren't
Protons aren't
electricity.
positively
It's
charged.
the nuclear. It's a nuclear process. It has nothing to do
So
with
nuclear
the
doesn't add voltage
electromagnetic
or heat or kinetic
spectrum.
energy. It's not electricity. It's not currency. It's not.
Not
What are you talking about?
electricity. It's not electricity. It's nothing to do
You're not
with
getting any
the
reaction without
electromagnetic.
electricity.
It has
All right,
nothing to
D-Mark,
do
you're
with
rushing,
charge.
dude. Let
It
him
has
speak
nothing
a
to do
little.
with charge.
I don't think
Sorry.
I don't think you're right to say that it has nothing to do with electricity. If it's electrons and protons, it does have to do with electricity.
Right.
It's not electrons. It's only protons and neutrons.
So what's the
Yeah, but it
difference
changes
between
the charge,
It's a
the
nuclear
electric
reaction.
charge.
So what? No,
what's the difference between a
decay.
positron and a
See these
proton?
things? Or
A
are they just
positron
stories?
and a
So
proton.
these.
There's a
So
big
these cool
difference.
stories.
Yeah,
Hold up,
positron.
Emma.
A positron is like a negative, a positive electron, because an electron has a negative charge. Then the positron is the antiparticle of the electron. So it would
So
have a
that's why I'm
positive
asking
charge.
you. So if an electron or the flow of electrons would be considered a electrical conductance, then what's the opposite of that then? If you have the flow of positrons.
A positron is just an electron going back in time. It is opposite charge. It just goes the other way, number one. But it has nothing to do with a proton. A proton is a very different particle from a
Back
positron.
in time. This
Or
guy's
from
claiming time travel now.
Yeah.
electron.
This
You know,
guy
a
is
proton.
fucking time
A
travel.
proton.
That's far out, bro.
Yeah.
That's far out. I'm not gonna lie to
Yeah,
you. That's
cool.
far out.
You guys don't have to believe it, but that is how it works within the model.
That's
So
the explanation.
with a proton, yeah, that is the explanation. With a proton is found within the nucleus of an atom, right? They normally couple with neutrons. And what happens when you want to try and turn lead into gold? Normally, the easiest way to make gold, it's normally platinum and I think mercury, right? Because mercury is one less proton.
I knew mercury
Platinum,
was the
yeah,
ingredient.
platinum has one more proton. So what you would want to do is, if it's platinum, you would want to transmutate it. You'd want to make it go through decay through the weak nuclear force. So you'd want to have one of the neutrons, no, one of the protons transmutate into a neutron.
The thing is, they actually when they claim to do it with gold, they actually use mercury. That's what they're claiming. They make it with the mercury.
Yeah, mercury. Now with mercury, what you want to do is change a neutron into a proton, so that
The point.
it turns into gold.
The point is, man, it's crazy to think that the that throughout.
Bro, you're breaking up and
breaking up.
You're breaking up, Jeremy.
Yeah, but it's all nuclear in nature. It's nothing to do with charge or electrostatics. None of that.
So can lead be turned into gold?
Lead? Ooh, it wouldn't be easy,
am I
but
breaking
yeah,
up?
we can hear you now.
I mean, this is insanity, bro.
What? This is the alchemy you guys.
It's not insanity. We've been chemistry and gold for a long
Do
time,
it.
easy breakers.
Yeah.
Why do you think
No,
they
but
were
this isn't
keeping
chemistry.
mercury?
This is not
Why do you
chemistry.
think they kept pounds and tons of mercury and stored it and hid it? Why do you think they were keeping the mercury? Not for fun.
I mean,
what else do you turn into gold? Mercury and lead, buddy.
This debunks the logic of what an element is by definition.
Exactly.
Wow.
It's electrical continuity that changes each thing into different forms of whatever the fuck they are.
Hey, I got a fun fact. I got a fun fact about mercury and gold. You know what they use to get the gold out of the real fine gold out of the dirt? Mercury.
The sun turned into gold, Jeremy. Mercury. Oh, cake bacon. Oh, 101.
Because the gold will combine with the mercury, and they even call it a cake-like substance. I can't believe I'm saying this, but that's what they do, D-Mock. They scrape it off the pan, and the gold and the mercury combine, and they call it cake. And then they burn off the mercury, and then they're left with the gold.
Mud pie cakes, and we make gold, baby, with
Yeah.
what's left. Don't you love
So
it,
they're
Jeremy?
pulling the
Science.
gold out.
That's how you would
don't
make
deny
gold.
science
You wouldn't-
anymore when
you
I
wouldn't
tell
put
you about it,
sand
okay?
in an easy bake oven.
Well, that's basically what they're doing. I'll show you the video where they actually put it in a easy bake oven, and they burn off the mercury, and they're left with the gold.
And they had a little good stuff to it.
That's a true story. Now I just watched the video this weekend. It's in Africa, and they're having a mercury shortage. Like the government is outlawing mercury because they're saying it's so dangerous. So they're making it hard for the gold, the small gold mine owners to get mercury. So it's a big outlaw now. They ship it in, illegally now, so they can still get their gold out.
Okay, so they're pulling the gold. They're pulling the gold out of the mines, and then they're using a process to separate the gold from the dirt. Yes, that's fine.
Right.
They're
But what we're
not
saying,
creating the gold.
No, but what we're saying is,
like they were. Go ahead, tell me what you're saying.
Well, what we're saying is that inside the Earth, like there's mercury and all these other particles like lead and pressure and time and temperature. All that could be combined into gold. Gold and mercury definitely have a relationship.
So they're definitely pulling up gold, right? And then using some process to separate it. They're not making the gold, right?
They're pulling up lots of shit.
Yeah, they're pulling up a lot of stuff. I don't know if they're making it or not.
Yeah, I mean, gold and mercury are very similar.
They're pulling up cake batter, Jeremy. Repeat.
Pulling up gold, or are they making it?
Cake batter.
They're pulling up dirt and they're mixing it with mercury, and they're baking it in an oven, and they're coming out with gold. I'm just saying. I just watched the video.
You think they're pulling up gold?
Jeremy, why would you need to put gold in an oven to make gold? Answer me that.
Process they probably use to separate the gold from the dirt and the other materials. Now,
so if you got a gold rock, you need to melt it?
I'm definitely not done. So Rakia, do you think they're pulling up gold, or do you think that they're doing something to create the gold out of dirt and other stuff that they've pulled up?
Well, the video says that the gold is so fine, they can't separate it from the dirt without the mercury. I'm just telling you what the video.
So they're pulling up the gold. They're definitely not making the gold.
Well, I don't know that. They're not showing any of the gold until they add the mercury.
They said they can't.
In the video, the video is definitely not saying that we're not pulling gold out of the ground. They're making it out of some chemical process.
Okay, NASA believer. It doesn't matter what the video is saying. It doesn't even matter what the video. It doesn't even matter what the video is saying. Listen. Honest, all of it. Like, okay, here's an example. When we watched that video from CFI investigators that partnered with National Geographic, and they're like, look, see, the flags have disappeared behind the horizon. And you're like, numbnut, the horizon is behind the boat. In this situation, you're saying, well, they're pulling the gold out of out of some other mixed cacophony of things, right? And
I didn't see
all they're actually showing you is that, well, they've added some ingredient and then did a process to it, and out came gold.
Yeah,
so how do you know which is which, Jeremy? Like, I wouldn't even argue this because I don't even know.
They added mercury and then put it in an easy bake oven. Literally put it in an oven.
Now listen to this. If Jeremy's correct, and I can go grab a solid big brick of gold, right, out of the ground, right? What did I need to separate that from the dirt other than me wiping the dirt off? I didn't need a chemical. I didn't need a heat process. I didn't need anything. So this is retarded what we're talking about right now. So if I went down in the ground as a human and all I got to do is rub the dirt off all my gold bricks and bring them up, and then that means all I need to do is wash them with water. Right? That's it. Just like a sleuth. That's how you get the actual gold out of a sleuth that's already been produced by the earth that's in a river. It's already there in the mineral, and the sleuth divides it by the weight of the gold compared to the whatever you want to call it. I'm just going to go with the word weight here for the gold. And the weight of the gold compared to the weight of the dirt and everything else, right? So you get the actual rock called gold. Now, when you go under the ground, and you have to melt everything, why would you melt your precious gold rock you're trying to get back into everything, Jeremy? That makes no sense. So now you muddy your own thing into a pool of nothing, and you melt it into everything, and you melt it, and you burn it.
This is literally just rambling nonsense. Are you done?
That doesn't make any sense. No, why would you melt your gold rock instead of bringing it up and washing it?
Yo, the only way to make gold is to use mercury or platinum. That's all.
Because the gold's so small and in such small pieces that the way to separate it, you'd be there all day if you tried to
melting it together. By
you'd be
chemically
there
fusing it together with other materials.
So you're telling me if I melt, hold on, I let you ramble on.
If I got a plastic fucking container,
I'm not engaging with you. Never mind.
Yo, Demark, you gotta let up.
I'm not engaging with you. I don't even want to waste the VC's time with this bullshit.
He does have a point, though.
And the video that I just posted.
His point is. Go ahead.
The video that I just posted shows exactly what he's saying. They take out minerals from the ground, which you can't even tell is gold. They mix it with mercury, put it in an oven, combine it. A lot of the mercury burns off, and then they have gold. I mean, I swear that's what the video shows. I'm not saying that's like. I'm just telling you that's what the video is describing.
Yes, it's probably an easier process than to sit there and pan. Have you ever seen them pan gold? It takes forever. You get a little tiny bit.
This gold is unpannable. I understand. I don't know what you're talking about. I've seen other shows. I'm talking about this video. There's no panning this gold out. You either have to use mercury or cyanide.
Well, I don't know. You guys want to think we can just make gold? That's cool.
Well, we can make gold out of lead. I just posted another video showing that.
Well, in the current theory, you just combine it with something else that essentially pulls the gold that's there out. But could it be gold from, I don't know, some sort of spontaneous process? Maybe. I don't think we have a framework for that that's, normie or mainstream to describe something like that currently. It would be, mixing the mercury with it to pull out the gold and make it easier to see and concentrate, and then burning off, I guess, the mercury or whatever which was used to pull out the gold that's there, or some crap.
The thing where they turn mercury
isn't
into
that
gold
big of a
in a
question?
lab.
Like,
The thing that they make turn mercury into gold in a lab, I'm not denying that. Fine, they put a shit ton of electricity. It takes like $100,000 worth of electricity to make a microgram of gold or some shit, right? I'm not denying that part. The part that sounds silly is that they're bringing up stuff that's not gold from underground and then doing something to it, turning it into gold, and having it still be worth the time whilst paying all those workers and machines and everything to go mine the shit.
Why is that? Why is that silly? Well, hold on, Demus.
Sorry, go ahead.
Why is that silly when NASA's paying thousands of employees across the United States?
I don't see the relation.
To go to work to do what? Because look, listen, the real currency isn't a piece of paper. It isn't a piece of gold. It's what we do.
Exactly.
We put in work in the system and we get out results. So the bottom line, so the connection I'm trying to make here is that just like NASA has produced some fraudulent image in your mind, some people actually go to work and hold up this front that they're doing something when we know they're doing nothing. So could you imagine making people believe that they have to work in mines, and this becomes a whole industry for what's ultimately just dirt? Like that's what makes gold special, is that there's this hard process that men had to get, like cancer from coal and all types of other shit, to go in these caves and pull out gold. And then when they started finding them else, as a matter of fact, can y'all tell me the difference between fool's gold and real gold? There is a difference, right? Because if not, that smells funny. But I'm sure there's probably a difference. Okay, there's a difference in that. But the point is
malleable and pyrite isn't.
Yeah, fool's gold
and pyrite is a mix of two other less useful elements that filter out of the gold, supposedly, when gold is pure and unfilterable compared to this pyrite, fake looking, lustrous.
Okay. Well, the point basically is that they could have made a whole industry behind making people think that something was valuable. Because if you could pick it up like from the ground and then do some process to make this shiny, beautiful thing that everybody wants, but you can find it anywhere because dirt is everywhere, then you can't trick people into building an industry. Think about okay. I'll end it with this. I'll end it with this, and I'm gonna shut up after this. Think about all of the industries right now that are propagated off of things that actually aren't real. Think about it. That's all.
Here's one more thing.
Yeah,
if
video game.
Gold,
Come on,
if you're
man.
getting gold bricks, right?
You're not saying
if you're getting
anything.
gold can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead, Demo.
Yeah, but let me respond to Elijah's point real quick before you fucking start rambling on.
Yeah,
so,
before you get crushed.
They could have faked the whole industry behind this, sure. But if you're a mine, if you own a mine, right, and you know how to do this, why bother paying all those people? Why bother having all those machines and shit? I mean, some of these places go under because the gold stops flowing in.
No, the certain ingredients.
They
and
just
all the
didn't know the
ability to get all
recipe.
shit.
They didn't know the recipe.
I thought they just told you that it's illegal to get the mercury to bring it in. So now you gotta hide the mercury and smuggle it. So now anybody that does try to refine gold with mercury is against the law. Do you like those terms, Jeremy? You want to do that for gold? If you're doing the gold mine, how are you going to get your mercury if it's illegal to get it? Huh?
Yeah.
Your gold mine is illegal now. Your gold mine is illegal now.
Mercury.
Now you are illegal. You are breaking the law. You can't do that. Now you're done. Now they will shut you down. That's your fault. Now, if you want to mine gold and you have to use mercury, that's your problem. You shouldn't have never tried to mine gold with mercury then. So now, another thing, then I'll be done. If I want to go get some material or gold, rocks out of the water, would it be smart for me to melt all those rocks with all the other rocks and melt all that material in a big pile and then go have to get it back out? Or would it make more sense just to keep the gold how it is as a rock and wipe it off or clean it with water? So to refine gold, to actually pull pieces of gold out of dirt, all you it's clean it off, and at the end result, just like salt out of water or something else, like, you know what I mean, like the process, boil the water, you know what I mean? Like, you can't boil it together to say you're gonna make it easier to get out. That makes no fucking sense.
If
No,
it's
but then
if
you're
it's
giving
not
up all the small specks of gold. So
yeah,
it's
but if
better
it's not
to
a
melt it all together and then use the individual densities, you know, and somehow
yeah.
filter out the gold from the rest of it.
If it's not a certain recipe made in certain places, then it would be everywhere. Of course, it's certain minerals combined under certain temperature and pressure or whatever it may be.
Right. But what I'm saying is why would I melt the particulates that are sitting there already as gold? They're already gold. They're all sitting there in the dirt. All I gotta do is wipe away the dirt, clean away the dirt with water, right? And the heavy gold
No,
will
because
stay at the
sometimes they're
bottom.
attached to other metals.
Are you listening?
Yeah, sometimes they're attached to other metals. Sometimes the
What
specks
other
are so
metals?
small that you can't wipe the gold,
Gold's
the dirt, and
attached
see
to
the
an-
gold.
Yeah,
How is gold attached to another metal if it's just gold?
what has residue and it has impurities on it, so they smelt it to get just the gold, the pure gold.
So what other
Well, when you
materials?
make
Hold on a second.
jewelry,
What
when
other
you make
materials
jewelry,
with
you
that
combine
gold?
it with other
This is
stuff.
important.
You combine it with silver, dude, because gold's too soft by itself, so they have to actually make like a more of a gold alloy.
What else
And
do you find it next to?
in order to do that, they've
There's
got
a
to put it
black
through a
mineral.
solution. So that's how it works. But yeah, just talk through
You
me. Cool.
find gold next to quartz in the vein. Quartz. Are we all skipping
No,
past quartz?
no, it's got you find it next to iron.
And
Copper.
quartz. Yeah, all other kinds of metals and stuff, right? What a coincidence. How do you know copper isn't just another form of gold? And silver too, and platinum too, and all
No,
the other dumb shit.
I would agree with that because a
But
lot of
wait,
the mines have different layers that they get the different minerals out. One of them, quartz is definitely near gold a lot of times. That's one of the key things they look for when they're looking for gold.
Why is that? If gold doesn't need any other stuff but gold and it falls from the sky by itself.
what?
Well, that's what a lot of people are saying. Like all the diamonds and stuff come from meteors hitting the earth, and
we know that's not true.
Stupid.
yeah,
Well,
that's stupid.
no, we know that's not true. Come on.
They say
So-
that's where all the water came from, all the gold, all the diamonds. That's just moronic, right?
Yep, and they say it comes from the rain.
Well,
So all the gold
Some
comes from
planets
the
are
rain in the
raining
sky.
diamonds.
Well, no, some could come from the rain because you could have gold specks that are like going up as condensate.
Coming from
and
where?
then
Gold isn't going
raining
up
down.
anywhere; it's going down. It's one of the heaviest minerals ever.
No,
That's
but you
what-
could have a really small like piece of dust, gold
Dude,
dust
are you
that
kidding
is carried
me?
by the wind or something, and then it condensates
Yeah,
on
but
a
what is
water
a
droplet
sleuth?
or as it
No,
rains,
the
it comes
smallest
washing
piece of
down.
gold dust is
Possible.
way more heavier than anything else.
How does a sleuth work, guys? I just
Because
explained to you
gold's
before
gold's
that a sleuth.
heavier. Because gold's heavier than water, and it's heavier than most of the debris that it's
Even the
associated with.
gases.
So why would you melt it down with the same debris and not just wipe it off to the side? And then
You
afterwards take a
don't.
little thing and crack it, like knock the little other piece off and you got your gold. Why would you do all this melting everything together?
Bro, you're talking about a whole
Because
process.
we like to melt things, okay, Demok?
Well, melting
yeah,
it
yeah,
also
yeah,
makes
What's
it
wrong with
easier.
melting things?
It makes it easier to transport and weigh. I mean, they melt it for different reasons, but I don't think they're melting it to make the gold. They're melting. A lot of times
course
they're just
not.
melting down the gold. But I'm not saying that other video, like the fine dust, like you have to watch it because it definitely describes exactly what he's saying. They even put it in an easy bake oven, which is cool.
Yeah, they're saying the dust particles are
Easy
so
bake.
small.
That's the
I
part
swear
that
they
They're saying
do.
the dust particles are so small, right, that they can't. It's unpannable, and this is the only way to get the gold out.
No, I'm
when are
saying
we
they
gonna
might.
stop? When are we gonna stop believing the particles are so small? When are we gonna stop doing that?
I'm wondering what the video says because Rocky keeps bringing up this video, so now we're onto this video.
Well, you can't even see the gold, so it might not be gold yet until they combine it with mercury. Is what I'm saying. I don't know.
The process for making white gold is the same. Like, so you have white gold and then you put it in some fire, you add some shit to it, and smolter it, and now you got white gold.
White gold
right?
is found as white gold. You got 3 types of gold. You
No,
got
it's
rose,
no.
white,
Time out.
and yellow.
Time out. Wait. Time out. No. If you can find white gold, if you can find white gold, well, I mean, never mind. Let me say this. No, I bring gold to the jewelry shop and they ask if I want it white, and then they do something to it and make the gold that I gave them white. What is that?
Yeah, they add a chemical. It's a chemical process.
They added,
look
no,
at that.
Not just chemical.
They're making
metals.
gold, except now they're turning it color. Like, I'm just saying,
It's an alloy.
It seems a little fishy.
Yeah, they added to your gold. If they gave you the same weight back in white gold when you gave them gold, that means they scammed you. Because in order to make it white gold, you have to add in another metal like platinum or something like that, and you create an alloy.
But we just talking about adding a new material. But like, who's to say that the material gold is gold? Like, if you have to take it through a chemical process, like because unless, like you said, somebody said, okay, you can find white gold. I can find a bar of white gold. You probably can't find a bar of any kind of gold.
White gold is not actually gold.
It's partially gold, but they add other alloys to it.
Yeah,
other
white gold in nature.
Several ways,
It's
dude.
like a little small part of where gold has kind of just naturally melted together with a different metal. Like, that's why I said sometimes it's attached to another metal. Like, that's another reason why melting it is good if you want to purify the
This
gold.
says platinum, nickel, silver, palladium. But they usually use like 24 karat gold, 75%. Then they add all these other alloys to it to make it appear white. I had we had a jewelry friend, but they definitely add chemicals to it. Like, they heat it up. They add these combining chemicals. Like, I'd have to call and see, but it definitely was like some chemical process to it, or maybe that was just to clean it.
Yeah, but jewelers won't tell you that. They'll sell you, white gold for the same price as gold.
Yeah. Sometimes it's more valuable. Like, it's amazing. Like, depending on what people want. But it's definitely, a high quality of, like, high percentage of gold. It's still a high percentage.
So, Jeremy, we didn't nail down the fulgurite thing, the natural phenomenon. If there's a fulgurite, if there's like one of these stone things, these crystals, and it's not moving anywhere, we haven't seen the lightning bolt, we just come across this thing, can that not be the natural observed phenomenon for which we base science on that thing?
I don't know. I thought you always had to have something. I thought something had to be happening. Like, if you just come across the thing and you're looking at this thing that's not doing anything, like if you saw the lightning strike, you'd be like, oh, look, boom, there's something. Let's see what happened at the ground near it. You find that thing, okay. You'd have a cause and effect, I guess, for that little, what would you call it, what?
Fulgurite.
Fulgurite. You might have a cause for the fulgurite after that.
Okay, but say we didn't see the lightning, we just saw the fulgurite itself, right? Can't that be can't we do science on it? Can't that be the natural observed phenomenon that promulgates the rest of the scientific method?
But then, I mean, percentage. Do you want to say that phenomena are like relative? It's a phenomena to you, but not to anyone else. Like,
yeah, I would say the phenomenon depends on the observer.
No.
Does it?
That's
okay, so let's define phenomena.
No one's
What is
ever
a phenomenon?
defined a phenomena like that percentage. That's your own.
Well, colloquially, the phenomenon is something that you don't understand, right?
Yeah, colloquially, but
scientifically,
in science, yeah, it's very
yeah. But science, the whole point of science is to understand that which we don't understand.
No.
Yeah, but
Yeah, so that
even colloquially, a phenomenon would be something that's happening. So what's a focal bubble, whatever you said? What's that?
Fulgurite, it's this crystal that's formed after a lightning bolt hits the ground.
Yeah, you drive a spike in the ground, lightning hits it, and the sand forms these crystals. It was in the movie
Sweet Home Alabama.
Yeah, that was a good movie too.
So do you think lightning?
Yeah,
Listen,
just an
that
example
would,
of something that we come
hold on
across,
one
that we
second.
happen
Hold on one
across.
second.
Well,
That would
do
be
you
your,
watch?
if you came across that thing. Hold on a second. If you came across that thing's not caused. What are you gonna do science on it? That shit ain't causing nothing. That's your effect from the lightning bolt. You don't even have your cause yet.
No, let's say we don't have that,
Your
but
natural
we could
observed
have
phenomena
it.
is
It could
the
be
cause.
That's what I'm saying. Like
No.
Tests
Your
on
natural
it,
observed.
even though it's not doing anything. You've now observed it. You say you walked around it all angles. You've observed it, and then you could proceed to do science on it by testing things.
Oh yeah, that's
lick
my
it,
bad. I got it
wash
backwards.
But nothing's happening.
Yeah.
Well, right.
I did get it backwards. Your natural observed phenomena is the effect, right?
Say you had like an area that was prone. Say you had an area that was like prone to lightning strikes. Then I could see where it's like, where the hell do these folk rights keep popping up? The fuck? And then one day you're traveling wherever folk rights are, and you see a whole bunch of them, but you just walked that same path the day before yesterday. Didn't walk it yesterday because there was a lightning shower or whatever the fuck, right? So the best you could do is go, I would love to know when the next lightning strike comes because I would love to see this phenomena happening. Like that's the best that I would do because I wouldn't go,
but
oh shit,
I'm not
yesterday
talking about that.
there was a okay.
I'm not talking about the cause of like the fulgurites. I'm talking about whether we could do science on them without knowing the cause.
What do you mean?
Yeah, but I mean, there are a lot of
utilize
phenomena
them
out
for
there right
different.
now that we can't do science on. I mean,
Exactly. So you're gonna
Yeah,
utilize it. You're gonna do carry out little tests on this thing.
Well,
You still
but
don't know
what
what the
about
cause
the things-
of the thing
what
itself
about the
is,
things
but you can
we
still
can't do tests
experiment
on?
and stuff.
Yeah, if like some of the properties allow you to do, like if you can, even if you don't know what, like we don't know what trees are, but we make paper. Like so, in the sense, if you're talking about finding this thing, and you like for whatever reason build a machine and you put it in that machine and all, like now you're like Iron Man, you could definitely do some shit like that.
Yeah, like let's say
what's
you're
wrong with
cave-dwelling
doing
desert
that?
people and you've never seen a tree, and then you start traveling and you get to this place where you see a tree. The tree is now something that you can observe, you can test on it and stuff like that. It's not doing anything, right? But it's still a naturally observed phenomenon that which will promulgate the rest of the testing, which constitutes science. I don't think it has to be actually doing anything for it to count as the observed phenomenon.
So I guess it really depends, because you know what it is. We're all starting over, and so we're all trying to. I know I'm definitely trying to be rigid. I know that's somebody claimed that but I'm trying to be that way. But I'm only rigid with other people's methodology, including science. I didn't make it up. I just came along and I saw the process and I'm like, okay, that works. Now with what you're saying is like, so long as they can word their words properly and it's all coherent and all of the premises are proven, I don't care what you do. You see what I'm saying?
You're dangerously close to having a shoe be a phenomenon if you have this thing.
A shoe is a phenomenon if you don't know what a shoe is. That's
no, but it depends. It depends on. It depends on. But it only depends.
Like relative, That
but it only
phenomenon
depends,
me,
right? It depends on the language you're using.
Like, figured out whatever it is, and I haven't, so it's still a phenomenon for me. I've never heard the word used that way.
That's true, but it depends if somebody's expressing. Look,
go ahead.
Because I would be the first to disagree. So I want to be the first to defend you. I don't know, like, because there's a huge caveat. But you can go. It's your thing.
Elijah, have you ever heard the word used that way? That it's relative. That if there's a shoe, you know what the shoe is, and I don't. It's a phenomena for me, but not for you.
Well, if a phenomenon has to be observed,
I feel
doesn't it have to depend on the observer?
No, but we both observed it according to you. But because you've already scienced it, you already know what it is, and I haven't. It's a phenomena for me, but not for you. Even though we both looking at the shoe.
Yeah,
that's
because.
No. It depends. I keep trying to say there's a caveat. No. I don't care what colloquial. I don't care about none of that. When you have a human being that knows something, not believe something, knows something because they've experienced it, and they can take you to that experience, that's not always going to be through the scientific method. So
that's not what I'm talking about.
No, I know. I'm talking to everybody. I'm not. No, I'm agreeing with. I'm agreeing with you. That's why I'm going down this road.
I hear you.
My turn.
So I'm saying that to say, if somebody calls something a phenomenon, if the first thing you ascertain is that they don't mean this is something that I'm going to be trying to determine the cause of, then there's no reason to stop them if they've made that clear to you. Because it's like, what's the cause of shoe? If he's not actually asking that question, then there's no reason to stop him if he's clarified what he's meaning. It's like, why don't you just try to figure out what he's saying? That's why I'm agreeing with you.
I appreciate that. And I'll give another example of to emphasize what I'm saying. So, if we're that desert dwelling, cave dwelling person, right? And you're going and you find, some shrubbery, some trees and stuff like that, and you see two different types of trees. You go and you smell one, and it smells like a certain spice, let's say it's a cinnamon tree, and then you smell the other one, and you notice that it doesn't have the same smell. Aren't you doing science at that point on these two things that you don't know what the cause of them are, but you're doing science because you're testing one against the other? No?
My bad. I was picking up an order. I don't know what everybody else was doing. But what'd you say?
That's saying you happen across two trees. You've never seen a tree in your life, right? You observe each tree, and then you go a step further. You start smelling it. You notice one smells like a spice. Let's say it's a cinnamon tree, but you don't know what cinnamon is. You just notice that it has this particular smell. The other tree doesn't have that smell. Aren't you, in fact, doing science by testing one thing against the other?
No.
Isn't that smell now this observation, the effect that you have, that causes you smelling?
No, because you're going to have to rework the definition of science, which already has two definitions: the colloquial version and the one that's tied to the scientific methodology. So now you would have to create a third form.
What do you mean? We're carrying out a test. We're experimenting by smelling different trees. How's that not science?
Oh, my bad. They actually have defined that as pseudoscience. I don't know how you're gonna make. I don't know how you're gonna make people because like you're asking the question, right? Isn't that science? Well, say you asserted it as science because you smelled two different trees. Yeah, that falls under the category of pseudoscience. Why? Only because because it doesn't follow the scientific method.
How not? We observed a tree. We said, I wonder what this tree is, what it smells
like. That's not a phenomenon in the scientific method. That's why I said you would have to redefine, and then people would have to understand what you mean when you're communicating to them. Because as it stands, if you're going to call something a phenomena, well, that's what's the point of observing a phenomenon? Something happening, so you can understand the cause. Well, if you're not so you can understand the cause, so you can recreate it, so it could be useful. There are different forms of doing this.
Come on.
Yeah, because you want to recreate you want to recreate the phenomena either to elicit the response or stop the response. Like in type 2 diabetics. In that case, you want to isolate the cause so you can stop the response. But there are other ways. This isn't the only way for acquiring knowledge. So why not just utilize the language for those other ways instead of trying to use a rigid language for more than what is supposed to be used for.
So what if we're using this thing, we don't know the cause of it, but we start testing it to see if it could cause other things?
If it's not doing anything, then it's not a phenomenon.
Like I've now taken this tree. I don't know what caused the tree, but I've taken some of the bark, right? Because I noticed that it had smell. I take some of the bark and I've given it to different people, and it turned out that it helped them feel a certain way. It helped them treat a certain condition. How's that not science? We now know that the tree is
why
the
do you
cause
have to?
of.
Why do you have to call it science? That's well, okay.
Well,
matter of fact,
you've shown a cause and effect relationship. The tree is now causing a treatment in this particular condition.
Well,
which is the effect.
Well, technically, there would be a sickness in a person, and you wouldn't have just.
Yep.
I mean, because it could. God damn it! Sorry for the background noise. It could happen two ways. Someone can be sick, and for whatever reason, I don't even know how you find out that bark was a remedy. But I mean, obviously, we got shit like I know that's what we do. That's what mushrooms like. Why would anybody have ever ate a mushroom, right? Like I know that's what humans
and you
do.
get high. You start hallucinating every time you take them. You think the mushrooms.
No. The point is because of the way mushrooms look, I don't see why anyone would have thought, this is food. Somebody must at some point have been brave enough to. Yes, they had an inquisitive mind to figure some shit out.
Or they were starving.
So I guess, or they were starving. So I guess I'm saying, like by some weird reason, somebody cuts up some bark and then uses it in someone sick. They have to figure out why that person is sick. It's not like it's gonna work for everyone because everybody's not gonna have the same ailment. So through that way, you can like indirectly find a cure. Just like we found, I don't even know how they figured out. What's it called? A lack of vitamin C causes type 2 diabetes. So that causes scurvy. Yeah.
It's scurvy.
Let me help you out. Listen,
there you go.
The phenomena for the tree thing, it's not just you see a tree. You'd have to have some kind of effect, right? You're looking for an effect. So you'd have a sick person. They would come in contact with this bark. Maybe they wouldn't. You'd say, I wonder why they got better. Could it be this bark? And then you start doing your experiment with them. So the effect or the phenomena would be, it made them better, not just tree.
Yeah. So, but that phenomenon, that kind of scientific thing, happened off something that you don't even know what the cause of it was.
Sure, but you can test for it, and then you test for it.
No, I'm saying the tree, you don't know what the cause of the tree is, right? You observed the tree, and you promulgated scientific research off that tree without having a naturally observed phenomenon, like an actual thing happening. But from that, you've made something happen by like taking off the bark and giving it to some person that has nausea and seeing that it, relieves it. So you could have given it to a bunch of people that didn't have nausea, that acted as the control, and so on and so forth. You could have given bark from other trees. So basically, you've done scientific experimentation based off something that originally you didn't have an observed phenomenon. You made the phenomenon based off of your own thing.
Let me ask you a question. Don't you see how metaphysically that's like? I can only ask you, like, from this perspective, because we're using words and we're trying to fit words behind, some example to make the words work. But metaphysically, don't you see the difference in applying the scientific method to something that was seen like in effect, versus what you're trying. Like you've got to see that these are two different methods of approach. Even if you can put them in the same basket, at least tell me that that you can see the difference that I see in my mind.
One is indirect. It's like scientific experimentation indirectly by observing something. The other thing is more direct because that which you're observing is the thing that you're trying to get with that same experiment.
Okay.
So it's just like one.
Yeah. Then it's a matter of
my point is that you could have a non like something that you guys wouldn't consider a phenomenon, but I'm saying it could be a phenomenon. It could be this thing that you observe, which isn't doing anything. No, like event is happening, just something that you observe, and the event is you observing it, like Dyslow said, and that could be this foothold for which you have a whole bunch of scientific research.
But you've seen something happen to have inquiry. So in this case, it wouldn't be the tree. It'd be some effect that happened because you did something, and then you don't
necessarily have to see it. It's anything perceivable. You could have felt it, smelt it, dealt it.
Okay, an observation is not just eyes; it's all five senses. In case the other flat earthers didn't know that, yeah, that's true. An observation doesn't just you see with your eyes. That's not it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I hate to be so like hyper concise.
Phenomenon. They're saying
no, you're right. You're right.
Counts as a phenomenon.
Well, I mean, the phenomena is you seeing. The phenomena is you realizing something is happening. Now, if you can materially prove it, then there you have it.
Yep, exactly. Because it could be some phantasm of your own, mental illness or something that no one else is witnessing, and that's not necessarily a perceivable phenomena. However, to you it is, because you can't distinguish reality from fiction. Mm-hmm. But it has to be a consensus relationship, right? Consensual.
Has to be consensual.
Like, I mean, because phenomena don't have to be a natural. That's why as long as I've been learning, the words natural phenomena has meant something key, and I've utilized it whether or not it's the right way of thinking. I've utilized it, right? So somebody punching somebody and knocking them out is a phenomenon. Is it a natural phenomenon? I don't know if I'd call that a natural phenomenon. I don't think I would.
I would say that's purely synthetic.
No, that's natural. That's natural.
That's tough.
Well, it depends on how civilized the beings are, I guess, right?
Sorry?
Because if you saw two rams butting heads and one knocks out the other one, would that be natural?
For sure.
No.
So why is humans unnatural?
I'm saying
right.
It is.
Nah.
Right.
Nah, because even though
we can still do
that's
science
what I'm saying, there's a distinction.
But we can still do science. We can still do science on humans, though, like scurvy. That scurvy thing somebody just mentioned. That's some science that you can do on a human.
Well, yeah.
To a degree. I mean, the second that you affect the interaction of that, cause and effect relationship, you've now synthesized. You haven't had a natural event. And of course, you have to do that to a degree to have your variables, right? Your independent, dependent.
Yeah.
It's a very blurred line.
But it's only a blurred line because, see, actually, communication is this easy. But, and I'll put myself into this basket. I get very I get very what's the word? Skeptical, because there's a rigid way for doing this, and that's like, okay, it's easy enough for a 5-year-old to detect bullshit. But when we talk about some of these more elusive philosophical methods that we're not really privy to, a person could be lying or they might not be lying. Like, for instance, I was telling my friend, hey, begging the question as a form, that's easy to understand until you tell someone that's a tree. How do you know? Because it is. Look at it. Now, is that begging the question? No, but it depends on the person's intent. So really what we need to be understanding is how to ask people questions to figure out what their intent for inquiry is. It's not as simple as you use this method, you use this method. Unfortunately, humans lie. So what we really need is a way to establish if somebody's telling the truth or not. Damn,
I think logic. No, we heard you. I think logic. You know, logic would have to apply, right? Like if your senses tell you that it's a tree, and somebody's acting as if it's not, well then, I mean, you would have to kind of give them the benefit of the doubt to a small degree up until, you know, you're certain that it is. I mean, it could be one of those, what is it, 5G antennas or something, right?
Dressed up as a tree.
It could just be a 2D it could just be a picture of a tree, and you wouldn't even know it was an actual tree till you touched it.
But yeah, so that's the thing. Like in form, if you're having a walk and someone asks, they don't even have to say, "What's that?" You can like look at that tree. Well, that's a tree. What's the tree? It's that. That's a circular argument, or is it? Not really. But in certain instances, it actually is begging the question. But it's the same formulation of words. See how tricky that is? Or am I just bugging?
I would say in that case, you haven't formulated the words in unison. You would have different definitions. Because what a tree is something that's defined.
Like when I take off my pants in public and all the chicks go, "Damn, look at that tree."
What was that?
How about that tree? I was talking about when I get naked in public.
That bush?
You don't do that?
No.
I thought that was a. But yeah, referring to my genitalia as a tree, I mean, I don't know. You don't have that problem.
What kind of tree is it?
Like a redwood.
Is it like a bonsai?
Do science off it? You ever consume part of it? See if it made her feel better?
I don't know how to say it out.
For science, baby. So yeah, all that to say, I do believe if you've never seen a shoe before, if you're like some ancient, like a tribal dude or whatever, and then somehow you come across this shoe from, you know, from somewhere, I do believe that it is a phenomenon that you can observe and test on and see what it's made of and do science towards that end.
Oh, you're
so I mean, so long as the person knows that you're not trying to establish a cause.
Oh yeah, no, they're
like for instance, I was riding by. Yeah, like I was riding by earlier, and this tree had a string attached to it, and I stopped. I was like a cat. I was like, huh? Like I'm looking up to see where it's tied up. I'm like pulling on it, and I'm like, what the hell am I doing? And it's like that's how curious we are. Like when you come across something you've never seen before, something you know isn't naturally occurring. So in that instance, I knew that tree wasn't attached. It didn't naturally get there. It wasn't a growth from the tree, and I knew it instantly. So yeah, I mean, but I could wonder how the fuck did this string get here? You know, and then that would be my level of inquiry at that time.
What'd you figure out?
Honestly, I didn't figure out shit. It could have fell from the sky, but it was too tangled up. So I'm like, something's got to be tangled up there. Maybe a squirrel dragged it. I couldn't figure it out because it was too tangled up to have been thrown up, like, just lobbed up there with something.
Yeah.
I don't think white people do that though, bro.
Oh yeah.
I'm just busting you, bro.
Even animals know what's impossible in this reality. Yeah, look up animals on YouTube getting magic tricked. Cause they know, like, for some reason they know that a person shouldn't be disappearing. Like, that's not possible. And you never think you could surprise an animal other than when you scare them. Like, you don't know that their genuine emotion could be like surprise from, oh my god, what just happened? Huh? Like curiosity like that.
That
Well,
sounds
some
like
animals,
entertainment right there. Those videos.
Some animals are pretty smart. I mean, there's birds that figured out they had these nuts they couldn't crack open, so they figured out they had to drop them in the street, and the cars would run over them. But not only that, they figured to put them in the crosswalk, so that way when the traffic stopped, they could just run up in the crosswalk and grab the nuts. It's
That
crazy.
reminds me of this one time I gave D-Mock a bag of chips.
That's crazy.
He had to jump on it to open it. Remember that, D-Mock?
Did he jump off of an ankle of a midget, or?
I don't know.
Hi.
In the crosswalk, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, that way when the traffic stops, they know where the nuts are. They know there's not going to be a car there or a wheel on top of it. Usually, I mean, some people do pull up a little bit too much.
You know what kind of birds they were?
I can't remember.
Crows do that shit, dude. I've seen it.
Yeah, I figure like crows or ravens. They always say that they're the smart ones.
They get some kind of nut that they can't crack, but the cars will crack them.
It's like, that's perfect, like, example. They don't know what causes cars, right? But there's just this thing that they observe, and then they figure out how to utilize it.
Bro, animals are not doing science on us, dude. Relax.
Really?
This is a
Because I'm pretty
stretch.
sure they are. Like, if they drop that thing and there's no car to run it over, they notice that it doesn't get the intended result, so they kept on trying, and then they noticed that it even happens more in this certain area of the road. It's science.
Yeah, there's
a car running over a nut. Oh, my bad.
There's a certain group of parrots out in South America somewhere, and every year their resources get depleted on what they feed on, and they get stuck eating the unripened fruit from that particular tree, which is like highly acidic and toxic and nauseous to their system. So to counteract it, they all go to this riverbank and they eat this certain clay from this particular portion of the soil, which contains this like some sort of element in there that I guess nullifies the whole toxicity within their system and allows it to be consumed without getting them sick. Thought that was kind of cool.
Listen, a car running over a nut is not a natural observed phenomenon.
It doesn't have to be natural.
They failed at step one.
Who says it's not? Who says it's not though?
It
A car, a vehicle running, an automobile running over a nut. That sounds natural to you.
Is someone
it doesn't
saying
have
it's
to be
not?
natural.
What if
Well,
I put my
mean,
nuts on your chin? Is that natural?
What the
That's
fuck?
weird.
Would you have walnuts, chestnuts, or fucking a dick in your mouth? That's from that
I think
Snoop
they'd
Dogg
be peanuts,
shit.
actually.
Or the Dr. Dre, the Chronic, maybe.
So is that natural or is that bad for your health?
I'm just saying, like, an automobile running over a nut on a road is not, there ain't nothing natural about that.
They're doing a scientific experiment by dropping this thing in different areas and seeing the effect. They see that it, like the food, the seed or whatever, happens when
So
a
how?
car's running over it at this specific part of the road. That's experimentation right there, trial and error, cause and effect.
Yes.
So
So how's
it
how's
doesn't need to be a natural thing that's causing it.
so crow science works where they can't do anything that's not crow made?
I would say that would be more under the guise of manufacturing rather than science.
What do you mean manufacturing?
Yeah, because they're manufacturing. That would be manufacturing something. Like that's no different than calling a fucking soup fucking canning plant a fucking science lab, dude. Because
They
they're
didn't
fucking-
manufacture the nut, bro.
What was the crow's hypothesis?
The crow's hypothesis is that
You're gonna give it to me? That was a joke.
Yeah. The crow's hypothesis is that it like observes this cracked open nut after this car runs by, right? So it's hypothesizes if I drop it in a place where there's more cars running by, then I'll have more cracked open nuts. And it tests it by dropping it in places where more cars are and then places where less cars are. That's the control. Right? And then it sees that it has more cracked open nuts where more cars were. And then it even further refines this by changing the position of where these cars are running by from where the cars constantly run by to where the cars stop, i.e. the crosswalks.
So maybe the stork left Demock in the road and he got hit by the car and now he's nuts. Is that what you're saying?
Bro, the crow threw a whole bunch of shit at the wall and see what stuck. Right? That's all the crow did. They're like, we're dropping nuts all over the place.
That's experimentation. That's trial and error.
The crosswalk looks good.
Yeah,
that's trial and error. That's experimentation, Jeremy.
No, you don't listen. When I asked you for the crow's hypothesis, that was a joke.
And yeah,
that
I
was
gave
a joke, dude. I don't know why or how.
Crow science, bro. Fucking science, bro.
Is that evolution, bro?
Kind
I don't
of.
think so.
That's
I
how
think
they
they're
get
probably
smarter.
that intelligent.
Maybe like
the crows with the big brain. Go ahead.
yeah, it's adaptation in like the short term, but if over like let's say a million years, the crows that are able to I don't know, man, identify larger fucking roads, you know, where there's more cars as opposed to the ones that aren't able to identify this. Well, you know, through the development of some sort of characteristic, I don't know. Well, I don't know.
Maybe it
Yeah, they
evolve into different
develop
species or something. I doubt it.
exactly over like a long period of time. You know, they would become something different. Well,
And
maybe
eventually crows are driving Teslas.
maybe like one crow grows like an extra pair of legs and it can hold more nuts. You know, or it can fly to more roads or something. You know, it becomes different from the other crows that can't do that over a really long period of time. And it just becomes a totally
I would think
different
maybe
type
the
of crow.
difference would be that it has a bigger brain. Like its brain gets marginally bigger because
yeah,
understand. But I don't think it's that's just a claim. It's going to be unprovable. That's
Have you heard the fact that crows are attracted to shiny small objects and stuff? Like they're always picking up little shiny wrappers and coins and shit off the ground. What if that's another form of it, you know? And somehow they start incorporating that into their fucking nest or something, dude. I don't know, bro.
The point is, I don't think something has to be natural, per se, to do science on.
Well, that's why I say science is ultimately about getting to an explanation about a said phenomena.
Mm-hmm. And that explanation depends on the person understanding it. It's all, subjective, right? So if you have one person that understands something, has that
now we need to
knowledge,
dissect what an explanation is. What's an explanation supposed to be consistent of and based on?
Sure, but that doesn't necessarily mean that everyone will be exposed to it. There are people that aren't exposed to certain explanations. They don't have that scientific knowledge, right?
Right.
And so that thing that someone observes, where that person, the first person understands it, this person doesn't understand it. Still needs to do science on. It's going to be a phenomenon, like an observed phenomenon, that for that person that can promulgate scientific research for the person that hasn't done it, whereas it has already been done for the person that has done it. It just depends on the observer.
Well, I mean, in order to communicate, you have to first agree. And to be able to express an explanation, you have to be able to communicate. So there's going to be some sort of like consensual agreement on what's being said is logical and fact-based rather than just...
Well, absolutely. That's if there's communication between the two. I'm saying these two people that have no communication, they each have, like, they observe.
Well, what good's an
explanation? One's a phenomenon
if you
to
can't
a person,
repeat
he needs
it?
to understand it. The other one doesn't. If they have communication, then that can save the second person from doing all the experimentation that the first person did, right?
But there has to be a second person in order to have an explanation, because if all you were left with was a thought that you can't even reproduce, let alone conject to someone else, then how are you convinced that you're on the grounds of an explanation rather than just some
okay, so I disagree
subjective
with that. You don't have to have a second person
self-interpreted.
Well,
no, not if you're following not if you're following the pre-established standard of method. But if one didn't have that, then you would be left with a panel or some sort of a group to analyze what's being explained.
Say again. If you didn't have what?
I mean, an explanations is only as good as its practical use. Like, to say that an explanation could be subjective, I wouldn't agree with that.
I mean, everything is subjective, right? You can share subjective experiences by communication. You can share ideas, you can share evidence and what have you. But everything is understood personally. Our senses are connected to ourselves. They're not connected to other people.
I mean, everything's kind of agreed upon as far as like what is reality. Like, I don't think two people would call, blue something different. Blue is blue unless you're obviously colorblind, and at that point, your subjective interpretation of blue is incorrect based on the general consensus.
Yeah, but calling it blue, that's something else. That's definitions, which have to axiomatically be agreed upon by.
Well, how else would you have an explanation without having some sort of way to decode that information into a usable way to interpret?
So that's exactly my point. In order to just see this, like the sky being that specific color that you see it at, that's something subjective, right? And all you can do is share that subjective information by way of definitions or a photo or whatever else. Comparing it to a different color, like pointing to a different color and saying it's that color, whatever. The point is, you're just sharing a subjective thing, something that you personally understood with your senses, with another person who also personally is verifying that with their senses. It's all subjective.
Well, this is where metaphysics and physics are connected by the way of understanding the explanation through a form of communication that's agreed upon. Like, that's the definition of communication, is an agreed way to dissolve something into an understanding.
Sure. So my point is that the person alone, though, that's figuring out something for themselves, they're coming to a subjective truth. It's like the science is, because everything is subjective, right? Our senses tell us what the information about our surroundings and our environment.
Well, yeah, we're all unique individuals perceiving things, at different times. But they're all kind of attached to a similarity, and it's the commonalities that we use to define things, not the contrast between the indifferences as well. Yeah, if that's what we're doing here. But at the same time, we have to have some sort of basis or premise to be able to even first communicate in this agreed upon method. Yeah, but but that's why I say explanation needs to be rooted in fact, logic, and commonality, like not just loosely interpreted descriptions. Like that's why they're. But for some reason, science never looks at the principal underlying fact of what is taking place, the hows and the whys of each phenomena. It's always the quantified means of measure that they try to assert everything upon, and that's only like descriptionary. That's never touching on the root of the explanation of what's taken place, which should be real science, right? Which brings us to magnetism.
Sure, it does.
The underlying factor, the necessary antecedent to all phenomena. The one thing science doesn't explain.
How does magnetism cause mercury to turn into gold?
Well, any atom only has its components due to the magnetic effect.
Only what?
I said every single atom
Yeah.
only has its characteristics of what is comprised of an atom by the magnetic effect.
That's not true.
In the hypothetical world where the sense of sight doesn't exist, does the natural observed phenomena of a rainbow happen?
Where sight doesn't exist.
Yeah. Are rainbows a naturally observed phenomenon in that world?
I guess not, because it's all dependent on optics, and if you can't interact
Optically rendered
with the world around you, then no. All of these optical phenomena or illusions, rainbows, parallax, all of these things that require observation.
Even though, like, let's say we have the knowledge that the rainbow is actually existing, there's just no one that can perceive it.
Yeah.
And so it's not a naturally observed phenomenon because the observation depends on the observer.
Well, I would say it's still an observed phenomenon.
Really? Who's observing it?
I mean, we know that if you split light at a certain angle, you could split that light upon its different colors, different wavelengths. So you could take white light. I think it's at 41 or 42 degrees. So that's the angle at which like a drop of water would.
Yeah, but I'm talking about rainbow in the sky.
Yeah, that's the same thing for a rainbow. It's that specific angle.
Drop of water.
No, hold up. You can't automatically assume just because we're able to split
splits light.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, but you can't just automatically assume that because we're able to split light with a crystal in the lab or like down here, that automatically you're gonna have the same effect in the sky.
Why not?
Has a bubble to
Especially without the sense of sight. How are you even gonna notice that you split a light on Earth when you have no sense of sight?
Water's a flat bubble.
There are other ways you could come to understand it. You could split it and take a reading of the different frequencies of the different wavelengths. So you could take that one light beam.
Analogy. Let me give you another one. If you close your eyes Do you have a horizon?
No.
If you're looking at the
It's
beach, the horizon of the beach, and you close your eyes, do you have a
it's an
horizon?
optical phenomenon. I totally get your percentage. Okay, I do apologize because I was getting a bit pedantic. I was just trying to prove that you don't need to see light to know that light exists. But I get your point. If you couldn't see these things, you would want to say they're not observed phenomena. And yeah, cool.
Where are you getting the angles of 42 degrees of an angle off of a curved water droplet?
What?
Oh god! Don't take the bait.
Don't quote me on that number, but I think it's
Okay.
42.
I know, but how do you get that off a circle? I mean, how's that working off a water drop? It's the top of a circle, and it's flat on the bottom and circle on the top like bubble wrap.
What?
Are you talking about like the actual like teardrop design has a
light.
42 degree?
Yeah, he said the spectrum of the water drop.
No. What I'm trying to say is
42
there's
degrees through
there's
the
a
water
critical
drop.
angle. No,
Of what?
you don't get what I'm saying.
I'm trying
There's
to
a
ask
critical.
you.
I'm trying to tell
angle of
you.
a
I'm
water
trying to tell
droplet?
you before you ask. There's a critical angle at which, when light strikes like a raindrop, rainbow is formed, and it's only
Oh,
at
when it
this angle.
hits
Yeah.
the raindrop. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying the raindrop was creating these angles of something. Okay, I got it.
No. When the light hits the raindrop, I think it's 42. It's 40 something degrees.
Okay, so a light angle does work, but the raindrop is actually a rounded surface, so it's not going to be like an angle. It's going to be a curved, whatever the fuck that is, for your idea of what you're doing.
Really?
The surface of the water.
Mm-hmm.
The light doesn't bend because of the
Yeah.
surface of the water.
I mean, there are a lot
I'm
of different
saying-
ways to phrase what a phenomena is percentage. You could say it's naturally current phenomena, it's an observed phenomena, yada yada yada.
Well, the spread out version of something is in lines. It's not like in a, you know what I mean? That's what they say. It's weird, right? But then when you look at like a moon or a sun or the moon at night or the sun, you see like a moonbow or a rainbow around the moon, or like the outshine of it. It's like a circular circumference. Do you see the lines like that?
Moon bows are cool as fuck.
Yeah, it's like a magnetic field around the moon. Or a field of air or medium, that's what you have to have for a rainbow or a moonbow, right? Car in Kentucky. That's funny. Kentucky. So. Is gold quartz? Is quartz gold?
Of course it is.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking the reason a lot of people don't like going into mines is because they're like hotter than hell, and you can't breathe down there, and you sweat to death. Literally, you'll sweat to death. That's why people don't go down in them. And on top of all that compression and heat, then you put them in an oven afterwards. Easy,
Yo, you're
baby.
fine. You're fine so long as you don't mind the heat.
That's right. If you don't mind, it don't matter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when I looked up a thing, I said, "Why is quartz always by gold?" And the thing said, "Why is gold quartz?" I was like, "What?" It asked me the question. Why is gold quartz? That's what Google came out with.
Maybe it was talking about the watch company.
No, I said, why is gold found near quartz when you mine it or dig for it? And it said, and it just put up, why is gold
why is
quartz?
quartz gold?
Yep, that's what it said.
As in, why are quartz watches gold? When they could be platinum or titanium instead.
Well, it all depends on the heat, right?
Yeah.
The pressure, the heat.
Yeah, you can have some diamonds on it, and it'll be icy. Watches are for girls anyways.
isn't quartz heated up sand or something like that?
No.
No, what is
Quartz is the third level in terms of the roles of this server.
It's what now?
It's the role of the server, the third level in terms of like the progression of roles. In fact, you're quartz right now.
Oh, okay. So I'm gold, baby.
No, you're quartz.
Why is quartz gold?
Because they choose to make some watches that are gold. What kind of question is that, man? Come on. You're not gold, but you're golden. Okay, Democ?
Black goo. What's black goo do? Have you ever looked into black goo? Is it real?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
I don't know what happened there just now, Gio. 3D, Bob?
What was that?
Do you think we see in 3D? Do you think we're seeing a 3D?
Yep.
3D image of things, you know?
Yep.
What if I show you an example where you couldn't tell if it was 3D or 2D, though?
That doesn't change my mind, though.
I know, but if I could show you an example of why you couldn't differentiate between 2D and 3D, wouldn't that tell you that we're not seeing in 3D?
Right. But somebody could just say the same thing to you then, because you can't tell that it's 2D, we must see in 3D.
No, but I can show. No, why? I'm not saying we see in 3D.
No, that's what I'm saying. The thing that you're saying is an example. You're saying you can't tell the difference, so you must see in 2D, right?
Well, no, I'm saying you can't tell the. I'm saying you can't tell the difference, so you definitely can't see in the 3D one because you can't tell the difference.
Right. Someone could say the same thing to you. You can't tell the difference, so you must not be seen in 2D. It must be 3D because you can't tell the difference. See, it doesn't prove it either way because you can't tell the difference. All that tells you is that there's a way to trick your eye. But if you can use it for your side, somebody else can use it for their side because all you're doing is saying you can't tell the difference.
Yeah, well, I'm saying if you could see in 3D, if I showed you one of those hyper realistic images where it looks like it's coming off the page, but you don't know until the guy goes to touch it. Like if you could see in 3D, that wouldn't be a trick because you'd just be able to see, oh, that's a 3D object and not the 2D image on the paper, right?
If we couldn't see in 3D, we wouldn't be able to imitate 3D on a screen. It wouldn't be possible.
Well,
a screen is 2D.
When you move around and shit, yeah, you can do a whole circle around a basketball or something. You can get every angle on it and be like, yeah, that's definitely a basketball. I can see it now. But we're just from one stationary static point without moving, just looking at something, you can't tell if it's 2D or 3D. In certain cases, obviously not all the time, but
okay. Let me put it to you like this: do 2D objects exist?
No.
Okay, so they're pretend, right?
2D, it's conceptual in your mind, like a line or a circle. Right. It's all conceptual.
Right. It's all not reality, right? 2D can't be reality. It's not. It doesn't exist in our reality. Not actual 2D.
In your mind. Yeah, in your mind.
Right.
It can exist, yeah.
So what you're saying is we see and pretend, not in reality. We see and not real instead of real.
Well, the real 2D can be real in your mind, right? Like that's really in your mind. What's in your mind, right?
But that's not real. Otherwise, Mickey Mouse is real. I can have Mickey Mouse in my mind, but Mickey Mouse is still not real.
Yeah. I don't know.
So to argue that we see in 2D is literally to argue that we see in not reality rather than see in reality.
I'm not arguing for 2D or not. They call it 2.5D because you can kind of sense depth and shit. But there are situations where there could either be a 3D object or it might be a 2D drawing of an object, and you can't tell. Because if you could see in 3D, you'd be able to spot it and be like, no, I see in 3D. I know that's a 3D object. But you can't tell because until the guy goes to touch it.
Okay, but you can do the same thing with other senses too. Like you can have something that tastes like something, and the person thinks it tastes like something else. Okay, and they can't tell what it is. That doesn't mean they can't taste one of the things. It doesn't mean that they're incapable. It just means that there are some things that make it seem like things are similar. I mean, if you think about like a piano and all the different notes on a piano, if you only play one note for somebody, they might not be able to sense or tell where it's supposed to line up within all of the notes. That doesn't mean they can't tell the difference. That doesn't mean they can't hear all of the different notes what they're hearing. What it means is that in that situation, when they are deprived of the information of the other notes, they can't properly place it. They're not tuned to it. But that doesn't mean that they're incapable of hearing the other notes.
I hear you. I thought it would just be as easy as, if you could see in 3D, you wouldn't be able to be fooled by a 2D image because you would be able to see, no, that's a 2D, that's not a 3D image. That's not a 3D object.
Yeah, I don't think it's that simple. I think that's not really considering our senses. Like if you consider the other senses and the way that they can be kind of tricked in that same way, if you want to call it tricked. I don't think it's being tricked necessarily. It's just you have a deprivation of information, and so you don't know. But it doesn't mean that there is a lack of ability for your sense to do that. It just means there are certain situations where it can be used to make you think something else, or you just don't have the information to discern.
Are you still seeing in 2D, Jeremy? Or have you come to reality?
Listen, I know you can't see in 3D because if you could, that optical illusion wouldn't be an illusion because you would just be able to say, "Oh, I see in 3D. I could see its 3D-ness."
Oh, Jeremy.
I'm telling you, bro, that optical illusion is a dead giveaway why we don't see in 3D.
No, not at all. Oh, I'd like to be able to give you my support on this one, but I just can't.
This was a hot topic today, dude. We did this for about 8 hours earlier.
Oh man, I came in and the whole room was spazzing out. It was aggro plus. Couldn't believe what
Oh,
I
this was a hot topic, bro. Hot topic.
Yeah. You had flat earther bloody ripping flat earthers and throats out. It was crazy. Where's Bob on the whole notion? Are you a 2D'er or a 3D'er, Bob?
No, we see in 3D. We have to.
Yes. Thank you. See, Bob is the voice of reason, Jeremy. Come on. The 3Ds were definitely outnumbered yesterday, Bob.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was just explaining, talking to Jeremy just a little bit ago there about it. It's like if you understand that like 2D objects don't exist, and you think that we see in 2D, like 2D isn't reality. So you're saying we don't see in reality; we only see in pretend. Which that obviously must, and on top of that, we wouldn't be able to mimic 3D on a screen, a 2D screen, if we weren't capable of seeing in 3D. It wouldn't work because it's a 2D plane.
Yeah. Because you can fool your eye with a drawing or a painting or an image on a screen doesn't mean, I don't think, that you see in 2D. It just means that if we're drawing a picture, we have the ability to shape it and shade it and give the perception of depth and texture, which gives the illusion of a 3D object. That's all.
Yeah, bro. Look at an image. Look at something in the room you're in, and then close your eyes. Now, what do you see that image, right? You can see that image. You can move left and right in the image, and you can move up and down in the image, right? What you can't do is move in the Z-axis in that image.
What do you mean I can't move behind it?
You can't move in the Z-axis, the third dimension that you would need to see in 3D. You can't do that. You only see an image in your head. It's a 2D representation of reality.
Yeah, but my eyeballs don't have the ability to move in the Z-axis either. But my body does. And my body, combined with its sight, right, and the motor skills that it has, right, now, I've got that perception of depth, which makes me be able to move around the space that I'm in a 3D world.
No question. When you move around, you know what I'm saying? You could have a sphere in the middle of the room. You move around, get on the bottom of it, below it. You'll see every angle of the thing. And then you could be like, all right, it's definitely a 3D sphere right there, or ball or whatever. But just from one vantage point, one static position, you're not going to be able to tell. You need other senses to go into your vision to be able to let you know that it's 3D.
Yeah, but that image that you show me, that looks like a 3D image, Jeremy, right? Now, when I look at that image front on, right, I see, say, a barrel, okay? And it looks like a barrel, looks like a 3D barrel, okay? But now, if I move that piece of paper to my left or the right, right, now it'll start to become narrower, right? And all of a sudden, it won't quite look the same. And won't be the same sort of image that I'm looking at. Whereas in reality, right, everything will change. The shading, everything will change in reality to still give it that perception of that 3D image. Whereas the image won't change at all.
If we saw it in 2D, wouldn't the whole world look 2D?
You would think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it would have to. And we wouldn't be able to then imitate a thing that we can't experience on the screen as far as dimensions. We wouldn't have the ability to take a two-dimensional plane and make it seem like it's a third dimension.
Yeah, but you only experience 3D because we can move around just from one static vantage point. That image that you get in your head, look at something. Just look at something in your room, in the room you're in, and then close your eyes. And
I
now
don't.
you
Why
can
would you need to close your eyes?
see.
We're talking about vision, Jeremy, which means you don't need to close your eyes. You need to have your eyes open if you're talking about vision, unless you're talking about like whether or not you can imagine things in 3D. That's something you could have a discussion about if you wanted.
Okay, well, just stare at one spot at the wall or whatever. Just stare at one thing. Don't move your head. You can see left to right, and you can see up and down. You can't move in the z-axis.
I don't need to move. My eyes can see the top of that air conditioner and that it extends backwards. I don't need to move to see that.
Or it could just be a 2D picture of an air conditioner. You won't know until you move or go touch it or something.
That would assume that we can't tell that things are further away.
It could be a drawing of the air conditioner drawn with all the right shading and all the right lines and shit to make it look like it's a 3D air conditioner. Really, it's just a picture. You won't know until you move or until you go touch it.
Well, if you start from the baseline of everything is a picture until proven not a picture, then your assumption there that like that would possibly make sense, but that's not actually the baseline. The baseline is everything is real until proven not, as far as our senses are concerned. We sense what we sense. I can look at that air conditioner and I can sense that it extends backwards with my eyes by looking at it. I can see that. There's a part of it that seems to be further away than another part of it. So now, the assumption needs to be, because my senses are telling me, it is a thing that extends backwards away from me. If you were to start everything in your life from the assumption that everything is a picture until proven not a picture, I mean, think of how messed up your life would be. But you should start from your senses, not from something else. Start from your senses first. What your senses tell you is that is a thing that extends backwards.
Are you talking about the clip?
Wait, what? What did you say?
No, I'm sorry. What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about 3D and 2D.
Oh, still okay. I was trying to get on this earlier. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why people were disagreeing with Jeremy.
Why wouldn't they? He's wrong.
Yeah, probably because he's wrong. I would guess would be the reason, but they might have a different reason.
We're thinking of banning him. What do you think?
I don't know, man. What he was saying is 100% correct, man. I pulled up a study about it.
No, your study doesn't mean anything.
You got to
see
story
reality.
Yeah. No, you don't see reality, actually.
Yeah, you do.
Believe it or not, Bandsaw. No,
You're right, Kosho.
No, you actually don't. You see a small spectrum of reality, and that's just interpreted by your subjective instruments on your body and your brain.
This is why I can't stand being on the Glover side of this. We are definitely seeing reality.
No, but that's the problem. Here's the problem: what you're seeing is what you're seeing is a portion of reality. But there's no way to access objective reality. We don't have access to it.
Absolute rubbish. We see reality.
What a miserable existence to think that you can't.
No, it's an honest existence, man. I mean, look at the spectrum of light. How much bigger is the entire spectrum of light than the visible spectrum?
You mean
it's magnitudes, orders of magnitudes bigger?
Maybe.
We are not talking about the spectrum of light. We're talking about how we see. So stop bringing other things in to conflate the argument and try and mix it up. Stop talking about imagination, spectrums of light, or anything like this. We are talking about what we see.
I understand that, and that's what I'm trying to tell you is that even the small portion that you're talking about is still not even a small portion of the full picture. Okay, there's the tiny spectrum of light that we can see. Okay. Then there's the fact that you can only see by virtue of your eyes, which only have 2D lenses. Lenses in your eyes are two-dimensional. So everything. Yeah.
Why are we worried about the spectrum of light that we can't see?
Because
we're only worried about what we can see.
I know, right? But the argument somebody had just stated was we see reality. We see what's happening in reality, and we only have access to a small portion of that reality. We don't have complete access to it. And one of those things that we don't have is we don't have three-dimensional. We don't have three-dimensional vision.
Think about this. You can't know that it's only a portion unless you know there's some other part of it. And you can't know there's some other part of it unless you've detected some other part of it.
Yeah, we didn't detect it with our eyes. We didn't detect it with our bodies. We had to build devices to detect that.
Wait, what?
So hold on. Can this spectrum of light that we can't see, can we touch it? Can we interact with it?
It interacts with. No. Actually, no, you can't. You can build things. You can build things to interact with it, but your body has no way of perceiving this.
Exactly right. So it's not part of our physical world, right? We see in a physical way, right? We see physicality of 3D. That's how we see. Now, what other things may be highlighted by a different light spectrum is neither here nor there. The way a bee sees a flower in infrared or ultraviolet, when they can see the pollen of the flower and it's highlighted so they know exactly where to go, that's their reality. But they also too are seeing in a 3D reality, but in a different light spectrum. We just see in our light spectrum, which is our reality, the 3D world that we view through our eyes.
So you're saying that we live in a different reality than bees?
We see differently to
bees. Exactly. We see a different portion than they do.
They also too see things in 3D.
Yeah, there's things that are blind. There's things that are only see through sonar. There's things that see in all sorts of different ways, in all sorts of different wavelengths, and they're all seeing the same reality, but different portions of it. We don't have access to the entirety of reality. We only have access to the portions that our senses allow us to.
And
so that doesn't mean.
And things that may see in a sonar way are also too seeing in a 3D way. So they also too have a depth perception. So their motor skills can correlate with their sight skills, so they can navigate their way around in their world.
If anything, they see in a 3D more than we do, because we only get stereoscopic binocular vision, and so those are all 2D images. That's just the truth of it. That's what I was trying to say earlier. The study shows that when you look at something, the 3D that you're describing, seeing in your head, this is only due to the context clues and the experiences that you have of these 3D objects. Without that, though, you wouldn't. The images that you see are not 3-dimensional.
Of course they are.
Take any object in your room right now, or your computer screen, and tell me what shape is that computer screen. You'd probably say it's a rectangle. It's a rectangle, or it's a square, or something like that. But in actuality, the image.
I'm worried about what's in reality.
No, I'm talking about the things in your reality. So your reality, there's a door near you. There's probably a window. There's probably a screen, right? You know what shape these things are even when you look at them. But if you were to take a 2D image, the image that you see when you look at it, the image that you see is not a square or a rectangle at all. It's a weird oblong trapezoid.
Okay, but whenever you look at things in 3D, they don't have shapes like that. They can't. Those are shapes that are 2D.
Yeah,
a rectangle isn't a thing that actually exists. It's imaginary.
Yeah, but the images that get fed to your brain are 2D images.
That's what you're saying. We understand what you're saying. We disagree.
I mean, it's just the way it's the way cameras. It's the way any camera works.
We're not worried about a camera.
Your eyes are behaving as cameras.
Yeah, no, they're not. My eyes behave as eyes. You have weird eyes.
You guys are going down with a losing ship. I'd be bailing, jumping on those life rafts if I was you.
Yeah, you guys are arguing based on your intuition and what things feel like to be true. I'm telling you, this is what all studies show. This is what psychology shows. This is actual fact.
Experience and reality. Yeah, that's what I'm arguing based on. Absolutely. Yeah. I think that's the best argument to have is the one that's based on reality.
As I told you, your eyes are only tools to access reality, but you don't have full access to reality.
I understand the claim. You have done nothing to display that that's actually the case.
No, I didn't. Bandsaw agreed with me.
Experience reality as it is.
Bandsaw said that we see with our reality and bees see their reality, and somehow those reality are the same reality, but they're also different. I'm telling you that we're both getting a slight access to the actual reality, both us and bees, the same reality.
Yeah, they just see their reality in a different light spectrum. Doesn't mean that they don't see the same reality.
Right.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying to you.
Maybe this is a good way to try and explain this to you. Is that someone in Japan is seeing their reality, and someone in the United States is seeing their reality. They're both seeing the same reality, but they're different, right?
That's right.
Okay.
This is my argument, man.
That does not mean that one of them is incapable of seeing with their eyes the other person's reality, does it?
No, that's exactly my argument, dude. That both of these two people, bees, whatever you want it to be, with a camera, they're all getting access to the same reality. However, they both see different things. They all see different things, and the reason why they see different things is because they don't have full access to reality. They have access to a limited portion of reality, and it's interpreted by their brain. This is why they see different things. If we had access to a full reality, we would see the same thing bees see, but we don't.
Rubbish. That is rubbish.
Are you taking a different sense and calling it seeing? Is that the problem?
No, I'm telling you that when you see the visible spectrum of light.
If an animal has a different way to quote unquote see things, it's not vision anymore. It's a different sense.
No, I'm not talking about it using a different sense. Your eyes act as antenna that can receive electromagnetic radiation in a very slim part of the spectrum. That's how your eyes see. And they do it with two eyes, and they do it with the lens and all the other type of shit. And they see two-dimensional pictures, and your brain interprets those into the three-dimensional world that exists there. But they don't have your brain doesn't. The light is not coming to you in a three-dimensional way. The same way sonar doesn't come to you in 3 dimensions. It comes at you in the two-dimensional senses.
So now light comes to you and travels to you.
It wouldn't necessarily be any good to continue the conversation. If that's your baseline, it won't help because I'm not under the impression that I have to worry about light coming to my eyes. So
no.
Well, that's what okay. Well, you're right. Then there's a conversation can't go any further because you guys aren't arguing from the basis of the instruments as they work in reality. You're arguing from the basis of how you understand them to be.
You're presuming from some psychology survey that you've got.
Right. You can't show me light traveling from a place to my eye.
Yeah.
You can only tell me a story about how it happens. So, no, I'm not going to start with that baseline assumption and then try and make another assumption on top of that assumption. No, I'm just going with how my eyes seem to actually work.
Then what's your story then? Well, how do your eyes work? Because every lens, every camera that I know, every light sensor that I know, everything that perceives light works exactly the same way, where they're a sensor that perceives the light.
Your eyes aren't cameras, number one.
Right. Cameras aren't your eyes. I mean, that should be like abundantly clear to any person that has eyes and is able to use them, that man-made things are not the same as things that are here naturally.
I didn't ask you how don't they work. I'm asking you, how do they work in your description?
I look at things and see them. That's how they work.
Yeah, but what does that mean? What is the mechanism that's allowing you to see them?
My eyes is the mechanism that's allowing me to see them.
I know how. What is it? What your eyes are on your face. The object is somewhere else. How is it that your eyes are seeing the thing that is somewhere else?
By detecting them.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
And how does it detect it? Does your eyes go over there, or does something go to your eyes?
Neither. My eyes detect the thing that's over there.
So the way that any sensor works, whether it's your ears or any sensor whatsoever, works because something is traveling from someplace else and entering your sensor.
That's only a story that you can tell, but you can't demonstrate that.
Light is how we see, because if it wasn't illuminated, we wouldn't see it. So my eyeballs and light together equal vision.
So if you're going to teach somebody how it is that you see, claiming that your eyes sense light, how are you going to explain that to them? You're going to say that your eyes see the light that's all the way over there, or is it the light that travels to your eye?
I wouldn't attempt to teach somebody that. I would let them know that using their eyes can help them see things. I wouldn't attempt to teach them the inner workings of the eye.
Well, do you agree that ears, in order to hear something, the sound wave has to travel to your ear, and to feel something, you actually have to feel the thing? There's no distance between your feeling and the thing. There's no distance between the sound wave and your ear. The sound wave has to interact with your ear.
Okay, so it seems like you're saying two things that aren't necessarily in accordance with each other. You're saying that a thing needs to travel, but then you're also saying that it takes the sound wave for you to hear.
No, I'm saying that the sensors in your ear, your body is It's nowhere else except for where you are. The sound wave has to interact with your ear for you to hear. Just like the touch, whatever you're touching has to interact with your feelings, your fingers or whatever to touch it. And the particles have to interact with your nose for you to smell it. This is the way that any sensor works.
Yeah, I understand that's the claim of how they work, yes.
Do you disagree with that claim, that that's how sensors work?
I disagree with the claim that something would need to travel to your ear in that manner or to your eye in that manner for your senses to work. I do not have something that demonstrates that to be true.
What are you basing that off of?
I'm basing it off of I don't have anything that demonstrates that to be true.
So then you just don't understand how any sensor works then, because this is just how sensors work. Sensors have to interact with something for them to actually.
That's certainly something you can claim, but I'm still sitting here without anything that demonstrates that that's true.
This is what I'm saying. This is becoming idiotic at the point where if something is sensing something, there has to be some interaction. I can't sense something without interacting with it. There's no way that can happen.
It's not interacting. What I'm saying is that there's no necessity for the thing to travel for the interaction to take place.
And how is it interacting with something that's not? Then that it's not. If it has no proximity to it, if it's not actually, if their paths aren't crossing, how is it going to interact with it?
Well, you're in that visual space where you can see it. If you weren't in that visual space where you can see it, you wouldn't be able to see it. Doesn't necessarily mean that air conditioner that's on the wall is traveling through the air to my eye so I can see it. I'm just in the same space where I can see it.
I think I speak for enough of us when I say I'd like for you, Kosho, if you're a Glober, to take me to the place where I can experience the phenomenon that are based on that globe theory. Because I've asked everybody. I've asked Bob, the science wannabe guy. I've asked Protothad, all the OG Globers, and none of them can tell me or take me to where I can go to experience one globe phenomenon. It's ironic, isn't it? The globe is so real, but we can't take you to anywhere where you can see any phenomenon of any kind, ever.
Take me down to the paradise city where gravity's real and the globe is spinning. Oh, won't you please take me home?
Take me where I can see the globe spinning, bro. Everyone says, oh, you have to go to outer space. Okay, take me there. Well, we can't go. What do you mean we can't go? How can you say something's happened if you can't go to see it? Like, if you haven't seen it, you don't know that that's happening. You just keep telling me it is. Because somebody told you a story, but they never took you to see the phenomenon firsthand. Also, light. Light is why we can see. Eyeballs 1, light 2. Check both boxes and you have vision. So simple. There's nothing to really explain.
Grim, Grim, do we see in 2D or 3D?
Well, I one eye. I say 3D, but I mean, people say one eye 2D. But at least like with the stereo vision with two eyes for depth perception, I think that helps see around the object a little bit.
My depth perception isn't bad with one eye. It's not perfect, but it's not there. You know what I mean?
No, it isn't. That's not the same thing. The depth perception is like the you know how when you close one eye and then you open and close the other eye, you see the object like in two different places.
Yeah, I get that. But see, when I'm looking at a boob, I don't, with one eye and two, I still see the thing that's there. The difference is the resolution of the depth perception. I still get 70% with one eye of depth perception.
Yeah, I just said it's affected greatly. I mean, it's a lot less. Yeah.
But you will.
Yeah, but I still.
You will adjust to that over a period of time. If you were to wear a patch permanently over one eye, or you only had one, I'm pretty sure that whatever you experience when you close just one eye, that would increase as your eye gets trained and used to what it's seeing.
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah.
So simple. Funny. Country boy whooping Globers.
Well, they were talking
10-year
about
Globers.
Yeah, they brought up the example of babies last night. Like babies only seeing 2D. That's why they can't interact with anything. Well, no. All a baby is learning is their motor skills, how to use their motor skills, and how to interact with things. That's all a baby is doing. They're just developing their motor skills. That's why these things are so important at a young age to give your babies and your little ones practical things to be doing, like playing with blocks, and have tactile things to interact with. It develops their motor skills far quicker.
Well, then the train, right? The train goes behind the wall and then it comes out the other side. But then, like, what happened to the train? It's spatial reasoning skills that they're dealing with there.
Yeah, it's all that stuff. Like I said, it's just motor skills alone, right? Bandit, it was you're learning how light reflects off of objects, and you know what I mean. You know where the light's coming from now, because you can see the object, and where the light is lit on the object, you look up towards the light if you want to find the light. You start learning all that shit as well.
Yeah.
So I mean,
yeah,
there's that. Yeah.
So
This is awesome.
Once again, the globe perception of things has been crushed beautifully, absolutely crushed.
If you guys are ever having a problem, just call me, all right? Ping me. I'll show up and I'll wreck the whole thing.
Oh.
Wait, what does he think just happened right now?
I don't know, but this has been going on for 8 or 10 hours. Very heated, this whole discussion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now we also need to review something here, Grim. I've got another question. Are there more wheels or more doors in the world? I'm just kidding. Don't answer it. Don't answer.
You'll
I didn't
invoke
hear
Shaw
you.
G. Shaw G will start dropping memes. Well,
I thought maybe we could break the internet if we talked about both of those at the same time.
yeah. Well, I've just got.
I thought of a new one.
Three. I've
Are
got
there
three
more
little
trees or
words. Three little
tiny?
words for that. Sorry, Bob, but trap door spider. Now that just crushed Jeremy, right? We first brought that up.
I'd have been back sooner, but I felt like it was unsafe. All the Globers over here. Isn't it funny, though? The Earth has to be a globe, but I can't take you anywhere to observe one globe phenomenon. I can take you all over the world and show you flat Earth phenomenon all day long. Isn't it beautiful? Didn't Ko show a Glober?
Oh yeah, and so is Mr. Grimm, but on a totally different level of
Yeah, I
globality.
get what you mean.
Yeah.
I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Two different people on the same team that don't agree. Yeah.
yeah. Oh no, Grimm's a flat earther. He's a flat earther at heart. All right.
I'm a homie.
Yeah.
Hey, Kosho. So this alleged rotation of the Earth, bro. Where did you go to see it? And can you take all of us there so we can see it too?
The rotation of the Earth, you see it every day, all day, every day.
I see sky stuff moving, but sky stuff, if I lay down on a car, all right, and the stars are going one direction and the plane comes into frame, it's going the opposite direction, how does that mean I'm moving?
That's a great example. If you were born in a car that was driving at a steady pace and you looked around you and you noticed everything around you was moving, everything around you was moving, it'd be an assumption to say, okay, well, I guess we're moving. Or, okay, I guess that's moving. But I think it's a more fair assumption to say, wait a minute, maybe I'm
You're
moving.
in a car, so cars move. So it's not an assumption, it's a fact. So you're converting.
Yeah, if you were born in a car, you wouldn't know that, though.
To make the mother. But we're not talking about babies. We're adults here, dude. Stop invoking
Yeah, you
shit
were
that's
born
not
on
in the
the Earth.
conversation, please.
That's the analogy, dude. You're born on Earth. That's the analogy.
So what? We're adults.
It's as if you were born in any sort of environment
adults.
that was moving and you didn't know it was moving.
You're not getting the point.
Not non sequitur. Moving back to
No,
the
it's
context.
not. It's
Yes,
an
it
actual-
is.
It totally isn't.
The sequitur.
Dude, it has nothing to do with the context.
Yes, it does. You were born on Earth. That's why it was a good analogy.
The context is, where can I go to experience it? He says every day the sky stuff moves. Well, the sky stuff moves doesn't prove the Earth is
You're right,
moving.
it doesn't prove it.
That is an assumption.
You're right. It doesn't prove it. You're right.
So when have you been detached from Earth far enough away to actually see the Earth move? Because I've never, and I've been flying. I'm looking at land. I'm looking at getting a plane.
You're right. You can't prove it just from looking at it. So you need to find a test that makes it distinct, that distinguishes one from the other.
No, you just need to take me somewhere to see the phenomenon you believe exists. But if you haven't seen it, you can't take me there. If you can only take me where you've been. You can only teach me what you know. You're trying to teach me something that you don't know. But you're saying that you know, but you don't. Because you've never seen it. You think you have.
My standards aren't as stringent as yours are.
Bruh, I'm just a country boy. Verify means get off your lazy ass and go and either do or look. I want to verify. It's very fucking simple. It's like the most simple country bumpkin thing you can do is verify something. Well, the bull stuck in the fence.
Wind it back a little bit.
I gotta go verify.
Belligerent.
I gotta go verify which fence the bull's stuck in to know which pair of bolt cutters I gotta bring with me. Then I gotta be able to bring more fence with me to repair the fence that the bull messed up. All of that has to do with me going on and getting off my lazy butt.
Well, I don't have a lazy butt, so.
All right, well, see you later.
I'm waiting to
the thing is,
see
I
where
can
I...
link off to you.
Well, what I mean is, all right.
I've been in planes. I've never seen the Earth move. Helicopters, Earth doesn't move.
That's what I'm saying. That's an argument from just not understanding anything. Because
that's an argument from never seeing a phenomenon that you keep telling me exists.
I never
Trust
told
me,
you that
bro.
you would see it from a helicopter.
Hey, I'm just a country boy. Oh, I know.
You told me you see it every day with the sky stuff moving. Well, that's the sky stuff. That's not Earth. The sky stuff moves. Congratulations. You figured out what I did when I was 2.
So next step is to distinguish between the two. You don't use it. You're not doing it with a helicopter. You do it with an actual test that would make a distinct. That would make a distinct observation either way. So in the case of the Earth rotating, something like a Foucault's pendulum or a gyroscope.
Foucault's pendulum is not. There's no phenomenon. You're still invoking a phenomenon that has been seen, and I'm asking you where to go to see it, and you said you've never seen it. So
No, I
how
didn't
are
say
you
that. I
invoking
told you
something that
where to
doesn't
see the
exist?
phenomenon, dude. Anytime, any
No.
day.
You said look up. That's
That's right,
not
dude.
the ground moving. I'm supposed to be looking at the ground
Yeah, that's right.
moving,
And if you
dude.
don't believe, and if you don't believe that that's what you're seeing, then you do one of those tests that distinguish between the sky moving and the Earth moving. That way, you can move forward.
Yeah, I put a laser in the ground and turn it on, and I wait for 6 hours, and oh my God, the sky stuff has moved and the laser hasn't. How strange. $60 laser solved your problem. The Foucault pendulum you have to touch. Well, hold on. What's the cause of Earth rotating? Well, the core. Well, have you ever touched the core? No. Have you touched anything else? No. Have you seen the core? No. Have you seen anything else? No. You're doing great, man. You've
Who
got
said
no
the core was
phenomenon
the
and no
cause of
science.
the Earth rotating? Who's saying that?
I mean, I've identified the issue, man. It's not to do with evidence or anything like that, man. It's just you gotta
That's
go back to
great.
square one, dude.
Dude, you're begging the question with an apparatus. You've yet to show me the phenomenon. Sky stuff moves. Yes, I know. Sky stuff, not Earth stuff. The trees are not fucking moving. They're staying right where they're at. My car's parked. It ain't going nowhere. The mailbox isn't moving. The grass is obviously not moved at all. And the creek ain't running nowhere. So what you're basically telling me is that the creek is going to get up and move somewhere at some
Dude,
point,
you're just
somehow.
talking to hear yourself talk at this point. I mean, we all know it.
Cool ad hom.
Is that what that was?
What a puss. Well, you're an adult. You should know.
Well, my creek ain't running.
If you
And
don't,
my
you're
river.
maybe not as
How's that
adult
even
as
a
I
thing?
thought
The
you
creek
were.
ain't running, and it's a fucking pond. The fuck?
Bro, the story is what it is. It's fiction. I see the sky stuff move every day. Which one of you stopped it? Which one of you determined the cause of the sky stuff moving across the sky? Nobody. Okay, well, where's your science? We've got tons of science. Where? You don't even have a phenomenon. You have a story. Cavendish. Story without a phenomenon. Foucault. Story without a phenomenon. Double slit. Story without really much of a phenomenon. It's really not an experiment because you're not dealing with cause. Speed of light test. Story without a phenomenon. I'm waiting for one of your stories to actually have any science attached to it. Starting with step 1. Where and when where do I gotta be, what time of the day to experience the phenomenon? I've yet to hear one. And it's not to hear myself speak, it's for the audience to show them how stupid all this crap is. And how easy it is to destroy lies.
Whatever audience there is, I think they clearly see how stupid this is.
Yeah, it's very stupid for you to tell me you have science on your side, and I ask you, where's the phenomenon according to the scientific method? And you go, well, I have to build something to show you that the phenomenon might happen. So there's no phenomenon. Okay, so you're not doing science. You're telling stories. Cool. So when is Wendy coming to get us all, take us all to Neverland? See, people try and call me stupid because I'm a countryman. But that doesn't make me stupid. That just means I've had plenty of time to think. It's ironic that somebody that's allegedly so stupid has got you so tongue-tied you can't give me a straight answer.
No one's called you stupid. You called the argument stupid, and I agreed with you.
Yes, the argument that the Earth is moving is stupid because there's nowhere you can go to experience the alleged phenomenon, correct?
Hey, Kosha, what do you think of this internet computer blockchain thing going on?
The internet computer blockchain thing? I'm not sure. You have to elaborate, maybe.
So do you know what ICP is, internet computer? It's a blockchain platform that's integratable. You can integrate Ethereum and Bitcoin, build DOS, basically the Web 3.0 that they're trying to make.
I've heard of something along those lines. What was it called? Was it like Dfinity or something? I only heard something briefly about it. I don't know much about it.
Yeah, that's the company that's that's the company that's made ICP is Dfinity. Yeah,
is that a coin?
It's the New World Order's Web 3.0. It's right directly backed by the World Economic Forum. It looks like it was it ICO'd at $850 all the way down to $7 right now. But apparently, it's the I've been fucking around with the internet identity and all the platforms that is built on it. Basically, the idea is that it runs blockchain applications at web speed, and you can build, your website, your games on it, all that jazz, right? So it's the Web 3.0, but apparently, yeah, it's the. I just found this out. I've been researching all these coins for a while. They're not actual coins, right? They're software systems, basically technology. So you're investing in technology or a utility of sorts, and apparently, the ICP Internet Computer Protocol is going to be, well, they want it to be the new Web 3.0, which is basically the building blocks. Same thing as Ethereum, but this is for the web.
Yeah, but that's just really one of many that they're building.
Well, yeah, you have utilities like XRP, ICP, XLM, or Stellar Lumens, Polkadot. You've got all of these software companies competing for utility services in the financial sector, and as well as the decentralized service. But it looks like I didn't know any of this, right? Like going in, I only found out through doing more research that all of the main coins, particularly like ICP, XRP, XLM, or Stellar Lumens, they're all rooted in CBDCs. Not the internet computer per se. Internet computer is supposed to be decentralized and supposed to be a way for users to lock in their assets, and so they have copyright ownership of whatever they put on there, and therefore you can earn money from your own assets, sort of thing, and lend out your money and so forth. Right, a decentralized network. You're the kind of the bank, but researching it further, it's all tied to the World Economic Forum. All of these particular coins that I just mentioned.
Yeah, no doubt that. I don't think these controllers, whatever we want to call them, I don't think that they created Bitcoin, but I do think they've usurped and tried to co-opt a lot of these different blockchain technologies. And so I agree with you. A lot of them are sort of coming from the dark side, if you will.
Well, that's the idea, is that if you were to look at the idea of blockchain and what it means decentralized, is that if you did have assets and you were able to lend out your assets at 8 to 20% interest, will you become your own central bank, so to speak? And it cuts out, you having to also go to another bank for, a variable interest rate. You can do lender to lender. So that kind of concept is frightening, I suppose, to the banks. And I think even the federal bank just came out, or the guy from the Federal Reserve just came out, or Wall Street, pardon me. It was a guy who came out from Wall Street saying that as soon as they introduce CBDCs, banks are in trouble because you can have a bank have a central currency, but what the idea is that you'll have that decentralized currency, so people won't use their currency as much if it ends up to being a competition, because they can't force it. All they can do is regulate them out of business. And I think if they do make them, the regulation's so hard, a lot of the coins will fall, and the ones associated with centralization, like XRP, XLM, ICP, they may come into out on top, but there'll still be the underlying platform. I don't think Bitcoin is decentralized at all. I think it's a centralized coin, but it's a store of value, is like gold once was. So it could be that's where we're going with the store of value, and then we have all the other software systems trying to integrate trade and peer-to-peer and new ways to grow money. But at the end of the day, it seems like it's all rooted in a Ponzi scheme. How do they create value, right? How does the software create value? Company makes a product, that company gets more value and increases the value of the share based on the revenue. Well, if you're issuing coins and you're just raising coins for funding to operate, to run your operations, at what point do you selling a product that's going to bring in a residual or a growth? I don't see how the coins operate in that manner at all.
Yeah, a lot of them don't currently do that, but I think, I agree with a lot of what you said before too. There's no doubt that they're trying to build all kinds of networks and kind of be the leaders, as it were, and whatever they do with the central bank digital currency system that they're going to bring in. And yeah, I think like what you're saying, a lot of these platforms are going to be integrated into that, or maybe some of them will be kind of sold as if they're the real decentralized ones, but they're not. They're just part of the same centralized sort of system. So, but will there also be ones that actually are legitimate, and can those not be tanked? Essentially, can we actually have those? And so, there's a lot of factors.
The rumor is that Monero is one coin that's created for privacy, and then their other coin is Litecoin. So apparently Litecoin is going to have an update that allows basically privacy. So it's like a chain that you would use to keep your privacy. So you'd have the Litecoin, but then you would chain it, and then you would use the chain and whatever derivative or whatever you were going to do with it after that. Apparently you can have privacy that way. But I think the issue here is that the bankers won't actually have open keys where you can see their money, but the average person on the chain will have their address, exposed. So, if I knew your wallet address, I could check it and I could see how much you're worth, right? See, I don't think the private bankers will have that feature. So in that regard, I think that, it's not going to be as fair as Bitcoin alludes, because I think they can't afford to hand over complete control. So they're going to do some crafty stuff like maybe incentivize poor people to get it more so, because I know Africa, Brazil, and even I think in Europe now, some places they're really pushing for adoption. Their claim is to make banking more inclusive to people there, and therefore if you have 5 billion people unbanked, and there's 8 billion people in the world, that's a lot of money sitting on the table there waiting to scoop up. So I don't know, man. It seems like a lot of people are making money off these coins or these concepts, but long term, all your money is just like you can't even spend it physically. I don't know. It seems weird.
What are some of the things that make this different than other coins so much? Like what's like how I don't know, is it like proof of stake or proof of work or?
Well, it goes from proof of work to proof of stake, right? I think that's the idea of energy costs, is that a lot of the rendering time was done in proof of work, and they've now gone to proof of stake, which I guess suppose is just an improvement in mathematical algorithms for calculation purposes, and it just doesn't take as much time. So therefore, it costs less to do it. Therefore, it'll speed up the system and all these, these benefits. But I don't know, man. Who knows? I mean, it's going to fuck over a lot of miners when it comes to Ethereum, because when they switch over from Ethereum proof of stake to proof of work to proof of stake, then you won't be able to mine Ethereum as well unless you get some sort of upgrade technologically. But Bitcoin, you'll still be able to mine. So I don't know. Bitcoin seems like to be the long-term winner if you're just looking at storing money and you're not into trading.
Okay, it looks like there's a hackathon. This is kind of cool. So there's a hackathon. Deadline is June 20th. So I guess there's a competition. I'm wondering what the I guess you use their, because I'm on their website, I guess, and I guess they have like a.
Well, what you do is you sign up to get an internet identity. Basically, what the idea is that it's an anonymous ID that's biometrically verified. So in other words, you own your own data. It's your own material, and then you can build your own website on it and have your own internet address. It's like domain. It's like that domain company, that new one that's promoting blockchain domains. It's the same concept. You have a blockchain website with your own address on it, and people send it to your site there. But ICP is a little different because you get into all these different Web 3.0 apps. DSocial is a decentralized social network that I've tried. I've uploaded videos to, experimenting with it. They claim it's the new YouTube, where when you upload the videos to it, you upload your address to it, and then people can send you, XRP or whatever, or ICP, pardon me, to your particular channel. They have Plug, which is like a wallet that allows you to access all your coins of different exchanges. There's one for editing and production coming up, like kind of like a Streamlabs sort of thing. So it's interesting how it works, because you have to verify it through the internet identity. After you get the internet identity, you can have access to all those apps. So it's all the people involved at ICP are all the top programmers of the world, right? Everybody who's in ICP is somebody in the crypto world. So, but to go from $850 a coin to $7 a coin, apparently a lot of people made a lot of money in the first couple of months it listed.
So I just read through the entire rules and did not even explain what the hell. Hold on. Didn't even explain what it was. Hold on.
Well, what's unique with the ICP is that you have these things they call them neurons, and each ICP coin you have, you can buy a neuron, or you get neurons, a subset of neurons, and through those neurons you can do voting, and then through voting you get rewards. So the idea is that you get to vote. I've been experimenting with all this stuff, all these coins, and not coins but softwares, XRP, Stellar. It's the same thing, right? They want all this unified network, and then the integration through these networks. So kind of like Player Ready 1, essentially. That's kind of basically the overall concept of Steven Spielberg movie, if anybody wants to know. The idea is Ready Player One, all these metaverse platforms and integrations through social media, webs. But the idea is that the creator content, or the content creator, pardon me, it has ownership of the material, and through that ownership you get paid. That's kind of the concept, right?
Yeah. I'm still not reading the overview. I'm still just trying to read what this competition is. What is even.
Oh, I don't know anything about. I don't know. You might like the hackathon. I've tried watching some of the videos when they do coding and stuff. I mean, compared to where they were, 10 years ago, the preloaded GitHub and preloaded codes that you already have. I mean, anybody taking a couple of days can learn how to build an app now for basic stuff, because everything is so copy and paste now, right?
I think like possible ideas as to what is their end goal. I mean, we could philosophize somewhat about, like,
digital hacking.
Did these
digital
guys?
hacking.
Let me just finish real quick. Like, did these guys create Bitcoin, or is it more that they're just co-opting it? But either way, the technology's here, and they're definitely sort of trying to lead the way with the different technologies. So, like, if they got what they want, as it were, connected to the Great Reset, what do you think would how would they use this, and how would it take away our freedoms?
Well, I don't think in the beginning, I think they got to paint it with a little bit more honey, right? And like, it came out of Klaus Schwab's own mouth. He says, we have to show that it benefits people first. We have to show the benefits of the system. And I think if they're going to be a group of people that are going to be naturally inclined to look this stuff up, I mean, you have to be computer literate to do any of the stuff with crypto, dude. And if you go into any of the protocols and learning any of the utilities that they have, I mean, it's fucking, you go to school. It's a little bit of school in there. So the end goal is just control and complete 24 surveillance. That's the ultimate goal. And if they have, the ESG, and if they have carbon, and those are the two driving factors behind their motivation for changing, implementing the Great Reset, well, then they're going to implement that digital, that digital existence, or that digital control in our daily existence when it comes to, how we live and operate. So it's just 24 surveillance. And like, I get an app for gas, right? Right now, when I use the coupon and I save 7 liters on gas and I get a bonus, it asks me, do I want to pay for a carbon offset? Do I want to use my bonus for a carbon offset? I'm like, what the fuck? How does that work? I'm just using this app, and you give me a discount on gas because I use this app. Okay, so I pay, $5 cheaper. It cost me $60 instead of $65 to fill up today. Great. Or then I do a carbon offset. I'm like, okay, so what's the difference? I save money, or there's a carbon offset. What's the deal here? So we're heading that direction where they're going to look at actions and behaviors and reward you accordingly. I mean, why else go through the effort to have everything digital? You'll want to implement, like right now, there's a coin called Steppen, which is basically they pay you cryptocurrency for exercise. It's called Steppen. You can get it right now, a cryptocurrency called Steppen. So that's what I see it for anyway. So is there positives? Can you get people motivated and incentivize their behaviors? Like carbon, ESG, sure. But, if you start taking away choices or limiting choices, that's when this technology, becomes dystopian and a nightmare. But if it incentivizes somebody a good living and accessibility, and it is true where, they want open borders and you can come and go and travel and it's all one thing, and then they give you an opportunity to make money online. Also, really, at the end of the day, it's how they deliver universal basic income. I mean, how are you going to deliver universal basic income to millions of people consistently and successfully if they implement, robots to do majority of the work, right? Or silly labor. So it's a setup for that. It's a setup for digital tyranny, or So 2 things: digital tyranny and the robot future they want. So that's their end game.
And maybe linking a system like some kind of social credit score thing. So, if you do talk about whatever they don't want you to talk about, then you get docked. That removes some of your funds or some of your.
Well, they don't have to do that. All they do is just prevent you from commenting, and then put you in a tier system. So it's not even that you've negotiated or part of it. It's just a tier system. So you don't even you could make the comments. They don't even have to say anything. It just could be shadowed, right? And okay, you made the comment. It's registered the comment. You're shadowed. Okay, you fall down a tier. You lose 10 points. That 10 points brought you into a tier, right? I mean, the idea with the way China's working it, from what I've researched, is you take out the trash, you water plants, you take care of your neighbor's trash or something. You do something nice for your neighbor. You do something for nice people. You get good credits. You can travel on the fast train. So that is great because it incentivizes good behavior. But then you've got the lummox, if you will, or the downtrodden, who are just like happy just to wear the same underwear for 5 days in a row and the same pair of pants for a month straight. They don't care. So how does society?
Let's not make fun of D-Mock, dude. Come on.
Well, how do you get people like that motivated? You can't. So there's a dehumanization to this advancement that leaves out the fact that people just don't want to assimilate. I don't want to assimilate. Not because I don't want a good life. I'm happy the way I am, and that's the true reality behind a lot of the division that exists between what they want for the world and what natural human human qualities are. Right? They're all over the map. We don't integrate with technology as good as they like to tell us.
Got done watching that Matrix Reloaded.
It's fucking terrible, dude. I feel so bad for Keanu Reeves. I was so cringed through the whole film.
They got Neo throwing rockets at fucking helicopters and shit.
It was terrible. I haven't. You know what? There's this app called Tubi. I don't know if you guys know of it, but I don't pay for Netflix. I don't pay for Prime. I don't pay for any of that. I used to, and I stopped. I stopped in the last couple of years, and then recently, it's so weird. So as soon as I cut out that shit from my life, what shows up? A fucking free app with all the movies I grew up with. So when I go to this Tubi app, you don't even have to register, sign up. You can just watch as a guest. I'm telling you, anything from I'm talking good movies too, from the 80s, 90s, 2000s. I mean, for shits and giggles, I'm not calling Biodome a good movie with Pauly Shore, but I just watched it for shits and giggles. And it's not like that's, what I'm talking about. In general, there's good movies on that site for free. So the point is that I stopped paying for the services because I don't want to participate in the movies because they're terrible, hence Matrix Reloaded. And then what do? Send a free app with all those movies for free.
Yeah, Biodome's one of those movies that if it's like on TV or something, they're like, oh, damn, I haven't seen this in a while. You watch it, but
yeah, I don't really watch it. It's like more filler in the background, right? Like I'm writing, reading crypto shit and fucking playing chess and shit and playing guitar, and it's just in the background, right?
damn, I'm looking at this. It's too much stuff. I'm about to just have to decide not to even look into this, but I think I want to because I like the challenges.
ICP is the most one of the most advanced tech companies I've seen as far as what they want with Web 3.0 and what they're trying to build. Because you've had stages. You have Web 1.0, Web 2.0, which the Web 2.0 is what we're using now. The real major difference is the decentralization of Web 3.0, the anonymization of the individual, but you get to own
the ownership.
Your ownership. So that's part of 3.0 that's really intriguing. Because if they do go to and how they're building it, right, is they're testing their system through NFTs. So how they run their system and how they run their diagnostic is they have to have a transaction. So that's why this NFT shit's going on right now. Because really, how else are they going to run the transactions? They're not going to be making sales. What are they going to sell? So they have to sell something. So they're selling these fucking arbitrary pictures just to run transactions. So if they run 5 million transactions in a weekend, hallelujah, the software didn't crash. It processed all these features. It's secured, right? That's the record they're trying to build. So it's just this really kind of, smoke and mirrors type thing. But the technology when it comes to ICP and ownership and the platform, no other blockchain I've seen is like that. I know Polkadot is, helps with Ethereum. And I think, XRP is just for remittance, which is like cross-border payments. Like you want to send money to a family, in 5 minutes or 2 minutes. You can't do that really by any bank. I think MoneyGram
that's just this. Yeah, that's not all Ripple's set out to do or XRP, but yeah, that's definitely the bulk of XRP.
Well, that's the foundation of its sales, right? I mean, is that implementation of banks being able to communicate with other banks instantly and transfer the money. Now, they already have that set up in the legacy system, but it's a different system where it takes about 3 days, and it's I think it's the LIDOR versus SOFR, which is a interbank trading system, and then a SOFR system, which is a debt-driven system. So instead of lending out money, they're now going to collect money. So they do a debt collection. So the system is set up reverse from the new system coming is set up to collect debt as opposing to lending out money for debt. And so repoing is a good business to get into in the next year or two. Apparently, repoing will be one of the biggest businesses in the next 10 years.
Yeah, this is just a lot to. I wish there was like a crash course and all this stuff. There's like I'm looking at their wiki.
If you like your computers and code, then yeah, you'll like Dfinity, right? I mean, it's that Dominic guy, the code master himself, right? Doing videos and tutorials. I mean, they do a couple of tutorials showing how to make canisters, your own protocols, or your own smart contracts, right? If you got into that learning, and it's apparently really easy. I've watched a couple of videos on it. I haven't done it yet because I really don't know what protocol to create or what's the purpose of it, other than I would create a protocol to donate money to my address, which I see people do on ICP all the time. They create protocols and put them up, and then the network votes on it. Nobody's yet to approve, 100 ICP voluntarily donated. But that's what I see so far as the protocol. So it's kind of a joke that way. I don't know what what's being approved. I mean, other than updates.
So then, is this? I'm still reading some of it, and when they say things like nodes and neurons, I know that some of those models, some of the models of crypto that were doing that were basically it's set up such that instead of using the internet as a whole, it uses if your computer's on the node, it'll use your computer to as for the computing power or whatever to verify transactions and stuff like that.
Yeah, they've got so many different ways to verify. I mean, which one's more efficient and practical? I mean, who's to say at this point?
The main thing with ICP is that it stores the keys on the hardware, so it's a different security feature than a lot of other blockchain technology. So instead of storing a digital key and verifying it on my phone, apparently that digital key is on the hardware section of my phone and not the software section of it. So that has to do with the integration of biometrics and password protection. So part of the blockchain internet identification, that was the main issue, is how do you keep your identity secure? Where do you store the credentials? The credentials are stored directly on my phone on the hardware section of it. Apparently, that's what they tell me. And with the Samsung phone, because they have Knox, which is a hardware-driven hardware-driven security, that the integration with my phone, my Samsung 21, and the Ledger and ICP is flawless. I've used the Ledger and the ICP and the whole system set up here flawlessly for the last month, just to figure it out, to see what's going on for it, because they claim that will be your bank, that will be your bank if that's the case, right? So why not learn it if that's the system? Because my kids will, what features do my kids have? Are they going to be walking around with little fucking ledgers and Apple Pay cards and shit?
Yeah, this is interesting.
ICP blew me away. I was
implanted in their foreheads or in their right hand or whatever it is.
It says there's a single public key.
Well, there's different things too. Like when you create a node or you create a hotkey, so you can effectively change your neuron at any time. So I don't know about stored key, but whatever. If you're talking about stored key, it's stored in the hardware, right, for your identity. So it's not, you can't hack it, so to speak, right? That's what they claim anyway.
Yeah, this is an interesting infrastructure.
Well, what's interesting, it went from $850 a share in a few months. It went, and even during the bull run, it went down to $7. I think it's worth $500 investment, considering $500, throw $500 with ICP, and it goes back to even $300 a share. It's a pretty good return for investing in something that all these people put in play. Like I said, the disappointing fact is that I didn't know when I was investing and learning that it had anything to do with World Economic Forum. And ironically, all of the coins that I've actually chosen just to stake and hold, not to trade, just to hold over the last 2-3 years learning this shit, they all end up to be associated with the World Economic Forum, which is Stellar, XLM, XRP, Ripple, ICP, and Algorand, and I think that's the ones I know of, and then Casper, but I haven't. I
think it's the owner of Ripple or whatever, the CEO. He's got a position, like a chair position or whatever in that.
Oh yeah, he's right up there. Everybody knows who Brad Garlinghouse is, or whatever, Garlington or Garlinghouse, whatever his name is, Brad Garlington.
Yeah.
He's all over XRP, he's all over explaining it. But here's the thing: I've reached out to the company and reached out to people in the industry, and I said to them, I asked the question. I said, okay, I understand that you sell XRP to fund your operation, just like a stock would sell their share to fund their operation. Same principle, right? But a company would has a product to sell, right? Well, XRP doesn't sell a product; it's just a coin. But Ripple sells a product. So if Ripple sells a product, which is not the coin, it's just their platform, the Ripple X or whatever you call it, or Ripple whatever it is. That platform allows these businesses to send money immediately. So if these companies are using Ripple and Ripple's making the contract, how does XRP increase in value? So I haven't got an answer on it yet. And it is true that XRP is not.
Because it's. I think it's because the fact that, when it gets used for its actual use case scenario, it's going to free up the $270 trillion locked up in Nostra Vostra accounts worldwide, which will get dumped back into the circulation of the economy, and in return will just naturally drive markets up, and XRP or Ripple will be at the forefront of that.
Well, I hope you're right. It's funny because the Simpsons apparently predicted $587 a share for it, and I think I have now. I think I put in. I've got 1,700 shares of XRP. And $589. That's $100 million off of less than $1,000 invested.
You're within the top. What is it? 4% tile, I believe, at those numbers of XRP holders in the world. So I'm at the top 1% with my holdings. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
What do you mean? Like, you obviously have more than 1,700 shares. 1,700 shares is fuck all nothing, dude. It's peanuts for shares.
Right, but compared to the amount of investors worldwide, there's a percentile, and you would be within the top 4% having $1,700 invested versus someone like me who's got.
I have 1,700 shares, bro. I don't have $1,700 invested. I have way less than $1,700.
Yeah, it's half that now. It's like roughly around 4.
I bought it for 51 cents. Right?
So you're down. You're down a little.
I'm not down at all. I bought because I just started buying XRP. I only started buying it, I think, the last week. Right? And I bought it down when it was down around 52 cents, 51 cents, 49 cents. And I just started buying $100, right? Just swapping it in Binance just to accumulate the fucker to see how it would play out. Obviously, I don't want to miss the opportunity that if it goes to $589 and all I have to do is put $800 on it in total, I think now.
I don't know where you're buying it. I mean, the only thing you can really do is exchange for it, because like all exchanges have removed it. But somehow they let fucking Luna 2.0 fucking slip past.
I can buy it on Binance and I can buy it on my Trust wallet. So the best wallet I found so far for integration, accessibilities, and no KYC, independent, just transfers Trust wallet. It's brilliant. Just get your passphrase down and go to a Honey Badger machine, throw in $100, They'll send the money over to you. You don't have to do nothing with your bank, none of that shit. Honey Badger machine is like an ATM. It's just like one
You
of
don't
those
even have to
setup.
do that.
How can
You
you
can just
sell
go
it?
to you just go to simpleswap.io and exchange any token for virtually any other token.
Nice. Yeah.
How
So
do
there's
you
lots of
sell it for
options
cash?
now.
How you get your
So,
cash?
well, if I wanted cash, I'd actually there's a couple of platforms you set up. There's crypto.com, which basically you sign up for. You'd have to do KYC on it, but once you sign up for that, all you do is transfer your money there, and then they'll send you an email money transfer, whatever currency you want, and then you just add that email money transfer to your bank account. So crypto.com does it, no problem, easy peasy, no fees, no charges. And I think
Even
that
if,
coin that they charge,
even
the coin is called Kronos, or CRO is the company. Kronos is the coin, and it's sitting at 22 cents. So
what about he said that, but if he said they stopped listing it on the exchange, are you still able to like get cash for it whenever you want?
Well, you
so
would just exchange it back into another token.
Oh, I
so
got
crypto.com is just a platform, an app that you can buy and sell crypto on, and you can utilize the email money transfer format from the old legacy system that we've used for the last 30-40 years. Which means if you bought XRP, you made a shit ton of money, you'd convert that coin to a USD or what most likely USD, and then you would take that USD coin and then convert it to Canadian dollars and then email money transfer you. So,
what do you ever mess with cold drives?
well, you mean cold wallets?
Yeah, cold wallet, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, cold wallet, sure. Yeah, the Samsung Galaxy 21 220 year 2021 have cold wallets built into them. That was the first introduction to blockchain because I wasn't going to do no ledger, none of that shit. I just wanted to know what this wallet shit was about. So I got an Android phone and opened up the Key Store blockchain built in the Samsung phones. And that's a cold wallet. So a hot wallet is something that connects to the internet directly, which would be the Trust Wallet, MetaMask wallet, and things like that. Those are hot wallets. But I did eventually get a ledger because I'm not interested in trading crypto. It's just too volatile, and there's not enough money to invest in it. It's like $100 over, $100 every other month, over a couple of years, slowly plugging away at it. You know what I mean? So it's not, you can't trade fucking. I bought $60 with a Luna to see, right? Just shits and giggles. Just I swapped the coin, right? Of course, it's just sitting at $60 still. So where's the superstar spikes? 2017. One of my family members were offered to buy Bitcoin for, I think, $7, something like that. And they said, nah, $5,000, minimum $5,000 investment at $7 a share for Bitcoin. And they said no to it.
Dude, nobody beats the guy who his girlfriend, thought he was spending too much time fucking mining Bitcoin. And so he threw away his hard drive. It had like thousands of Bitcoin on it. And
he's looking the dumps for it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's looking at the dumps for it. Yeah.
Fuck,
Yeah.
I knew about Bitcoin when it was 12 cents. I just didn't have the computer skills to acquire it at the time. But I had, money to invest. I just didn't have.
I was already exhausted from the fucking flat earth shit, dude. I spent so much time researching flat earth. I was like, do I have to research crypto now? And then they hit us with the COVID thing. I was like, oh, fuck, now I have to research the COVID shit? Really? And then I was like, oh, okay, fuck, I did the flat earth. I did the COVID. I might as well do the Bitcoin. I don't know about you fucking guys, but I didn't give two shits about anything on computer. The only thing I used the computer for prior to 2016 was for recording music. I didn't use it for YouTube. I didn't go on fucking Facebook. I mean, that's not true. Maybe a little bit of Facebook, but nothing like, now, 2022, everybody's fucking stuck in front of the thing. But I never used it for that until Donald Trump, until I saw one observation with the diffraction of light. I was like, okay, I'm hooked. I got to figure this stuff out. And then I became a rabbit hole junkie. and one professional polished flat earth video after another, one after another. It was just so coincidental. All these professionally polished videos ready for me, just sitting there, ready to tell me everything about the world I was supposed to know but didn't know, just sitting there waiting for me to watch.
Okay, so it looks like part of the big advantage of this what's it called, the internet computer. That makes sense. That's why it's called internet computer. That makes sense now. Is so you could build like Google basically, or you could build Facebook. You could build Discord. You could completely build Discord on the blockchain.
Yeah, they claim that it's going to be the next Google. That's right. Yeah, it'll be the new Web 3.0, the new platform, because the reason is because it's instantly scalable. It operates at web speed.
It's decentralized. There's no home servers.
It's decentralized. I think there's 100 and some nodes all over the earth, and then on top of that, the attractive nature of owning your own assets.
You said all around the earth, bro.
I said all around the earth.
All around the globe.
I didn't say around the globe. I said all around the earth.
Son of a bitch.
Figure speech. But yeah, regardless, yeah, you could build Discord, you could build a whole, MMO type of game.
Go to the ecosystem and check it out. I fooled around with it. I enjoyed some of the things that they're doing. I think it's pretty neat. Again, the only disappointment is, like I said, it was tied to the World Economic Forum and the Great Reset.
Don't leave me, guys. Don't go into the virtual world.
I've tried the metaverse thing. It's not cracked up. Okay, so they show you some of the things, but I don't understand. The only thing that it would be useful for is for Ponzi scheme in a sense of buying and selling things, because you can have your own little virtual art room where you put your NFTs up, and so people walk in the metaverse, and here you got your fucking artwork up. So that's as basic as you're going to get. I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to have items in your house for sale, and you're going to put it on the metaverse, and people are going to go into your place for sale. They're going to check out a guitar that you have for sale, or, I mean, like, what other applications could it be possibly used for?
Demon Rock's going to sell his butthole on there.
Well, that's what you look at. I mean, that's what's happening in some level anyway with OnlyFans, right?
Living forever. First, two things: forgetting about like dying in the real world, and then living forever. Everyone's gonna be in the new world. You're gonna want to escape here and be there. Don't go.
I don't find that world exciting or fun at all, man.
No, people will be there for the hype. They'll be there for the whatever, for a million reasons. We know they'll be there.
Money, man. If you're not making money, there's no reason to be there. And so they're going to bring people into that world for money. Hence why they're paying, people to stay in the metaverse all day long.
Yeah, that's why the leader or the owner, right? But I'm saying, like, how it happens. Like you were saying, just 10 years ago, we weren't on our phone all the time. Now we are. Now everyone's wasn't in the virtual land, and they will be soon. They just will be.
Yeah, it'll be the natural evolution until people get enough of it, because it's just a ride, right? And eventually you get bored. The human spirit gets bored easily. And you can have
Matrix Reloaded, dude, where people are going to be busting out of their pods. It's going to be like the NFT, dude, the metaverse.
You get bored. You get you get bored of that shit.
Yeah, I'm thinking about learning this language.
Bored of it already, dude.
Well, Kosho, you're into hacking already. You're into computer shit already. ICP's right up your alley, bro. I would look at staking, because they claim that if you put your money away for 8 years, you stake it. It's called dissolve delay or something. That when you put it away for 8 years, it will work out to be around 20 to 22%. And then, so what you do is you get appreciation of the coin as well as the interest rate growth. So if you popped $1,000 off, yes, it's not great, but it's compound interest. So take a formula. The formula would be the price multiplied by 1.22 multiplied by 8 years. Actually, that's kind of funny. The 1.22 is there again.
Yeah, boy. You funny.
But that is actually the compound interest calculation, right?
Yeah, the E.
Because of well, you take the amount, so whatever your initial interest is, or your initial principal, which is P multiplied by 1.22, and then squared that, or cube, or 8 times, it'd be 8 years. So it would be, the exponential would be 8. So what is that? Let me do the math.
Let me see. How many years did you say, by the way? 8 years.
So it looks like $5 grand. I don't know if that's correct. So it's 1,000 times 1.22 to the power of 8, which was $4,907. That's in 8 years from $1 grand, and then they're claiming by 2030 the coin will be worth $1,000, I think, something like that. So $1,000 investment divided by $7, or let's say $8 a coin.
In 2030, $1,000 you'll need $1 million to have the same purchasing power as what $1,000 has right now.
Oh my god, dude! What makes you say that?
Peanut butter will be $400 a $400 a
The basic. I probably have to do the compound interest and calculation again. I don't know if the $5 grand is correct, but off of 22% a year, it sounds about right from 1,000. But anyway, you'd end up with 125 shares. 125 shares times 1,000 shares is 125 grand plus the $5 grand in interest you made. So, if it is true what they claim that the value of the coin shall be by 2030 plus the 22% interest from $1,000 investment, it's a pretty good high risk to reward return.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to learn this new language right now.
What do they don't use Python. What do they use?
It's a language they sort of made up called Motoko.
Yeah, Motoko. There you go. Yeah. No, there's another one too, isn't there?
Yeah,
there's
Rust. I'm not sure if they use that one. They said something about Rust, but I'm looking at the Motoko one.
You might like some of the Dfinity tutorials then, because they show you what to do, and like I said, it's over my interest level at the moment. I thought about getting into it again and stuff, but I just I used to play music all the time, Kosho. I wasn't into rabbit hole shit. I used to play guitar like 16 hours a day.
Well, it's like muscle memory, though, right?
I'm just saying, no, it's not muscle memory. It's called endorphin addiction or a serotonin addiction. See, I don't get the same rush as I used to getting out of playing music as I do is feeling like I'm not supposed to be reading something I'm reading.
Well, coding, I guess it's different strokes for different folks because, music, there's something to creating art. There really is. But creating code makes you feel godlike. That's no joke.
Well, you can create your own world, brother. Yeah. So all these game programmers who create their own little world can create little mods for each individual character where they have their own reaction to other, so they can create almost living, a form of living anyway, a form of an organism.
You create the whole universe. That's what the metaverse is kind of, or the Web3 or whatever. It's kind of, people say it's a virtual reality or it's this or this, but really there's no telling what kind of.
There's no telling. It's a white hole.
Nothing wrong with white holes.
Here's the truth. There's nothing inherently wrong with the system we have now, except for the overabundant amount of corruption and greed. I'd imagine it, and you know what we have right now is a pretty large, flexible system. I think when you do get into the Web 3.0, though, it is more of a box. Ironically, even though they claim it's decentralized, I think it's more of a box.
You know what's interesting though? You know, people maybe realize this, but if you look at some of the richest people, I'll include Elon Musk in that, but I'll say Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos. Ultimately, they got started in software, and there's a pattern there, and that's because in software you can create something for nothing and distribute it to everybody. And in the case of Facebook, you can do that, but in order to maintain Facebook, you have to have a lot of servers, to host it and everything. Whereas with this sort of environment that this ICP, it allows for somebody to create something like Facebook without any starting amount of money at all. Create an entire world.
I'm about to take over the world, bro.
They have the platform set up for you. They have all the apps ready to go. They have the language ready for go. They have the copy and paste ready for you to go. So they're making it extremely accessible for you to build on it.
Are you gonna
and they're going to incentivize you huge, dude. If you look, this is how silly it is. Okay, so I'm making a little. Well, I don't know if I'm going to finish it yet, but I've made a little music video for snails. I know this is going to sound funny, but it's a little rock punk video rapper snail thing. It's because society is so fucking retarded. I'm just going to put this thing as an NFT and put it throughout there to see the response of it, because nobody's looking for anything real artistic or real talented. Don't get me wrong, some of the artwork is pretty talented, like that's NFT, but a lot of the stuff that's being sold and a lot of stuff that's being promoted, like I said, it's not about the art, it's not about anything, it's just processing these NFTs to see the software, how it responds to transactions, right? So I want to be part of that transactions by making something viral, hence the thing I'm trying to attempt to do. So I'll post a link to it when it's done, and then you guys can share it. And then
all right, so it's this now video. All right, but
because this is what I thought. This is what I thought. Maybe Kosho would pitch this idea to Kosho. I'm almost done. Sorry, Kosho, make a platform where if something goes viral, you can share the benefits to it to other users. Like I know I haven't seen a platform. I know there's companies to help train you how to make your videos viral, but they don't incentivize if your video goes viral how you could share the benefits with community.
I think you're roboting, bro.
I heard you fine.
Share the benefits with the community by making a viral video. When your viral videos become viral because the community helps share it, it benefits the community who shared the video, right? I haven't seen that platform yet.
I see what you're saying. It's kind of like that's kind of like how all these cryptos got built up. Yeah,
you got it. It's kind of like the monkey power, right, or the ape power they call it, or what do they call it? The what they did with the GME stock, the meme stocks, right?
Oh yeah, right.
So it's kind of the same thing, but you want something residual, because if you build a platform that has residual income, just kind of like they're doing now with library and all these other things for your art, it's really scammy because they're taking most of the meat. And that's the idea, is let's share the meat and then give the corporation the crumbs, right?
Yeah.
It sounds like you're talking about like decentralized servers or something.
Oh, that's exactly what it is. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I guess I'm interested, like how much backing up there would be if you're is everybody individual responsible for backing up their own shit?
No. Exactly what's not. No one's responsible for that. The system, the entire environment backs it up. It's self-sustaining. But one of the things that I was reading was that it will take,
right?
So what?
There's got to be limits, though, right?
No, it's limitless. I suppose if people stopped, if people didn't participate, then there wouldn't be nodes to participate on. But there's unlimited. The nodes are unlimited, so unlimited people can join it and stuff like that. And their nodes would be.
How can space be unlimited?
I mean, it's not space. There's no space.
Servers don't have space.
No, it's not. The servers, the nodes are the servers.
Dude, and is that server space not limited?
No, so I'm saying is like if the more nodes that are added, the bigger the spaces. So the big, so it can only
Bigger
grow.
space still has a limit, though, correct?
I mean, it's limited by the number of nodes. So that's what you're saying.
Anyway, so yeah, I'm interested how the backing up process is shared and whatnot and whatever. But anyway, regardless of that, there was a other thing I was wanting to ask is like, this creating all your own stuff and everything, is this blockchain thing, is it part of like for ownership purpose, like it's going to be like, you know, like that's how you register that it's yours and stuff like that?
Say it once more.
Like, is it also for ownership?
Yeah, that's you're talking about like the like NFT sort of thing. That's the whole point of the contracts. The contracts are the they're the established ownership. So whether it's NFTs or actual currency or whatever, whatever it is you're building on it.
But like if you were to make a computer program or whatever on this, then people couldn't steal it from you, like you would own it.
Well, it's just like any other blockchain, right? Like where you have your wallet, and if you're gonna be the only one who has your what do you call that? Like the private wallet key or whatever they call it.
Whatever. Yeah. Anyway,
whatever it's called. But if you have your wallet, then there's the blockchain is a record of who owns what and what's.
You'd at least have a copyright registry. I got you a date of something. Even though as soon as your shit, even if you don't have like open source code, like people, as soon as they see your little program, they can try to copy you. Unless you got the better, most efficient writing, right? People are always going to bootleg shit. I see the coolest little click game apps. Like they have like 5 bootlegs. You got to get the official version, or else you're going to get some rinky-dink fucking knockoff bullshit. It's so weird. It's like the other guys know they're not as good, and they still keep their shit up there. It doesn't make any sense. It's like just bow out.
Yeah, it says actually it's actually a different sort of authentication system because it says that there's an internet identity. So in this case, I guess it's maybe not a wallet. I think there is still a wallet involved, but there's something called the internet identity, and you'll be able to access it like with your personal device called anchors. Okay, so it's basically kind of like a wallet, but without having to type in passwords and stuff. It's just it uses your personal devices as anchors, which
Nice.
I'm not exactly sure how they work. Oh, well, let's hear. I'm gonna keep reading.
Yeah, dude. Like this, they were talking about the carbon footprint tracker thing.
Oh yeah.
Everything gonna be like blockchain, bro.
Yeah, but
no matter what category.
Proof of work thing has a huge carbon footprint, but all these other authentication methods don't really aren't energy extensive.
All right, let's watch this now video, bro.
What video you watching?
He got the video. This now video. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a hackathon, $6 million reward built around this internet computer.
Damn. Who's giving out that money?
It's from the company who built this. The whatever their names are. Hold on. I'm gonna post this PDF too. This PDF is a pretty good, quick explanation. It says cost of storing 1 gigabyte of data on the blockchain. It's $5 a gigabit a year.
Okay, cool. What's interesting is thinking about where the file is.
No, that's the whole point, though. Is that so?
Relax, man. Just tell me about. I get it. All right, it's awesome. It's the awesome new shit. But I'm an idiot. You ain't gonna be able to break. You gotta really give me little crumbs at a time, man.
I'm trying to give you the little crumbs, man. Right. You know what a cloud. You know what, like where Google's data center is. It's like a big data center with a bunch of computers, and that's where their information is. And same thing with Facebook and whoever's using a big data center.
Yeah, I think that's a vision that I have of that. Yeah,
right. And then that's required. Even Discord, it's required because at least for some of Discord's stuff, because they have so much. They're storing so much of data, that you want to have access to at any point in time. So the way that this works, though, with these nodes, is the data isn't stored in any single computer. It's the nodes that are part of the network. They're all pieces of this basic. It's like a data center that exists in all the nodes that are using the data.
I understand that. So, but here's where the next step where I have is so my data. And say there's 100 nodes and there's my data. Does my data get split into 100 pieces, or does it get copied 100 times, or is it just on one of the nodes?
No, it gets split up because there's I'm not deep into how the cryptography in this system works. But yeah, they make it so that it's completely split up and it's not accessible. Not like no private information is accessible. Basically.
Yeah, it's fine about the accessible, but now, so since it's split up, if one of the nodes goes offline, I'm missing part of my data now, right?
Yeah, that's the other part about it is, let me go back to this.
All right, relax. All right. I know it's awesome.
Anyway, that's the other part about this is, I'm trying to go back to where it said it, but it said that the dead nodes basically get taken off regularly. So it gets cleaned regularly to where dead nodes get taken off and new nodes get evenly distributed. Kind of
what
stuff.
do they do? What do they say? But say a node just freakishly goes dead. I mean, then they have to manually go cut. Like you get what I'm saying? Like, come on, this seems like an immediate logical interest here. You know what I mean? And it's like, what? And I just was like, yeah, well, what? And we were like, oh no, it's like perfect. Like 10 minutes ago when I brought it up, you're like, it's perfect.
There's something called chain key cryptography, and it says it's the engine that drives the internet computer and makes its operation possible. It allows for adding new nodes to form new subnets to scale the network infinitely, for replacing faulty or crash nodes with new ones without ever stopping, and reviving subnets even if too many nodes within have failed. So like I said, I'm not an expert at any of this at all, so I'm just reading about it in real time. but it sounds like this chain key cryptography allows for them to do all that seamlessly.
Bro.
But there's a lot of things here that I'm just learning about, like canisters, all this kind of stuff. I don't know what this kind of stuff is.
So, like I imagined when I stated the issue of curiosity 10 or 15 minutes ago, it seemed to be overconfidently hyped and trusted in when when it was like, oh yeah, nah, it's like so easy and perfect. And now it's like, bro, you don't even know about it. And you know what I mean? Like it's easy to think of this situation like the limited space. I mean, I had to press you 5 repeats before we were like, yeah, well, there is limited space, period. I mean, Kosho, like what is
limited? It's limited by the number of nodes. There's other frameworks that work this way too. There was coins we were looking into last year that use this node based infrastructure.
Are people going to get to opt into the node like and be like, I'm in, use me node, make me part of the node?
If it works like the ones I saw in the past, these nodes will pay you basically. Like it's like you buy into it, and then you basically you're getting paid. It's like having a coin or something like that.
Nice.
If it works the same as the other ones, but I'm not, like I said, I'm not an expert on how all this one is built up.
Kosho, how good of a coder really are you? Like could you have you could make Facebook, right?
I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, although Facebook doesn't seem like it's very difficult, it's not very complicated, right?
I need something that just, how big data wants to know, and they put like every website you've ever been. They just basically just all the shit that they fish from you. It's just logging like all your stats on everything.
Like cache, cookies.
Yeah, just whatever, but it's compiling everything. You could do that, right? Like you could make something that could like deal with that, right?
Yeah, you would just, like I said, just take your cache or cookies. Yeah.
Bro.
Your computer, all that stuff's already stored in your computer. If you don't.
Whenever this new little playground, whatever y'all was talking about, this little if it's where they can't steal your shit on it for real, bro. Oh, it's gonna be so fun. Let's do it. If you really are a good code, like I don't really know how many of these programs should be writing or just copying or whatever. But if you can actually, I know you're computer savvy, but are you actually like, you're like, I'm learning a new language, this and that. Like, do you just dabble around, or are you like my buddies that work at the banks and shit that can just be like, boop, 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 new website, new app, new fucking whatever, new fucking library, new whatever, archive links to everything out there, new little tools, new little fucking like game programs. Like, can you just do this shit in like a day? Like, you can make a Grand Theft Auto game in one day.
I can make programs in a day, sure. I make tools all the time that for whatever purpose it serves. I made the other day. I made a whole thing that scrapes fucking the what do you call it? The surplus website, the money that Texas owes to people. It just
the claimant thing you were talking about.
Yeah, it scrapes the whole website for everybody and all their information.
Do you like how you
a database with only the people that it owes more than $1,000 to?
Yeah, I know Texas don't owe me no money in no way.
You might
search me though. You could search me.
I could. I have your name.
You can get 50%.
Yeah, well, I can only claim 10%. So.
Oh yeah, would it be breaking ethical guidelines, breaking legal standards, huh?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh, dude, I had this.
I think he fell off a cliff or something.
Oh shit. Okay. Anyway, dude. Okay, there's a thing I remember I was arguing since I was a kid, and it was like, and maybe it's not, but whatever. But it's like, if someone wants to kill themselves, let them kill themselves. Why is it illegal to kill yourself? And do whatever, right? And then of course, the wife brings up again about that case where the girl's yelling at the kid, get back in the truck, put the fucking hose in the car, kill yourself. She's like, you fucking no good piece of shit. Kill yourself over the phone. She's telling him, and she gets in trouble. But right,
I
because
mean, it costs the state money when it happens.
I don't care about all that. I mean, whatever, dude. But that's anyway. I think that's a great reason, right? Because see, what I mean, really, who's gonna kill themselves? If someone's gonna be forcing you to kill yourself, they are now an accomplice because killing yourself is trouble. It doesn't matter. That's exactly what it's perfect. So I'm now behind killing yourself being a crime because anybody tries to help you do it or whatever, they're an accomplice. And I guess, the assisted suicide thing, it's like, that's not them helping you, I guess. Like I'm saying, if anyone pushes you into killing yourself, that should be a problem. No one should be like
think that shouldn't be a problem. If somebody's telling you to do something and you do it, like I don't think what's his name, Charles Manson, should have been in prison for those other people killing people.
I've felt that way too sometimes.
Hold on, though. There's a reason why he's in prison because of the way he uses speech.
So what?
Wait, Pizza Boy in prison for the way
because of the way he uses speech.
Oh,
He's one of the very few people that knows how to use speech in the way that it's dangerous against the United States government.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he was an influencer, but I don't think that should be illegal though.
He knows psychology very well, and that's why the government was so scared of that guy. How he convinced those people what he did with just words, brother.
Oh, that's you, Flatter Data. I thought that was somebody from Don's background talking. Your mic's real. It's like muffled or something.
It changed. But yeah, that shit is interesting. Like, but America or whatever, we supposed to be this nice, God fearing. I don't know, man.
None of the founders were Christian, dude.
Nobody should hurt anybody, man. As soon as it's any hurting, but it's really like, where does it change? And this is what gets crazy is when they be like, evolution, it's everything is changed. There's no exact, like, everybody's the unique and these, and it's like, you shouldn't ever be able to hurt anything then. Like, why can you not hurt humans, but you could hurt cows? It doesn't make any sense.
Purpose.
Because cows are a food source.
What if I want to eat the fucking? What if I want to? And what if I want to eat you?
They are made for food. Not only are they made for food for humans, they're made for food for other animals as well.
Yeah, and there's that same document that has laws and what you can't do. It also gives humans rights, so it doesn't really give cows rights.
So humans are not a food source. Humans do not feed other animals. It is not a structure or a hierarchy that's been put in place. You want to tell a man what to eat. You want to tell a man who to marry. You are now practicing the Antichrist religion, as in 1 Timothy chapter 4.
Okay, but look, when the paper was designed, okay, that's some bullshit. Because I could want to eat you.
Well, you can want to eat me. You can want to eat me just like in the natural kingdom. If we were in the wild, one tribe would fight another tribe. We would fight each other until one's to death. And then most likely, because of the carnal rage that we'd experience, we'd probably rip out your heart and take a bite of it. We wouldn't be eating it to survive. in a sense of food sustenance, it'd be a carnal rage.
What did that tasted like?
I mean, I'm saying you're just like you were like they're put there. It's a food source. Like, but why? Who said?
Other animals that act predatorial to that food source are acting that way because of programmed instinctual behavior that obviously is from intelligent design because of the symbiotic system that it's designed to work in. And for instance, if a population is overpopulating, well, then that means one of the other species is underpopulated. So this natural equilibrium in all natural laws that we live in seem to be designed for a greater purpose, to rationalize and compartmentalize this system by putting personal human views as if an animal has a humanistic quality, to now what called virtue signal to the idea that animals are sentient, you shouldn't eat them. It's full of shit. It's poppycock. They're a food source.
Right, but that's
there's nothing immoral or unethical about providing a food source for millions and millions of people so you keep them alive.
Okay, but you did make this. So I challenge one. I challenge a part of that, and I challenge it often. Not that I'm saying I know it's wrong, but I challenge our confidence on it. The natural instinct programming to want to eat the thing. I'm biased there. I know I was taught to eat the food. I don't know about hungry in the wild wanting to run down an animal and eat it. Do you?
So I grew up in a hunting family, so I know what it's like to eat.
Right, but you were taught. But I'm saying, say you weren't taught it. That's the bias. Can you imagine not being taught
so
that?
It's not reality, right? You have the privilege. You have the privilege of living in a modern world and having things provided to you on one principle, really, which is if I go to work, I have money to buy food.
Yep.
Right. So let me finish. So instead of hunting, work has been now the replacement of a modern world, because in the world of eat or be eaten, you would have to go out every day of your life and provide shelter, food, sustenance for your family in the most dangerous way possible. But in the modern world, you're now having just to go and get a job, right? So you can't compare the two, but I can assure you this, I can almost guarantee this, that as soon as that one food source is cut off from you and no longer can you're going out and working a job can get you that food, you're going to kill everything in sight to get that food.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, you did it again confidently. You're just like, I assure you. Like, can you really tell me more about this assurance you're giving me?
So, what is your contention? Pick a point. I've made several claims. What is the one contention or several contentions you have?
How do you know? Have you been? Have you been? And you were taught to hunt and eat, and then you say you wrote. Are you sure that we would be so hungry we would be bloodthirsty, or will we not just be sticking leaves in our mouth? This is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Okay. So, well, I'm going on what history says, and human behavior. Human behavior turns very nasty in times of toilet paper struggle. So, if I could just look at one example of human behavior and use the toilet paper fiasco as an example of disgusting human behavior, well, I could only imagine that food would be way more worse than toilet paper. Now, can you call me ignorant or dumb for
Yes, I have an analogy. The people plane crash who ate each other. I bet they were real quick. Yeah. I bet they were real.
Alive, yeah.
Yes. I bet they were real quick to bicker and squabble, being cranky and fight each other over a lack of toilet paper. But they were real reluctant and to the last minute emergency, hanging their heads in sorrow, regretting having to eat the other person.
That's the difference between an animal and a human being that you just now clearly stated. See, if a cat died, or you died next to a cat in a room, Well, apparently, any cat owner listening, if you died next to your cat would eventually start eating you if people didn't discover you within a period of time. So the cat doesn't have any consciousness, but he's not going to look at the human body and have sorrow and eat it. Or if he is, then we're nobody's there to witness the cat go through that. That's what separates the human from a cat, is the conscious decision to do it. But out of carnal rage, no, that's not out of carnal rage. In this case, the movie Alive that we're discussing, that is not out of hatred for the human being or a form of cannibalism in the sense that it's not ethically or morally wrong. It's just survival, and they know that it's meat, and that if they aren't going to eat the dead, that more people are going to die. So that's just only a logical thing to do, right? So what are we talking about here? What's your contention?
You're the hunter, and I get it, and I'm.
You're trying to say eating cows is bad, but
I'm not trying to
say
hate.
why do you
Data. I'm not trying to hate. I'm trying to give you my bias, okay? And
there's a lot of weird vegan great resetters around here, man. So it's like understanding what's the motivation towards why you think that way.
I'm just searching. Listen, I'm just trying to give you. I'm trying to put my cards in the table. Look, say first. I admire the fact that you've learned to kill and hunt or whatever, but and I'm not taking a stance on it. My bias is this though. I can't imagine. I mean, I guess I could or try to imagine with me how hungry you would have to be, even if I had the plane wrecked and I got the dead kitty cat right there. For me to just eat the raw, nasty kitty cat, like, I don't know how fucking hungry I have to be, bro. Like, to just get the little blood and be like, I need to taste a little.
How long have you fasted for? The longest you've ever fasted for?
Long time.
Well, then go past that point of a long time and tell me if you got to that point and there was actually no food, because you've gotten to that point knowing that subconsciously there's abundant amount of food. You've never been into the frame of mind or situation truly to where you are now at that point of fasting where there actually is no food to really start off that pain. So if you know where there is food and access to it, and you're at that point, either groveling or begging or taking, you've got only two options at that point.
No, I mean, listen, I'm telling you, man, I'm not trying to talk shit. I promise you. I'm trying to explore. You know what I mean? Like, how much are we conditioned to eat or kill and eat? You know, or how much was it taught? And then it's like that.
We're not even subconsciously. We're not even subjugate. We're not even exposed to that real frequency of existence. So it's not even part of the reality of most people's lives.
Yeah,
so what are you talking about? It's not even thought about. Most people just take it all for granted that food is just at every corner store.
Exactly. I mean, I'm with you.
We're pretty much conditioned to just eat, man. Because I mean, I've lately been 3 weeks that I've started what's called intermittent fasting, and I don't eat 2 days out of the week. And what's funny is, man, that the days that I don't eat, I don't get hungry. But the days I do get eat, my body, my mind is. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's this mental thing because I feel hungry.
Right. You'll get weak or you'll need the energy things, but you can go without eating for a while, you know, and just hibernate.
It depends on what activity you do, because anything mental is just as bad as physical on a low calorie, intermittent fasting diet. So it depends on the activity you do. I know Japan, the methodology they use is to basically fill your stomach on water and treat water as food. So anytime you're hungry, you literally feed yourself with water to some degree. So I know that can ail or take away the edge of feeling starvation. But if your activities are physical and high mental, you'll burn out.
Oh, no doubt. Because I mean, you're using energy and nothing to replace it. for sure. But
So
I'm
there's got
pretty
to
sure
be
that our body are not meant to eat 3 days, 3 times a day, and yada yada yada. Man, that's pretty much when there's a lot of obesity and whatnot.
well, what foods, what drives an economy, right? So if you're creating a system, and the system is based on product, and you have to have a product move, and then you have volume of that product move, and then you have, you know, um, uh, a mass of people to feed, right? So that's the easiest thing to do, is to market food, and the easiest to make money off of. So the first entrepreneurs, that's a given. I mean, in fact, you look at doing a food truck or some type of food business, it's probably more profitable now to start one because of the population increase. And if you had a truck that was mobile, you would have the flexibilities and amenities to, you know, pick hot spot locations that could, you know, greatly influence your wealth. So food is definitely a business. I think what's coming up in the future because of the farming, the less wheat in Ukraine and Russia, the oils and all that stuff, there may be, for the first time in modern history, an issue with these businesses now dealing with food and being independent, because they did destroy a large majority of small businesses through the corona, and I think they're not done. So they have to do some type of food shortages for small businesses, and then have the chains be the major providers again, something like that, because that's how you get change out of a population. Incentivize as you start fucking with their food.
I mean, I feel that. I feel that.
If they're telling you, like you see Kevin Hart advertising Beyond Burgers, right, or Beyond Meat, it's almost like, listen, if you were going to be an investor, and you kind of had no morals to some degree, all you'd have to do is invest in everything the World Economic Forum was doing, and you'd make a shit ton of money. Because all of the companies, when it comes to sustainable development, ESG, carbon footprint, it's like no different in 2014 and 15 with the legalization of marijuana in Canada. Apparently, if you were to invest in the marijuana industry in the early 2000s or 2015, that literally, out of the 100 that listed, if you pick 10 of them, most likely you're going to make a good chunk of money. That's how the business is, you know, kind of doing the same thing again now, right? It's just a different product.
Good. That's interesting. And all that money that can be made, you keep beating the game, and you know there's X amount of total dollars out there, and you start with A amount of dollars, and then you make a lot of money. Now you have B amount of dollars, which is A plus Y. You know what I mean? But then they just, now you should have a higher percentage of total dollars in play, and then they just go ahead and print more money than's ever been printed before in total in 1 year, and now you have less of a percentage than what you started with.
Well, that's the thing about investing in their paradigm, is because they'll take that money they stole from you and they'll put it back into their endeavors. And so you might not agree with, you know, like I'll give an example. I watched this one stock, and too rich for my blood. I'm not like, but I watched it like many stocks. It was sitting at $20, and I think it just went to $60 or $70. No problem. It was you know, electric cars, and when you see that, and you see another one do it, you see another one do it, it's like, okay, how does that happen so regularly and so consistently throughout the board? And as I watched all this stuff, I couldn't believe it happening, because how is it that all of these, well, how are all of these companies doing the exact same thing, just at different intervals, right? They're all having runs, right? And they're all part of the same group. So are they laundering the money between each other? Are they, you know, they buying each other's companies up, right? Because that's what it looked like. It looked like they were all kind of, you know, buying up each other's companies, and they kept
Like
going
collusion.
up and up. Yeah, right? So that's what it looks like. And then, of course, they all get in bed when they go to short it. They all get in bed and they short the same company. They just do it through other hedge funds or whatever, right? So that's what I saw. I was like, wow, that's kind of crazy. And I just noticed it as a pattern, I should say. And so now what's going on now is they're really trying to push hard towards classifying cryptos and really see, the weird part is they're trying to push this decentralized operation, but everybody behind it is centralized. Like, I don't know. It's to me, I like the legacy system. I remember back in the day, we didn't even have email money transfers, and there's nothing wrong with email money transfers now. Actually, email money transfers are actually fundamentally built on the blockchain, and that's how they're used. So what's wrong with that system? You get an email money transfer like a half an hour. What's wrong with that? Not fast enough.
EMT. Call the EMTs.
Well, whatever. It's a crazy system. It's really just driven to be, the owners of the world are the tech guys, especially Switzerland and Israel. That's the majority of the Saudi Arabia. Can't forget about that. But there's some hot spots. China too. I mean, what am I talking about? There's a whole bunch of
they're
people.
the murderers. I don't think it's the trickiest people. The trickiest people run the world, and the murderers are right under them. They puppet string the murderers. If the murderers banded together, they could really run the world. You know.
You mean the people that do the dirty work for the guys? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's just they have no clue. It's like,
well, it's not really what the currencies have been created for. Essentially, is a form of corruption. That's why you have, they want the Monero, right? And apparently a lot of, again, this is what you just read as rumors. I can't verify any of this stuff, but Bitcoin's used for sex trafficking, right? The exchange for, it's how they transfer their money through Bitcoin. So, it's all about those transactions, right? Let's get those transactions up. Let's test the system's transactions, the volume, the seconds, and the security, and let's check for consistency.
now that's another idea I have about transparency. Like, there is a group of people that's willing to say, hey, we're the good guys. I've got nothing to hide. Put surveillance cameras everywhere. Put surveillance cameras in my backyard. You know what I mean? Like, look at all my bank transactions. Look at everybody I vote for. You know what I mean? There is that group, that benevolent, what at least seems to be, and not without the openness, but there seems to be like a narrative of progress towards benevolence and cooperation and happiness and progress and standard of living increase for everybody,
Well, that's what it sounds like, but they wouldn't have locked you down. They wouldn't have put things mandatory. They wouldn't have, they wouldn't be so in your face about something, but then so secretive at the same time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And it's not like I'm supporting. I'm saying, but it seems to be like that's what everyone, average Joe says. Hey, that's why I'm being a nice guy, because we're all supposed to cooperate. The leader says, hey, that's why everyone's making sacrifices, because we're cooperating for the greater good. The little guy says, hey, thanks, for cooperating and not killing me and giving me a fair shot. You know what I mean? And like all this, and like that's at least the narrative, right? But then it's like, okay, well, you think that's going to happen with closed doors? And no, it needs to be open and transparent, and people proudly saying what they stand for and working together and compromising their issues. So I guess I'm segueing into an assertion that I think that benevolent future, whatever, is going to need people being transparent and more open in general. And I have, some cool ideas about it, but go ahead.
Well, transparency, yeah, but that's a little too late, right? I mean, you can't come in and say, I want to be transparent after you do a whole bunch of shit. That immediately means you're just dealing with some corruption. That's just, at the end of the day, the solution would be to would be absolve these people of their duties and arrest them, and therefore change the system. But that's not, I don't see that happening unless there's some sort of coup or
I mean, if
somebody
there
from
was,
the inside, or because that's the true remedy, right? Everything else is going to be a band-aid.
if they're corrupt, yeah, and all that. Have you seen the Mike Myers series?
Well, good that you meant that. Good that you mentioned that. Because I don't think all of them are. No, I think some of them have maybe an excess for power and greed that's a little unnatural, more definitely unnatural. Then there's the idealistic, perhaps, where if you are convinced and you have taken the black pill, and you're an environmentalist, and you're still going to be out of touch with reality to a large degree. The majority of people's struggles, right? And nobody in a position of that wealth or power need to think that they have to have influence or be in a position of influence in society. The fact that they think that because
What's
they
black
have money
pill? Is black pill a distraction?
Well, that's the idea. It's money, power, and wealth. I've been given this. I'm like a god. Look at all this money and all this stuff I've been entrusted with. All this land I've been given, and hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, look how many companies I run. Look how many people I employ. Right? I'm a very powerful person. Right?
Oh,
Did I use the wrong one? I think black pill is it, isn't it?
Dude, I have no idea. I'm asking you. I have no idea. I'm trying to learn black pill right now. I'm trying to summarize what you're telling me black pill is. I was guessing, did it mean distraction or sellout? Is it where you sell out?
Well, the way I just looked it up is like nothing will matter, nothing changes, right? It's just it is what it is. So these particular people think they're going to change things. They're not going to change anything. They're going to make a lot of people miserable and unhappy. They clearly dictate so. They say that the world is going to be an angrier place. Well, if you start taking away individual one's opportunity for individual autonomy, which is like, I can choose what I want to do for work. I want to go where I want to live here one day. I want to, I want to have 5 kids. If you start dictating those behaviors or those opportunities, that's not a life. That's nobody has authority over that. And that's the message that I think a lot of the Great Reset is implying is you're eventually not going to have these liberties that you think that you have now. It's going to be regulated and controlled. And in fact, it's not even just going to be regulated and controlled. We're just going to feed you with so much distraction, you're just not going to care. And then we're going to put all these obstacles in front of you to go that it's not worth it to do this, because look at what you're going to do this to this, and look, you're going to damage that, and just don't bring kids in because it's just going to be really hard for them. So that messaging it's really affected a lot of people that I've interviewed, especially a lot of youth, right? Like, it's taken away the masculinity for a lot of boys, right? The idea of not having a wife and a family, and even though the urge is there because it's an inherent thing for boys in general to get married and so forth, right? It's just it's taken away from them psychologically, and then then it's consensus driven. And then, of course, what do they claim they do? They say, well, as long as we pump them full of video games, movies, weed, and we just keep giving it to them more and more, then they'll feel like life is better because life seems to be cheaper at that area and less of a struggle. And as long as I have this, this, and this, then I'm okay to take that, and that.
Fighter data. What are your? Do you have a section in your book, or have you ever come across the top? The topic of the initial distribution of lands, like especially in America, what are your feelings on how you know, the land of America is distributed. Have you ever seen Far and Away? Far and Away. I think it was Brad Pitt. No, Tom Cruise. No,
it's Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. Far and Away. Yeah, for sure. Where they rent out and they put a stake in the land and all that jazz. I mean, the concept of America was that it was so massive that everybody could have a chunk of land, and ironically, to this day, America is so massive that people in America could have a big chunk of land in their own, and there'd still be enough room. That's how big America is. It's. In fact, I think there was somebody who made the analogy that if you took everybody in the world, 8 billion, 9 billion people, let's say, they would all fit in the state of Texas with arm's length apart. So that's just to give you a scale of how big the United States actually is compared to 9 billion people. And
the homeless shelter of Texas. We could all lay down like a shelter, arms length apart in our little sleeping bag.
Well, that's what they said anyway. I mean, I haven't.
Corn could grow. Corn could grow in the rows in between, with flowers on the corners.
Yeah. Well, just to give you an idea that the world is not overpopulated just on that statement alone, right? And then if you look at old satellite data, you could see that the Earth is actually greener. Like vegetation, especially in Israel, way more vegetation in Israel. Whatever they've since 1970s, man, till now they've grown so much forest, so much green land. It's amazing what they've done to the terrain in Israel. They've literally taken a desert and turned it into luscious green acres of land, right?
I love Israel. I mean, they do it. They're like Amish, right? They don't believe in machines or anything, right? They're all natural wood and everything. That's it. And they beat
whatever they do, they've done an amazing job taking care of the land.
Do they drive cars? Are they allowed to have cars?
I don't know. I know that Jerusalem, West Bank right now, out of that whole area, they want complete digital control. Digital passports,
I'm tripping.
Digital IDs, all that stuff is West Bank. That was coming out of who said that now? So they want to totally lock down, like where it's facial recognition, biometrics, and it will be the first total. They claim it's already now, but full-fledged, it'll be the first completely controlled digital state for the first time, like China essentially, but West Bank entirely. Yeah.
You know, I knew better because they the ones, dude. They a tiny little area, but they got power, dude. They did rockets and everything. They went out and got the Apollo effect, right? That was Israel, right? Like they almost got to the moon. They do.
I can't verify any of the stuff that I read or come across. Right? This is just all hearsay.
But FED, you've documented me enough to know that, like, you know that I'm skeptical of all of it too, right? Like any of it.
It's not. It's more. It's beyond. It's actually a layer above being skeptical. It's because skeptical is part of the nature of survival.
You're telling me I'm a layer above skeptical, or I'm asking you? You're familiar with me? Right?
No, the whole thing that's going on. The whole reason why they would want to. The whole reason why they would want to put propaganda online.
Propaganda, the tip of my tongue. Yes, you beat me to it. Yes.
Yeah. So what they've done since Trump's election, right? They've actually used the internet for the first time. Like this is just. You can go fact check all this stuff. Just use the Wayback Machine. Go look at when Trump got elected. They just started pumping the internet with a whole bunch of propaganda. Just whether it's Russia, Ukraine, or it's just racism, and it was just crazy what they did. I don't care about Trump or any of that shit. I'm just saying what they did. You could see the propaganda, and from Canadian television to American television, it was astounding how. Not enough people saw. I think if they look back and somebody just go and takes, just go look, you can see that would be more obvious now what they're trying to do, and it's essentially, it's almost as if they, were preparing for war, because everything that they've done was under the War Act, and the laws that they passed were written under the War Act. So for you to influence a society, you'd have to use propaganda. Well, in society, you could be in the United States, for example, you could be sued for false advertising, right? So they basically, Obama, somebody, I forget, every time I bring this up, is it you that tells me the name? I keep forgetting the name of the bill too, where they passed that law so they could use propaganda. The Mund, Smith-Mund, I think I have written it down. But that's
What
what
was
we're
the
talking
name
about
of the
here.
letters when they all went in the media back in the common, the little phrase there when
What? Say again.
what was it called when all the information boys, they had the, you know, the operations where they was all getting in the media and all that.
Mockingbird?
Maybe that
Operation
one.
Mockingbird?
Mockingbird, yeah, Mockingbird, yes, sir. Mocking. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
As hell. They put them names on that shit.
Oh man, like just even like just to have the mindset of, like, I'll give you an example. This guy Jared Leto, speaking of Operation Mockingbird, but Jared Leto, his family is apparently wealthy or connected in the military and so
Isn't
forth.
that the actor that played the Joker?
Yeah, actor, singer, 30 Seconds from Mars.
Okay.
He played the killer to kill John Lennon. Anyway, this guy, he bought this apparent movie studio on this Air Force base. He bought the whole thing. This rundown movie studio in an Air Force base. Anyway, it's apparently one of the largest movie studios in the world, and you could film anything in it. And he runs a cult out of there. And the point is years before I was introduced into the rabbit hole, so to speak, is that I had a different perception of these people, right? Which was, there was no insight into their personality or their religion or their belief system or cosmology. Back then, the world was already evil. It was everything that was known after the point of propaganda to the point prior to propaganda, is that evil still existed in all the formats that propaganda highlighted. It just, the thing of the propaganda is the key is that you can't reverse the information. In other words, once you have the information and it actually puts a question mark, you can't go back to looking at it the same ever again. And
I hear.
That's the purpose of the propaganda, right? So that's the Joker. Or that's it's the Joker, right? That's the fucking Joker card they give you. So, but I wanted to, obviously, I took the initiative to go down the rabbit hole to get the information, because I was like, let's see this shit. Let's see what they're talking about, right? Like whether it's the Q or Anonymous or Flat Earth or fucking Bigfoot or aliens or Nibru or the Anunnaki, Enoch, whatever. Like the whole, it's entertaining as fuck. The whole thing, the caboodle, the kit and the caboodle is very entertaining, but it never came with a warning sign. And that's the thing with propaganda. It sneaks up on you and then bites you in the ass. And then you have to take 10 steps back and go, oh, okay, I get it. But to get those 10 steps that you need to take back, you got to get bit in the ass.
No, I think it's a joke that government has, you know, it's upfront, normal, standard level stuff. Then it has its undercover stuff and who answers to who and whatnot. You know what I mean? Like with false advertising, with anything, bro. Like how, like there's so much clickbait on the internet. You know, they could fucking shut down all these Indian scammers, bro. Fucking sap. You know, they could be like, all right, well, we know the CIA is doing flat Earth propaganda for whatever reason. We don't want our people false advertised. Like they could be you false advertise, 50 years in jail. No bullshit. No bullshitting. We don't want any bullshit in America. You get caught fucking definitely bullshitting, you're fucking done. You know what I mean? What time is, you only get X amount of time. What's the difference if you cut somebody or murder them? You take their time, you're taking their time, bro. You know, don't bullshit people. It's ridiculous. Like It's motherfucking ridiculous. They playing with people's lives. You know what I'm saying? Like, why they allow this bullshit? That was one of the big main things. I was like, why they sitting here allowing and talking to Facebook, why, or YouTube? Why are you allowing flat Earth shit? Shut that shit down, government. You know, if it's fake, shut it down. What's the fucking problem?
Well, that's what I've been asking more recently, actually, is the disclaimer that comes up, right? I'm thinking, okay, you're gonna pitch me this stuff. You're gonna show it to me, because even Obama said it himself. If you flood the town square with enough junk and get enough people to have disbelieve the institutions, then you're gonna win, right? You're gonna win taking them over. And then if you watch Ronald Reagan's speech, he says in front of hundreds of thousands to hundreds of thousands, he says, if you were to obey your senses, you might end up thinking the Earth's flat, right? So you have these speeches, you have the direction where you want to look, but then you look at all the channels and the particular ones online. I can understand the mocking ones, because it's no different than claiming just slap the title flat Earth, put Bigfoot there. Here's a channel of Bigfoot, right? Same thing, right?
Yeah.
But the implications is that YouTube is going out of its way to put a disclaimer under the channels, particularly the Flat Earth Debate channel. And under that disclaimer says it's an archaic model that has been scientifically disproven.
Right. Puzzle Earth.
In your argument, it goes, okay, well, this is bullshit then. These people, if YouTube is saying which is true, that Flat Earth has been scientifically disproven, then that means that the Flat Earth Debate show with Nathan Oakley is indeed purposely bullshitting and potentially harming people. Because it's an outright lie.
And therefore do something.
But
right?
Hold on. The thing is,
yes, sir, sorry.
is that if that's true, then they shouldn't allow Flat Earth Debate to be up operating anymore, to the point where Nathan Oakley makes a paycheck and there's tons of advertising on it still.